we really would love for you guys to share this out there. We're excited to be doing this digitally, but at the same time, we really want people to come to our in-person event. Tell them a little bit about the in-person event, Brenda.
It's going to be in Overland Park, Kansas, February 11th through the 13th. It's 3 days, food, snacks, drinks the whole time. So once you get there, you don't have to leave. It's all included in your ticket price. It's at the Overland Park Convention Center. Some of the speakers that you're seeing on here this weekend will be there. And then there's some additional ones, but it's going to be amazing. We've got every story that you can imagine. There's going to be somebody there that you can relate to help you overcome those challenges. We're going to give you breakout sessions, teachings, tools, whatever you need to get you unstuck. And then we're going to party on Saturday night. There's going to be a black tie. We're going to dress you up, get those formals out. We're going to eat. We're going to dance. We're going to have a comedian. It's going to be wonderful. We have music performances. And then again, on Sunday, we have the speaker lineup again. So you just need to come. Right now, the tickets are only $239. They're $399 regularly priced. So go get your ticket for $299 at comechangeyourlife.com. You're pretty much just buying your food and maybe the cost of a show at that price.
Exactly. And it's going to be fun. And I look forward to meeting anybody that's in that area or people that fly in. I'll be there on Saturday as well. Especially for that party and speaking that day as well. Brenda, I'm excited about today. What was your feedback on last night?
Everybody was amazed at the quality of speakers. I have had so much outreach about the quality of our speakers. They didn't expect what was coming at them, and they were amazed. So, and you know what? That was the blurb compared to what today and tomorrow holds. So hold on, guys. It's coming.
Awesome sauce. All right. Are you ready to get the day started with our first speaker of the day?
I am. And you know what? He's right here from Kansas City. And this man, yes, he has really talked about change. He has changed his environment to change his life. So I'm going to let him tell his story, but kudos to him.
Excellent. All right. We're going to be doing fun stuff throughout the day. You're going to enjoy some of the speakers. I'm glad we got to bring it to everybody, and I'm sure we're going to see viewers ebb and flow. It's a long day. For those of you that want to watch it later, I think we'll find a way to have it on every tail. Actually, it'll probably be up on our pages. So at the end of this, you guys can go back and watch stuff that you missed, but we encourage you to watch as much as possible. Enjoy as much of it as possible. Share this out there. Again, we've decided to make it free because sometimes when things fail, you find a way around it and maybe it'll help somebody. Who knows? Maybe somebody that didn't pay for a ticket or didn't win a free ticket needs to hear one of these speakers today. And
right,
that
and it's
is
about you. So why not?
Right. Or exactly. B, I'm gonna bring you in back and I'm gonna introduce our first speaker. All right.
You bet.
All right, ladies and gents, that's right. We are at the Becoming the Best You conference, comechangeyourlife.com. If you want to learn more about the in-person event in Kansas City, February 11th through the 13th. Again, that $239 this weekend is the price for those watching right now. $399 is what the tickets are going to be, and it does include meals. It's going to be a really fun event, and it's always fun to do something in person. I said it last night. I was supposed to be going to Tony Robbins this next week and in Florida, and I decided to cancel because of, things that change. And hopefully everything will be locked and loaded by February, and we'll be able to have a great event where we can see each other's faces and enjoy each other's company and all that good stuff. But without further ado, I want to introduce our first speaker. I'm very excited about this gentleman. I got to meet a lot of these speakers in the Zoom, and you could just tell their personality just by having those conversations with them, learning a little bit about them. So I'm going to give a nice welcome to Toriano. Toriano Porter is an opinion writer for the Kansas City Star editorial board. He started his journalism career at the North County Journal in suburban St. Louis and has worked at the Independence Examiner and the Lee's Summit Journal. Along the way, he's won statewide, regional, and national awards for his reporting. Toriano is also the author of The Pride of Park Avenue, James Cool, and the 5 People You Meet in the Hood Before You Go to Heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Toriano Porter. I don't know if Parker came up.
No, it's all good. I've heard worse than Parker. Trust and believe.
So my eyesight in the morning is not as good as in the evening, apparently.
Absolutely. When you grow up with a name like Toriano Porter, trust and believe, man, that things get jacked up. But hey, I'm here. Good morning to everybody out there. I am honored to be a part of this conference, Becoming the Best You. you could be. I mean, come on. Overcoming challenges is my name, is my nature. And I'll get right into the intro. As you can see on the board, guys, I'm an author, speaker, mentor, journalist, but I also have a phrase that I like to use. I'm still a Black man in America, and I go through the challenges that Black men in America go through every single day. I was born and raised in South St. Louis. If you want to go to the next slide to give you a little bit about my background, I was born and raised in South St. Louis to, I guess you would say, a couple of high school dropouts. My mom and dad were high school dropouts, and, life was tough from an early age. On the screen there's a quote I like to use. I have to give credit where credit is due. Or at the poet Clint Smith, we are worthy of existing without fear. And that goes back to what I was saying when I tell you guys that every day as a Black man on this earth, I walk without fear. We can go on to the next slide. There we go. So a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri. Like I said, I was born to a pair of high school dropouts. Mom and dad had enough wherewithal to put me in situations to be successful. I graduated from Eureka High School in suburban Eureka, Missouri. I was part of the voluntary desegregation program there, where kids from the city of St. Louis were bused to suburban school districts. That's a long story, but attended college at the University of Central Missouri. Back when I signed my scholarship there in 1992, it was known as Central Missouri State University. I majored in journalism. I minored in creative writing. I always knew from the time I was 18 that I wanted to be a newspaper reporter, and I always knew I wanted to write books. So I'm actually living and walking in the dream as we speak. And if you look at this photo here, that's me on my signing day when I signed my college scholarship to Central Missouri State University. I wasn't very happy that day. I wanted to go to the University of Missouri. It's the flagship school here in the state of Missouri. It's Division I football, and it's one of the best journalism schools in America. I was disappointed that I did not get an opportunity to play football at the University of Missouri. Because I was so disappointed, I did not value this scholarship that I'm signing right here. And to tell you guys something, I lost that scholarship within a year because there was no value to it. And that's when I started learning the art of adversity, because all of my friends at the University of Central Missouri State were football players. And to sit on the sideline my sophomore year, having lost that scholarship and have to take out student loans, was one of the worst times in my life. We can go on to the next slide. If you don't mind going to the next slide. All right. Go back one. Go back one. There we go. All right. Down some more, please. I want the people to see this. So, again, when we talk about overcoming adversity, at 19 years old, I lost my college scholarship. I lost it. By 19, I had flunked out of college. I went home for a year, the summer of 1994, and I was home for a year doing God knows what, by the grace of God that I'm still here to talk about it. I was 21 when my best friend pulled me to the side and told me, you need to go back to college. You need to go back to Warrensburg and make something of yourself. So I signed my scholarship in 1992. I did not play up down of football at the college level until 1996 and 1997. It's a long journey to get on that field, but once I got on there, as you can see here, I was a two-time all-conference defensive back, and I am in the top 10 category in the record books at the University of Central Missouri, and I only played 2 years. Do more. You can always do more. That's something I learned as a football player, and that's something that I always talk about. You can do more. You never really truly arrive. So now we can go on to the next, what you would call the next slide here. Scholar athlete. One thing about me, I did have dreams of going to the NFL. I wanted to play NFL football. So at the time I was 18 years old, I sat down as a freshman. I set some goals for myself. I am going to play in the NFL. I'm going to play professional football. If that does not work, I'm going to go to Hollywood and write movies and books. If that doesn't work, I can always be a newspaper reporter. And so I kind of, knew that I had to have a backup plan to the backup plan. So I enrolled in 1992. This photo here, that's my mom. and that's my firstborn son, Toriano II. They were there to watch me walk across the stage in December of 1999, 7.5 years as an undergrad. If that's not overcoming adversity, I don't know what is. But a lot of it was self-inflicted and self-induced, and that's something that I talk about a lot as well, and something that I want to bring to you guys. We need to learn to get out of our own way sometimes. That's how you become unstuck and unglued. Sometimes we are our own worst enemy. We have to be conscious of that. We have to be mindful of that. And so this is something I've learned over the last 20 years, something I did not know at 19 or 20 because I was so self-destructive. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As you can see here, I am an author. The first book is The Pride of Park Avenue. Can you go back to that author page, please?
Just so you know, Toriano, it's got this weird glitch that when we double, it keeps going.
No,
so
it's all good. It's all
stay
good.
patient with that.
I got it, man. It's all good. Like for my people out there that's watching at home, I am a 3-time author. The Pride of Park Avenue is a collection of short stories, poems, and personal essays about life growing up in a tough environment in South St. Louis and overcoming those obstacles and challenges to become a better person. My second book is James Cool. It's a novel. I call it a cute little story between a boy and a girl and their first little crush. It's set in 1985, the summer '85, and the narrator is 11-year-old sixth grader. I wrote it for middle school kids. And my third book is my first digital-only project. I released it last Black Friday. The 5 people you meet in the hood before you get to heaven. It's a collection of personal essays about the 5 people closest to me that are lost in an 18-month span, including my 2 best friends and my firstborn son. It's a really powerful book. You can download it on your Kindle or your on either iPhone or Android devices. It also went #1 on Amazon, hot new releases. So those are my works. You can find that on Amazon.com or TorianoPorter.com. And if we do want to go to the next slide, it's a question that I ask myself all the time. Who am I really? I am a father. I am a man in the community. I'm a man of God. But I'm also a failure. I have failed many times in my life. As I told you, I've lost scholarships. I flunked out of school. I've been fired from jobs. I was actually fired from my first newspaper job. I started at the North County Journal in February of 2001. Actually celebrated my 20th year as a journalist this year, professional journalist this year. I was fired from my first job. They fired me for insubordination. It's really funny now. Looking back on it, I was a young kid, fresh out of college. I probably deserved to be fired. I did not listen to anything my editor was telling me. One day she told me to go cover a kayaking event. Instead of going to cover the kayaking event, I went and covered a celebrity basketball game the hometown rapper was throwing at Washington University. I turned that story in on a Monday. I was out of the door by a Tuesday. One of the funniest stories in my life, but it also taught me a little bit about perseverance. That happened in 2001. I didn't start writing again until 2007 as a full-time journalist. And if we go to the next slide, I can kind of break down my career and my arc and the importance of not giving up and overcoming adversity. As you can see here, I started at the Examiner newspaper. It's a small daily newspaper in Independence, Missouri. I started in 2007 as the city beat reporter. I did that for 2 years before I was promoted to assistant sports editor. In April of 2011, that position was eliminated and I was let go. I was out of a job for 13 months. That's when I finished my second book, James Cool. I started at the Lee Summit Journal in 2012, and that's where things get dicey. And this is going to be the bulk of my speech about overcoming adversity. The Lee Summit Journal is owned by the McClatchy Company. The McClatchy Company owns the Kansas City Star and papers in 32 other markets. My goal at the Lee Summit Journal was to be there for 2 years. I call it the minor leagues, and get promoted to the big leagues downtown in Kansas City at the Star. It did not happen like that. For 4 years, I was out in the small suburban area writing community news. I call it fluff pieces. Nothing really hard-hitting, nothing really to make a difference. And I was frustrated. I almost quit, and I was almost fired. In 2015, I applied for a job at the Kansas City Star as a high school sports reporter. They told me that I was overqualified and I did not get the position. I was so disappointed that I almost left the industry and I almost left the company. I called a friend. His name is Terence. He's a former high school sports reporter at the Kansas City Star. He covered the Mizzou Tiger beat for the Kansas City Star, and he also covered the Kansas City Chiefs professional football team for the Kansas City Star. I watched this young man's career elevate, and I knew if I got in as a high school sports reporter, I would eventually work my way up to where my good friend Terence ended up as a national football reporter for Yahoo News and Yahoo Sports. Well, I called Terence and I told him I was frustrated and how I was ready to leave the game. I'm just done with the industry. I go work in PR, go bag some groceries at Walmart. I was just done. And what he said to me was, do not leave. You're in the building. Write something that get the upper brass's attention. I had no idea what he meant at the time. But what I discovered was he was challenging me to do more, dig deeper, tell better stories. And so that's what I started doing. I broke a story about a local superintendent here in town who was had a girlfriend at a law firm that was getting no big contract from the school district. Became a big deal. The superintendent resigned. And next thing you know, I'm on the radar at the people at the Kansas City Star. And in 2016, a dream that I started in 1992 at the age of 18, 24 years later, in 2016, I was hired as a breaking news reporter for the Kansas City Star. And I'm talking about 24 years worth of grind. Again, keep in mind, I was fired from my first newspaper job, my first reporting job. For 6 years, I worked a bunch of odd jobs, including freelance writing, selling women's shoes, selling cell phones, selling gas. I did all these things to get where I was trying to go. And that was to be a reporter at a major daily newspaper. I had simple goals, and that was one of my goals. So in 2016, I was hired as a breaking news reporter, okay? Great, right? But again, you can always do more. So I get in the building, I achieve a goal, and I'm there. And in January of 2017, the Kansas City Star revamped their editorial board. And they brought in a lady from the Wall Street Journal, who had covered the Barack administration for 8 years for the Wall Street Journal. They brought her in. It could have been the New York Times, one of the two. They brought her in to revamp our editorial board as the opinion page director. And she hired a bunch of talented opinion writers. But it was only one issue. There was no Black person on that editorial board. I felt some kind of way about that. But I had only been there 6 months. I couldn't really say anything. And so in August of 2017, I had been there a year. The Kansas City Star and the McClatchy Company nationwide, we revamped our newsroom. We went from print focus to digital focus. Everything was about the internet. They told us this was time to reinvent ourselves inside the newsroom. Again, I proposed to be a social justice reporter. I wanted to do something that was going to help the community. Well, the powers that be said everything we do should have a component of social justice to it, and they denied my pitch. So at that point, I asked my breaking news editor what was going on with the Kansas City Star's editorial board. You know, they need a African-American voice on there. And she asked me, was I interested? And I said, absolutely. So I went back, drew up a one-page proposal of how I would attack the job, gave it to my breaking news editor, who gave it to the big dog in the newsroom, who gave it to the opinion editor. The opinion editor and I, Colleen Nelson McCain, we had never, McCain Nelson, I should say, Colleen McCain Nelson, we had never really talked before that, but she called me for a meeting. We sat down. I would say this would be fall or late summer of 2016, 2017. Yes, 2017. So August of 2017, I brought it up. We met a couple of months after that. She asked me a simple question. How did you get to the Kansas City Star? And I said, do you want the PG version or the real version? I'm giving you guys the PG version right now. The real version is really ugly, but it's my truth. And so she was like, thank you for meeting with me. I didn't hear anything for a couple of months. We met again. This particular time, she told me she had concerns about my daily newspaper experience. I had only been at the store for a year. And I told her, I actually challenged her. I challenged her, that word challenge, right? I challenged her. I asked her, would you be willing to train me as an opinion journalist? Because an opinion writer is totally different than a reporter. A reporter, just the facts, both sides. Opinion writer, you get to provide commentary. And so it's a different art. It's a different skill. And I asked her, would she be willing to train me? She said she would. I didn't hear anything for another couple of months. So in December of 2017, she called me into the office. She told me that they were going to be holding off on her in a position because of budget reasons late in the year, but did say this to me. Would you like to join the Kansas City Star's editorial board? I was like, wow, absolutely. And if we can go to the next slide, I have a visual of my team. If you want to go to the next slide. So here we go. This is the team that I'm on now, the Kansas City Star's editorial board. I've been on there since 2018. I started in January of 2018. And when I tell you this last 3 or 4 years have been a struggle to find my voice and find my niche, has been a struggle. So when I started in 2018, we had goals and goals set by the company. And the goal was 1 million page views. In 2018, I did not hit that goal. In 2019, I did not hit 1 million. In 2020, the year of COVID and working from home, I had 951,000 page views. I finished 49,000 short of my goal. So in 2021, you know what I did? I said, I'm going to get out of my own damn way. I'm going to clear the clutter, and I'm going to hit this goal. By November the 1st, last week, October the 31st, Sunday, Halloween, I had 1,004,000 page views. Crushed that goal with 2 months left in the year. That is what I talk about when I mean overcoming adversity. Putting your head to the ground, doing the work, trusting the process. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in, taking 20 minutes out of your day to be inspired and motivated about overcoming adversity, overcoming challenges to become the best you can be. My name is Toriano Porter. I'm a writer in Kansas City. I'm a father, a mentor, and a man of the people, but I'm still Black. Thank you.
Toriano, well done, brother. How's it going?
Thank you. Thank you. It's great, man. It's great.
You and I have a lot to talk about. First off, I'm from the Lou as well.
You know I'm going to hit you with it. You know I'm going to hit you with it. What high school did you go to?
And don't judge me for this because I did not like my high school, but I went to Parkway Central.
Oh, so, my God, you're a Colt.
I was a Colt. I played football and baseball, but I would love to talk to you more about the whole concept of the desegregation program, the busing and all that, because I know you said that's a whole different subject, and I talk about that sometimes on my shows, and it changes the dynamic. And I say this a lot. I think I had a conversation last week talking about some of the issues of the desegregation program, and I look at Facebook. Social media is a great way to look. Yeah. And you think that the deseg program was there to help people, but in the end, all it did was put kids on buses for hours and hours and hours, and then put them in the same classes that they would have got down in the city. And there's so much to it, and I am so happy that you have made it out and you are doing what you do, and you talk about your career and your writing so eloquently, and I love it, man. You are a motivation to me, and I thank you, and I'm going to connect with you more.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
So for the people watching right now, how can people find you, Toriano?
I'm easy to find. I'm on all the social media channels, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Toriano Porter. My name's on the screen, all lowercase, all one word. You can also find me at my website, TorianoPorter.com. Your friend, my friends. Google me. I'm easy to find. I'm all over.
Awesome. All right. Well, honestly, I thought we were going to be the same age, and then you said you were already playing college football in the 90s. Yeah, but you look younger than me, and you are about 6 years older. So
hey, so I don't know if your people are going to be able to join me for my breakout later on this afternoon at 2:10, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the art of forgiveness, and a lot of it has to do with my mom and my dad and the relationship that I had with those guys. But I have to give my mom and the dad the credit for the great genetics, man.
So yeah, you are going to be. What time are you going? Where's
I'm
your break?
210. I'm 210.
210. There you are. Yep. Yeah, there it is. All right. So we'll see you at your breakout. That's a nice long one too. I like that. So we'll see you for that. That is at 210 today Central Time. Toriano, thank you so much, and I look forward to talking to you more.
And thank you to the people out there in the comment section. I'm reading every last one of them. Thank you all, and thanks for joining. Thank you, Anthony, for having me. Thank you, Brenda, for inviting me.
Love it. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Toriano Porter. Great, phenomenal story, great storyteller, and obviously a little bit motivational. So if you don't know what we're doing just yet with this Becoming the Best You conference, I think you got a little taste of it. Hope you're feeling confident to share. Again, that was the beginning. We are at 8:45 Central Time, and we'll be going to 8 p.m. this evening. As we said earlier when I was on with Brenda, there were some technical difficulties with the Everytail app and some of the free and the pay. So guess what? Everybody is getting this, and the people that are paid that I know are in Everytail, we will figure it out. We're going to take care of you. Don't worry about it. But as everything happens, when life hands you lemonade, you make the best lemon drop martini you possibly can, as long as it's past 8:45 in the morning, because that would be super awkward. Anyways, guys, I am very excited to bring to you our next speaker. He typically is the one that introduces me at stuff, so I am honored to get to give him the introduction that he deserves. I look forward to him speaking, as should you. And if you're on the Be the Change page and also Terence's page, because we've blasted it out there everywhere, I think you probably know who this gentleman is. That's right, Mr. Unstoppable himself. Terence, the unstoppable coach Leffridge. He has had a desire to help people, empower people, and entertain them his whole life. Terence is at his best in front of an audience. His intent is to always leave people better off than before they met him. Terence is a certified life accountability coach. He is the founder of Unstoppable Coaching Services Incorporated, where the number one goal is to help his clients focus more on what they are able to do and less on what is stopping them. He does that by partnering with them on their journey to creating, implementing, and achieving their visions. He has worked with men and women who are transitioning from working traditional jobs and help them start successful careers in entrepreneurship. He teaches them how to be better marketers, better networkers, and build stronger relationships that lead to greater exposure and more sales. Throughout his professional career as coach, Terence has had a passion for encouraging and motivating people to move to the next level of greatness, or their next level of greatness. He has spoken live in virtual seminars and training events all across the country. He has been the MC for numerous events on live stages and virtual, some of which you've probably seen us together, most notably featuring events with Dr. Ruben West and the legendary Les Brown. He utilizes his internet broadcast, the Unstoppable Stories Show with Terence Leffridge, as a platform to expose his guests to a larger audience, and as a result, increase their circle of influence and generate leads. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the man, the myth, the legend himself, Terence Leffridge.
Hey, it is an unstoppable day, Anthony. How are you, my friend?
Living the dream. Can't wait to hear what you're breaking out for us today. And I know you're going to be doing some breakout groups. You're going to be doing some panels later, and you're going to be helping MC later. You literally are a man that wears many hats to cover up that hat.
Well, and it's a pretty big head. I need an extra large screen for what goes on. But you know what? Before you drop off and let me do what I do, I just want to say thank you. Thank Brenda Ringwood. Thank the phenomenal Becoming the Best You production team for this great event. Last night was off the chain, and today is going to be simply on fire. We're doing our best to help you become the best you while we're becoming our best selves each and every day too. You know, Anthony, we're not just speakers. We're not just the motivators. We are getting spoken to and motivated as well. Would you agree with that?
True story. And as I've always learned from you, note takers are money makers. So
absolutely. And that's
get those notebooks out. And even the speakers that are waiting in the queue, I'm learning things from last night, today, etc. So
Absolutely. And that's a great segue because I got my pen and I got my pad. So hopefully you've got your pen and your pad while the super producer behind the scene, well, it used to be Anthony, but now it's then there's Maud, is going to help us get going with this presentation today. So thank you, Anthony. Come on in, like and share, everybody. Come on in. We are going to pick the energy up today because today is the day that you are going to become your best you. So now I know we are virtual right now, but you probably got somebody sitting in the room with you. Maybe your kids are there. Maybe your spouse is there. Whoever is there. Maud, you had it on the right screen. Go on over to that second screen because here's something that I want you guys to do. I want you to say this, or I want you to put it in the comments, and trust and believe I am watching. And I got some of the great people on the comments already. Brenda Ringwood, Michelle D.I., Barbara Daniels, they're all in the comment section. Corey Fox is in the comment section. So this is what I want you to do. The first thing I want you to do is type in the comments is you're in the right place to become the best you. You're in the right place to become your best you. Now, maybe you don't like that statement. So here's another statement that you can put in the comments. And we're looking to see these things in the comments. Second thing, now is the best time for you to become your best you. Or you can make it personal. You can say, now is the best time for me to become my best me. Put it in the chat. Note takers are money makers and change makers. So put those fingers to the task. Maybe those first two didn't resonate with you. So here's the third thing I want you to put. This is personal. This is what you are here for today. You could have been anywhere else in the world today on a Saturday morning, but you chose to be here. And like my good friend Michelle D.I., who's in the comments, says, you're here because of divine intervention. So this third thought is for you. Put it in the chat. I am opening myself up to the potential to become my best me. Let me say that again. I am opening myself up to the potential to become my best me. We want to see that coming in the chat all throughout this presentation. And you can use that affirmation all throughout the day because we are here specifically for one goal and one goal only, to help you become your best you. And as our super producer goes ahead and changes the slide, we're going to talk a little bit about what that means. How can you become your best you? Well, it's as simple as three little letters, TAP. We're going to help you tap into your success potential. We're going to help you tap into your success potential. Now, I want you to look at the picture on the screen. It's the picture of a faucet, and in the faucet comes out tap water. That water that refreshes you, that water that re-energizes you, that water that is necessary for you to be the best you in everything that you want to do. But you can see that you control the spigot. You control the knob. You control how much water comes in and out of that faucet. See, here's what I know. You have the potential to control how much you change. You have the potential to show how much you pour out into the world, or you have the potential to stop your potential from becoming your best you. And as we move to the next slide, I want you to ask yourself this question. Have you ever thought in your life where you are right now? Have you ever asked yourself the question, is this the best it's ever going to get? Now, I want you to think about that for a minute. Think about where you are in your life and ask yourself, is this the best it's ever going to be? You know, there once was a time as we moved through the slides where I asked myself that question, and I didn't like the answer that I got. You see, there was a time in my life as we move to the next slide where I just felt like I was a hamster on the wheel. I felt like I was going through the motions. And you guys know what that is. That motion that says you get up, you go to work, you come home, you go to sleep, you get up, you come home, you go to work, you go to sleep. That over and over and over again. And it didn't feel like I was living, it felt like I was existing. Anyone out there willing to put in the chat that that was them? If you're strong enough, you're becoming your best you today. And part of becoming your best you, we're going to talk about it a little bit later, is being aware of where you were. I was aware of where I was, and I didn't like it. So as we move through the next slide, at that point in my life, I thought it was a wrap. I thought it was over and done, and I felt like the sands of time was just running out on my life. So who is this for as we move to the next slide? This is for you. It's for you who felt like you were just existing. It's for you who may be feeling like now that you're that proverbial hamster on the wheel, just going through the motions, just existing instead of living. This is for you, not just my presentation, but all the presentations, all the breakouts, all the poetry, all the singing, all the networking that's going to happen today. This is for you, because here's what I know. I don't want you to be like I was. As we move to the next slide, I was that person who was stuck in a world of existing and not living. I was that person that if I had to go before a judge, they would have charged me with the crime of living an average life. How many of you out there are criminals? How many of you are if you were ever caught and put before a judge, would you be convicted of living an average life? Yeah, that was me, and I did not like it at all. So I had to change my life. And in the little time I have left with you as we go through these slides, I'm going to hopefully help you to change your life, because I found my purpose, and now I use my breath, I use my message, I use my platforms, and I'm thankful for platforms like this, Becoming the Best You Conference, to help people recognize that you can be more, you can live, you can not just exist, you can walk in purpose, and you can focus more on what you're able to do and less on what's stopping you. That's what we focus on at Unstoppable Coaching Services, where our goal is to help you live the life you were created to live, not the life that you may want to live, not the life that mama and them was living, not the life that your neighbor may be living down the street, but the life that you were created to live. When you do that, you'll be able to not be stopped by the things that come your way. And as you heard this morning, as we go to the next slide, even conferences, even big phenomenal conferences like this have moments in their life where obstacles come in the way. If anyone watches my show, The Unstoppable Story Show, you know I say many times before that show even happens, something gets in the way, some obstacle, some roadblock, some internet malfunction on my end or on my guest end comes into play that tries to stop us from living up to the title of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, something may happen to you today that may stop you from living up to the title of this conference. Something may come in your way today that may stop you from becoming your best you. But guess what? Because you are here by divine intervention, you will recognize that obstacle. And because you will have heard Toriano, and because you will have heard Anthony, and because you have Brenda, and because you've heard the speakers from last night, you will know that obstacle. You'll be aware of that obstacle, and it will not stop you from becoming your best you. So let me tell you a little bit about my story, and then we're going to move on and keep it going, because there's so many other people that I know I got to take notes for, and as I become my best you today. So 2008, the last big financial crash in the U.S. before this pandemic thing happened. I lost my good government job. I was embarrassed. I was tore up from the floor up. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to go home and tell my wife that I had heard those three proverbial words that nobody ever wants to hear. You are fired. It devastated me. I couldn't sleep that night. And I found myself getting up and going in my backyard, that backyard that was paid for by my good government job, to look up into the sky that I could see from my house that was paid for by my good government job. And I had a conversation with the source who gave me that good government job. I call him God. You call him whoever you want to call him, whoever you want to worship. But I had a conversation. No, y'all, I'm lying. I had an argument with God that night. I looked up in the sky and I said to God, listen, this is not going to work. This is not what I had vision for my life. You said you would not forsake me. You said you'd always be there for me. Now you got to show up and you got to show out, God. I need you to change my situation 180 degrees from where it is right now because I am stuck. And ladies and gentlemen, he spoke to me and he gave me one word. You want to know what that word is? Go ahead and show them what that word is, Maud, as we switch the screen. There it is. Unstoppable. And I looked at it and I was like, unstoppable? Clearly, I'm not unstoppable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out here having this argument with you right then and there, guy. But he broke it down. He let me know that it was actually not one word, but 3 words. And in order for you to understand what those 3 words are, you've got to go through what we're going to take you through in this process. So look at those words real quick. It's the it's the stop, but focus on the letters in red. It's the ABLE, because those are what you have to do to tap into your best you potential. So here's the question as we move along in the slides. How can you tap into your best you potential? How can you tap into your best you potential? We're going to move to the second slide. So 1, 2 on these slides. Go to the next one. Absolutely. We're going to talk about 4 ways that you can tap into your potential. Number 1, we're going to talk about tap into your awareness. Number 2, we're going to talk about tap into your beliefs. Number 3, we're going to talk about tapping into your life lessons. And number 4, we're going to talk about tapping into your expected success. Now, like we said earlier, sometimes technology doesn't want to do what it has to do. That's why you got the voice right here. So go on to the next slide and we're going to jump, keep it moving. Let's talk about number 1. And hopefully you are writing down the notes, because the first way you can tap into your potential is first tap into your awareness. Write it. Awareness. What are you aware of today that's keeping you stuck? What are you aware of today that's keeping you chained to where you are? What are you aware of today that's not allowing you to live your best life at its fullest potential? You know, I had to become aware that even though I had lost my good government job, I had already fired myself from that job years before then. Somebody's going to get that on the replay. See, many times you may go to work and you can work your 9 to 5 or your 8 to 4 or your 6 to 6, whatever it is, on autopilot, because you've been there so long. You can do it without even thinking. You can literally do it in your sleep. And that was me. I was doing it in my sleep. And because I got so good at doing it, I found myself wandering. I found myself thinking about that question. Is this the best it ever was going to be? And in the back of my mind, there was always this movie scene of coming attractions. You know how when you go to the movie and before the main movie comes on, you get the coming attractions of future things that are about to come to the movie theater? Well, yeah, that's what was happening in my mind. I was getting those coming attractions of future things that I was destined to do. And where I was sitting, daydreaming, was not the final destination. So I was aware, I had this burning desire inside of me for the longest time that this was not where I was supposed to be, but the fear of leaving on my own kept me stuck. Come on, somebody, you know what I'm talking about. The fear, the false evidence appearing as real that made it seem like if I got up out of that chair and I walked out on my own, I would not be able to make it. I was beholden to this good government job, and this good government job had me by the neck. But God knew there was something more for me. So he knew that I was aware, but he also knew I wasn't going to do anything about it. So what did he do? He decided that he was going to take that job away. And he took that job away so that I could become aware that there was more to come. He took me out of one movie so that he could set me up to be on stages in the next movie. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you're going to have to look at. You're going to have to be aware of where you are and where you want to be in order to tap into your potential. So what's the message that I want to say to you? What do I want you to understand as we go to the next slide? The next slide is just basically looking at you. How do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as the person that's sitting in that job right now? Do you see yourself doing that for the rest of your life? And if you do, that's cool, because everybody plays a role in this game called life. And maybe your role is to be the best person at that position that you can be for the people that you interact and the people that you serve. So no shame if working that 9 to 5 that you're working is the place you're supposed to be. But if it's not, then you need to have that awareness. So after we talk about tapping into our awareness, then you've got to tap into your beliefs. Go to the next slide. Tap into your beliefs. You see, while I was working at that good government job, I believed that that's what I was supposed to be doing. And why did I believe that, you might be asking, Coach T? Well, let me tell you. Because my mama, she worked for the government. My sister worked for the government. My aunt worked for the government. You see where I'm going with this? Everybody who was in the circle of influence of my life was working for the government. So by default, I thought that's what I was supposed to do too. But I said it earlier, sometimes we end up thinking that we're supposed to be living the life that other people are living. Because they're living it, that's what we're supposed to be living, when that couldn't be any farther from the truth. You've got to recognize and you've got to be aware of not only where you are, but you've got to be aware of what you believe. When I tapped into my own beliefs, I believed that I was supposed to be helping people, but I also believed that that was not the end all be all place where I was going to help people. So as we move on to the slides, here's the question for you. Life is one big game. The question is, in order for you to win, you got to be tapped into your source. So are you tapped into your source? Are you tapped into the source of the people or the thing that allows you to create the beliefs that you have in your life? When you are tapped into the source, things come a little bit easier than when you're out there on your own. One of the things we're going to be talking about in my breakout session later on today, so hopefully you'll come back, is we're going to be talking about asking for guidance. That's going to be one of the things. When you're tapped into the source, that's where you can get guidance. And that guidance will lead and confirm the things that you believe to be true about you as well as others. But you've got to be willing to tap into that source so that you can tap into your beliefs. So we talked about tap into your awareness. That's the one. We talked about tap into your beliefs. But now as we move to the next slide, we're going to talk about tapping into your life lessons. Write it. Tap into your life lessons. Now, you'll see on the screen, this picture says difficult roads lead to beautiful destinations. Well, what do they mean by that? Sometimes you've got to go through some difficulties and learn the lessons from those difficult situations in order to get to your beautiful destination. It's not about the destination that makes you grow. It's about the journey and the things that you learn along the way that's going to help you to tap into your overall potential. If I hadn't lost my good government job, I wouldn't know that I was meant to be sitting here in front of you right now, talking to you about tapping into your potential. I can't talk to you about your potential if I'm not tapping into mine. And I learned how to tap into mine because I had some life lessons that taught me along the way. So what life lessons have you had? Velton Showell last night said on his presentation that you don't lose, you learn. And that's a mindset shift that we have to take in life. Many times we think because we have failed that we're a failure. But I'm here to let you know that failure is not fatal and failure is not final if you learn the lesson. You never lose, you just learn. You tap into those life lessons so that you can really solidify what you do believe. You tap into those life lessons because they let you know what you are now aware of about your life, so that when you get uncomfortable, as we move to the next slide, you'll recognize that once you get to that destination, it's not the destination that you're proud of. It's the fact that you got uncomfortable and you went through the difficult destinations anyway. Look, ladies and gentlemen, the mug says it all by itself. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. When you decide that you're going to learn from those uncomfortable lessons that we all have to go to get to the other side of greatness, you are going to now have that built up shield of armor for the next obstacle. Every life lesson gives you an extra layer of armor to help you for the next lesson. Every lesson that you go to is now a stronger foundation for you to handle the next obstacle, the next problem. When you learn from those life lessons, you are able to now tap into the potential to conquer that next life lesson. And it takes you to the final thing that I want to talk to you about in order to tapping into your best you potential. So as we move to the next slide, I've talked to you about tapping into your awareness, tapping into your beliefs, tapping into your life lessons, so that you can ultimately get to this point is where you tap into your expected success. Write it down, because success is an expectation. Success is something that you should expect each and every day, no matter what you're going through. And as we roll to the next slide, I want you to just take a second to meditate on that picture, because that picture is me. Now, it's not physically me, but it's a representation of me. Because each and every morning when the sun rises, I get out of bed and the first thing I say to the world is, "It's an unstoppable day." Why do I do that? I don't do that because it's just a catchy phrase. I do that because it's a declaration to the universe as to what I expect to happen on today. If you wake up and say it's going to be a messed up day, guess what? It's going to be a messed up day. But if you wake up and say it's going to be a great day, it's going to be an awesome day, it's going to be a successful day, then 9 times out of 10, when the end of the day comes and you look back over the things that you were able to achieve and do under that day, you'll find that you probably had an unstoppable day as well. It all begins in the mind. You have to tell the world what you expect from the world. And when you put out, it's like the law of attraction. What you put out will always come back to you. So you get to decide whether you are going to have a great day or a bad day. Move to the next slide. And I want to show you something that is really phenomenal that I saw since I moved here from South Florida. If you can see the picture, I know it's a little bit grainy, but take a look at it. There are 2 trees in the distance. And you wouldn't really know they're trees because they're so low to the ground. But look at the bark. Look at the trunk of that tree. It's still in the ground. Now, because we live in South Florida, these trees have to endure heavy hurricanes. They have to endure intense heat. They have to endure torrid rainstorms. They have to endure things that mere normal trees, maybe up north or maybe out in California or maybe down in Arizona, they don't have to deal with. But these trees were planted here for a reason, because these trees have a strong foundation and they expect success. So when the change of life comes their way, when the winds of storm try to blow them over, they know that they have a strong foundation, so they won't break even when they bend. They have that expectation that no matter come hell or high water, they are still going to walk in their purpose. And their purpose is to stand tall, stand strong, and be the tree that they were created to be. So when the winds of change and the storms of life come your way, are you going to bend but don't break? Are you going to be unstoppable If you're going to be unstoppable and bend but not break, put that in the chat that today I'm going to be my best you because I am unstoppable. Say it, write it, claim it. That is your dream for today. And today we're going to help you become that person. But no matter what we say today, no matter how we motivate you, no matter how we give you tools, tips, and strategies to make it happen, here's the one thing that we cannot do for you. And it is actually what I mean when I talk about TAP. So as we go to the next screen, let me really break down. I love acronyms, and I'm about to give you two, and you probably didn't even know I gave them to you throughout this presentation, but that's okay. See, TAP is not just a word. TAP is an acronym. And it's the acronym for you today as you become your best you. In order to tap into your potential, ladies and gentlemen, you have to take action personally. Your mama can't do it for you. Your daddy can't do it for you. Your siblings can't do it for you. Your friends can't do it for you. Even we can't do it for you. The only way you're going to tap into your personal and your best you potential is to take action personally. And you're going to do that by being aware. You're going to do that by tapping into your beliefs. You're going to do that by tapping into your life lessons. And you're going to do that by tapping into your expected success. And what does that acronym stand for? That stands for the ABLE in unstoppable. You are able to be aware. You are able to tap into your beliefs. You are able to learn from your life lessons, and you are able to expect success. And when you recognize that you are able to do that, as we move to the next slides, you will see the sunshine over your ocean because you will know that you have the potential to do more, have more, and be more than you ever thought was possible. But it begins with you. As we close and go to the final slide, I just want to leave you with this. When you become your best you, you won't just make it a great day. You'll make it an unstoppable day. I'm Terence, the Unstoppable Coach Lethbridge with Unstoppable Coaching Services. You know how to reach out to me on all social media or at unstoppablecoaching.com. But do not leave this place today, this place of divine intervention, without taking the tools, tips, and strategies that we give you today and tap into your best you potential.
T. Lethbridge, my man, Mr. Unstoppable.
What's going on? Be the change.
You know, Terrence, it's interesting because you and I mean, we go way back, like beginning of COVID back, and it's always interesting to see just the growth that people have during times of struggle and different times. And honestly, from a digital perspective and from a virtual perspective, I think we can all remember the first event where we did it together with Jeff, and it's this whole like, hey everybody, it's and to see the way that you have turned the virtual world into a stage, I feel like I'm with you. I feel like I'm there with you, and I honestly don't know too many people, if anybody, that does a virtual presentation better. And I loved hearing you speak. I love the energy you bring, and I felt like I was in a room with you. And I think that the growth that you already were talented, the growth that you have had on a virtual level is amazing. I cannot wait to see you in person, my friend.
Absolutely. You know, it's been so long since we did in person. I don't know if the stage was going to be large enough for everything that we do, but I thank you for that. And I thank you for noticing. And I think what you just said is a message for the people that are watching. I tapped into my potential. Because of what the circumstances, obstacles that were beyond our control, there are going to be things that you can't change. But I just looked at it differently. And we said it last night. When you look at the things that you can't change differently, those things change. And it's all about the mindset. It's all about the perspective. And recognizing that despite what obstacles are in your way, you still can become your best you. And here's the thing. There is not a ceiling to becoming the best you. Each and every day, you get the opportunity to best what you did the day before. And you can be the change that you want to be in your own life just like Anthony Russo talks about each and every day.
And I always still love your message about the ripple effect and the way that you articulated it. It was beautiful. You are a beautiful man. We're going to see you pretty much the rest of the day on and off. So we'll see you in backstage. And you already told everybody how to find you, and I'm sure you'll say it again. But again, great speech. That was phenomenal. Thanks, Terence.
Thank you, my friend. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure you continue to take notes because it's all about you. We're just on stage, but the message is for you.
Take it easy, T. All right, ladies and gents, it is time for our next speaker. We are excited. I hope you are excited. Again, keep sharing this out. Tag some friends. This was supposed to be a $60 value, and we decided to blast it out there. And I know Terence talked a little bit about failure, and when life changes, you go with it. You figure out what's going on this morning, some issues, and it's to benefit. You go with what God gives you or the universe, and it's hopefully to benefit that one person that would not have bought a ticket and might be able to change their life. And that's the beauty behind all of this. So please tag somebody. This is 12 hours of typically very well-paid speakers, and then tomorrow as well. So tag somebody, share this out there. And if you would like to join us in person, February 11th through the 13th in Kansas City, Kansas area, I would love to see you. I know Brenda would love to see you. We would all love to see you. We've got some great speakers going there. Go to comechangeyourlife.com. Again, that was comechangeyourlife.com. Tickets this weekend for a very short period of time, I believe, are $239, and they will be $399. So $239 again is barely covering the meals. So it's a great opportunity if you are in that area or want to visit family, want to visit friends. I can't wait to meet Toriano, by the way, and actually Terence in person. It's about time. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next speaker. So I'm very excited to introduce this lovely lady. We've got a great mixture of guys, women, and each one with a powerful story and a powerful background and a powerful voice. So if you could get out of your seats. Okay, you don't really have to get out of your seats because nobody can see you. But if you want, get out of your seats. I could tell she's out of her seats. I think she's standing. So she is taking this. She's taking it legit, ladies and gentlemen. So if we could, we're going to introduce our next speaker, Kim Case. She is a crime survivor, system advisor, and advocate for crime victims. Kim has spent 2 decades breaking barriers and creating change in the public safety sector. Her passion for serving crime victims began after a brutal victimization nearly took her life. Kim dedicated her life to balancing the scales of justice so that no family falls into the gaps which exist in the criminal justice system. Kim is an international speaker and trainer recognized for her work through development and direction of programs like the Department of Justice Office for Victims of Crime, OVC, the acronym for that, advocacy services through FBI's Office for Victim Assistance, Elevate program, the Crime Victims Unit, which serves Missouri sheriffs and police agencies, National Center for Campus Public Safety, United States Air Force Sexual Assault Response and Prevention Office, also known as SART, Mothers Against Drunk Driving Victims Services, and multiple kindergarten through 12th grade and higher educational institutions, including recent work with the safety and health organization Cornerstones of Care. Kim serves on the Missouri Supreme Court's Domestic Violence and Human Trafficking Task Force, along with a variety of other state and local advisory committees, and is the ambassador for the law firm D. Miller and Associates. Former United States Attorney General Loretta Lynch, Department of Justice, recently recognized Kim for impacting the lives of thousands of law enforcement officers and crime victims by honoring her with the Special Courage Award in Washington, D.C. Lynch and the Department of Justice commented, despite her victimization, she chose to use her experience to offer other victims strength and has been fighting for their rights ever since. Case has spent much of the last 25 years working with legislature, law enforcement, the courts, the press, and victims and their families to ensure victims' rights. Her extraordinary actions bring positive and lasting change in the lives of crime victims. Her story has been told on Discovery Channel's Surviving Evil and Lifetime Movies Network's I Survive. She regularly appears on Fox News Kansas City. Kim founded kimcase.org and Kim Case Consulting, where she shares her journey. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for, that honestly, I don't even know if she needs to speak anymore because that is a background like I don't think we've heard too many times. Ladies and gentlemen, Kim Case.
Hello. Wow, that was a lot of words, Anthony. Thank you so much for that introduction.
No problem. The floor is yours.
All right. Come change your life, everyone. Thanks for joining me on this Saturday morning. I'm really excited to be here with you. We're going to talk today about the process of transforming tragedies in our life to triumphs. It's something that we have to do. We have to take action. We can change our lives, but we have to take the steps. So we're going to transform tragedies into triumphs today. You can go ahead, Maud, and give me the next slide. Thank you. I'm excited to be here today. There is a lot of things that we're going to cover. We're going to first start by talking about our compass. What direction is our compass facing? Because sometimes when life throws things your way, the wind and the waves, we have to find our true north. We have to center ourselves. Go ahead, Maud. Let's see. We are looking at a beautiful picture of hope. This is hope. And what hope is something that drives us to the future. Hope shows us that we can live in a place of pleasure and gain, but we have to be willing to walk through the difficult things. The Bible talks about walking through the valley, and we have to walk through it. We don't want to get stuck there. Go ahead, Maud, and change that slide. So seeing a sunset like this is a beautiful way to wrap up a day. But the visuals here, what I want you to look at is the road that reaches to that beautiful sunset. We can see it in a distance, but we have to walk towards it. And for me, making that choice every day is something that I have to do because of a situation that happened early in my life. I was followed by a car of 4 men. I had no idea they were behind me. And I'll tell you what, when they grabbed me in the darkness, kidnapped me from my driveway, I knew in my soul that my life was changing. Go ahead, Maud. It's pictures like this, newspaper articles like this, that we see every day in the news. What happens to the lives that have been affected by crime? How does someone move out of a place of being stuck? Here are the 4 men that kidnapped me. And as you can see, the newspaper headlines says they were partying before going to prison. And that's exactly what was happening. There had been a sentence handed down and a 30-day stay to get prepared to go into prison for one of these 4 men. And to do that, they decided to go up towards Kansas City and have a little fun. What they did, though, was reach out and forcefully throw me into their car. You can imagine at the time, I was 19, everything was in front of me. All my hopes and dreams were there, ready to be attained. But they had other things in mind. They actually meant to harm and meant to kill. By the grace of God, I was able to escape that situation. I know, I just told you the end of the story. It's kind of like a spoiler, huh? But I stand here today in hope and encouragement because I've overcome. I've turned this tragedy into a triumph in my life. You can change the slide, Maud. So when I look at a picture of those 4 men, it makes me realize that going back to the events in the car, this is what I faced. Everything was in front of me, but what I saw from the front seat was a gun pointed at me. They instantly handcuffed me. I tried to get out of the car. I tried to jump. They pulled me back in by my hair. It was one of those times in life where you know this is an incredibly devastating and important moment that is happening. And everything that came through my mind after that was about survival, surviving the next second. You can change this slide. Have you ever been in a place where you know that there is something occurring that is changing your life, but not for the good? As you can see, they had me handcuffed for the entire nearly 16 hours. They took turns assaulting me and strangling me. By the grace of God, I was able to survive. And after nearly 15 hours, I pulled my hand from the handcuff and I was able to escape the barn where they were holding me captive. You know, going through something like this and realizing what human beings are willing to do to another does steal some of the joy that you're living with. It's about our willingness to fight through that matters. Go ahead and change the slide, Maud. You know, as the hours passed, I spent time trying to understand how this could be happening to me. I was a new Christian at the time, and I knew some of the promises of Scripture, but I didn't understand how to put that into action in my life other than just praying. So I did that, and I did that in a way that kept me protected, and I felt like there was a barrier around me. But knowing that I probably wouldn't survive, all I could think of was the pain and agony that my family would be going through. You know, overcoming a situation like this is sometimes bigger than what you think is possible. But I'll tell you what, any situation that causes you to fear, to have anxiety, to wonder what's next is really a pivotal point in offering a moment of change. You can change the slide. As the hours passed and I was held in this barn, there was a belt buckle, a harness buckle that was outside of the barn. And as we approached the barn from the creek where they had been keeping me, I found this little buckle and I was able to put it in my pocket. And as you see, it had a heart on it. And for me, that was a sign that the universe, that God was working in my favor. And if I could stay calm, and if I could try to make myself human to these 4 offenders, perhaps I could get away. So I made bargains with them. I made deals with them. I literally begged for my life. You can change the slide. At any given moment, we have the power to change our story. We have the power to rewrite it. What these men meant for harm for me turned out to be something that was going to change lives. The ripples effect that, you know, we talked about in some of the work that I've been able to do was simply about making a choice. It was about making a choice to walk through the event and become a survivor. You know, the story that we're writing was crafted in us from the beginning of our being. And the power that lies within us to overcome, to change our life, to be the best that you can be, is really about stepping into that possibility. You can change the slide. You know, we were talking about being unstoppable earlier, and you know, it's something about our ability to have hope. Then you can find your way to healing. You know, happiness comes in a lot of different forms. It doesn't always mean that things have to be perfect, but it means that we are taking steps towards that. So finding ways to cope, finding ways that bring light back into your life. It's like exposing the darkness. And for me, it meant continuing to fight. Go ahead and change the slide. You know, the healing part is often where people get stuck. And I've noticed lately, as this world is just overcome with pain and agony and anxiety about the things that are happening politically and in our communities, you know, we can rest assured. You see the pictures on the screen. 4 men sentenced to over 375 years in prison. Fortunately, I was able to escape. I was handcuffed to the offender on the right, and he was 19 also. At one point, he fell asleep. The other 3 had left. The driver left with the car early in the afternoon. He went to pick up his wife from work. And I remember when I learned that, I got so angry that he actually had the ability to go out and do a normal way of life when I was stuck, handcuffed, and being assaulted. The fact, though, that they've been in prison has not released me from the pain and the agony of dealing with this every day. This is a lifetime event. Their actions altered the course of my life. But it was up to me to take back that control, and through prayer and meditation and good counseling, I was able to find some strength to overcome. You know, I've been to 7 parole hearings on these offenders, and one of them, the one that actually grabbed me and pulled me into the car, has a release date. So there's going to be a new set of normalities that I'm going to be living with now once this offender is out, something I haven't faced. So I'm having to step back into my own process of overcoming, choosing to understand that I can still write my story. You know, I've always wondered if there was a point of any sort of remorse. I haven't had a chance to find out, but I'm wondering if maybe there might be a mediation, or a conversation that can happen to put some closure and for me to offer some faith and some forgiveness. You can change the slide. The next 5 years for me are going to be interesting as I step into that place of triumph. It's going to be a daily action as I watch this offender finish a program in Department of Corrections and then be released. And then it's really my choice about how I choose to maneuver this next season. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the transformation process. I was speaking recently with a survivor of crime, and we were discussing what transformation means. Does it mean getting rid of the old and making new? Does it mean bringing new light into the old and rearranging it and looking at it in a different way? And she brought up the analogy of the caterpillar. And, we all think it wraps itself in the cocoon and it just emerges as this butterfly. But do you realize that it has to basically disintegrate? It has to turn into a pile of goo, basically, before and during the transformation process to emerge this beautiful, colorful creature. That's what's inside of us. And it's up to us to be willing to go through that process. Transformation is not necessarily easy. As a matter of fact, it might be the most difficult thing that you engage in. However, there is a plethora of opportunity and joy, and we don't have to be defined by the old story. Go ahead and change the slide. Stepping into transformation is stepping into the story of what we were meant to experience. It's like the oak tree. Everything that is inside the oak tree, the acorn, holds all of the promise. So I think about a seedling as it's growing. Have you ever seen one like on a sidewalk, kind of in the cracks of a sidewalk, and you wonder, how did that get there? Did it emerge from way down deep? Was that seed always there, and when the concrete was put around it, it decided to bust through? Or did it see a light? Did the seedling realize that if it worked hard enough, it could grow? Next time you see something like that, I want you to stop and reflect on your own journey. Are you willing to go towards the light? Are you willing to break through the concrete if you need? Back to the acorn analogy, it's not going to turn into a pine tree. It's not going to turn into a rose bush. It's not going to grow into, a tomato vine. That is meant to be an oak tree. Everything inside of it. So everything that you can be is already inside of you. It's about accessing. It's about finding your own strength. It's about engaging and getting back to the core of who God made you to be. It's a simple process of stopping and reflecting, finding your dreams, and taking action. The process of escaping this brutal assault meant that I was stepping into something different. It meant that I was stepping into an unknown process called the criminal justice system. And, this situation happened in 3 counties with 4 offenders. And so that meant that I was going to go through 5 years of prosecution process, trials, guilty pleas, a number of hearings. It really consumed my life. And here I was just 20 then at the time. This happened the month before I turned 20. Again, not really capable of managing a crisis such as this. Yet my faith was strong, my willingness to fight and to prove that this was not going to define me. It's like that seedling. It's like the acorn. It's like the caterpillar. If you dream big enough and you believe that what you need is already there, it's already inside of you. We need to make the conditions right to allow it to grow, which means investing in yourself, listening to moments like this where you can encourage and be encouraged. The relationship of human beings are meant to love and inspire. And being willing to step into that is where you can find your hope. Go ahead and change the slide. When I found my wrist able to move in the handcuff, I realized that I could take the cuff off. And we were laying in the top of this barn on a sheet of metal. And every time I moved in order to hold the handcuff and pull it out, it would move the metal. Understanding that he could wake up at any moment and kill me is what I knew the possibility was, what I knew his intention was. He was left there to kill me. But again, God had other plans. And as I pulled the cuff and I wiggled my wrist, I was able to finally be released. He was still asleep. I jumped out of the hayloft and I ran. What I'm showing you here is a picture of a weaving. And I want you to look at the components that happen when something is woven together. And it may seem odd to talk about this right now as I'm talking about escaping from a kidnapping and a hostage situation. But what I want you to understand is there is a warp and a weft. And the things, the yarn, the material, they have to be woven together. So it takes both sides. It takes all components to make a fabric or make a blanket that is going to be tough enough to stay together and to be held and to be used. Your life is similar. The adversity is purposeful. It's your belief about the adversity where the hope lies. It's really about choosing to believe that this adversity can be something that will fertilize the soil of your soul. The adversity is meant to grow you. If you take the adversity as part of the weaving and you weave it in with encouragement, hope, and strength, and believing that you can attain and achieve, then you can weave together this fabric. Go ahead and change the slide. I want you to realize and understand that it does take both sides. It takes the rain to make a rainbow. It takes the rain to water the plants that bring us beauty and joy. So without the adversity, it's hard to really achieve something that is so purposeful in your life. So I'm asking you and I'm challenging you to think differently about the adversity. Look at your belief about it, because that's where the hope comes from. You see how these strands are woven together. You can weave the adversity, the difficulties, the challenges into your life by weaving them into your soul. And what it does, it's just like when you plant a garden and you put things in the soil that help it. You create an environment for it to be tough. That's what the adversity does when you weave it with those good things. You can go ahead and change the slide. Now, I feel honored to share about this experience that almost took my life, because we all have the ability and the right to decide how the story ends. And for me, speaking hope into hurting lives was a way to take that experience, my belief about it, and use it for good. And it's been a joy to spend my life advocating and working for people that need hope. It's been such an honor. And speaking to you today reminds me that just a smile and a laugh and some encouragement can really turn the trajectory of your day. Go ahead and change my slide. I'm getting to the end, and I want to just remind everyone that there is a way to step into hope. It's a choice, but in moments like this, with these kind of resources and these wonderful speakers you're going to hear today and tomorrow, you're going to be able to fertilize the soil of your adversity, of the goodness. You're going to bring it all together, woven for good. Be willing to believe that God has placed everything inside of you that you need to overcome and to be the best that you can be. Thanks for joining me. Feel free to join me and check out my website. And I look forward to connecting with you through any social media channel. Thanks.
Great job, Kim. That was
Hey,
cool.
Anthony, thank you.
Unreal. Your story is unreal, first off. And now knowing a little bit more about it and the, I don't want to call them accolades, but all the different things you've been a part of in your life to create change. There's that adage of, life happens for you and not to you. But I think in your case, I think it happened for a lot of other people. It happened to you, but you've been able to create change in so many people's lives, administrations, different things like that. And what your tragedy was, what you've turned it into is something beyond measure. So Kim, kudos. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So again, if you could repeat how people can find you, what I saw you had your website up a second ago. Is there any other social media, or how would you like people to track you down?
Yeah, at Kim Case. You can just find all the different social media, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all of those things. So I'd love to interact and engage. And anyone needing a dose of hope, I'm happy to share and to listen and to pour into you in any way that I can.
Excellent. I think you're from the Kansas City area. So are you, I haven't talked to Brenda. Are you speaking at the event in February?
I am. I'll be live. Yes. And I'm going to share in a little bit more detail some of the events of the experience.
Awesome. I look forward to that. Anybody that, it's amazing because people talk about how to create change in the world and in our country. And one of those is policy. And it looks like you have done that. You have worked directly with people. And sometimes that's a very hard thing to do. So I think learning from you on that is going to be, is really interesting. So I can't wait to meet you personally. Kim, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for that, your powerful story and your comeback. You're essentially, and nobody can fit and nobody can go into anybody else's shoes and know what that's like. But to see what you've done with that life experience is nothing short of a miracle. So thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Glory to God for sure. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Happy
God
Saturday,
bless.
everyone.
Happy Saturday. Take it easy, Kim.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that takes us to, well, it would be a break. Let's see where we're at. You know what? I think we're good. I think we're just going to go straight into our panels. So, Terence, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come out and chit chat before we bring out our first panel. Oh, I got a thumbs up. Is that a yellow pocket square that I didn't see earlier? Oh man, did you just add that?
No, you're just old and blind. That's all.
I think it was below the frame before. I think that was what it was.
Well, because I'm becoming my best you, I'm just rising to the top. So
Love it. All right. Well, Terence, the floor is about to be yours. We've got two panels back to back. Enjoy. The audience I know is going to enjoy. Please continue to share this out there. If you want to know more, and obviously you just heard Kim speak, Toriano, Terence, you'll hear me later, and several other speakers. We are going to be in Kansas City, February 11th through the 13th. Go to comechangeyourlife.com. The tickets this weekend for a very short period of time are literally just cost, which is $239. Tickets will be $399, but this is an in-person event in Kansas City, Kansas, which is very close to Kansas City, Missouri. If anybody doesn't know their geography, look forward to meeting all of you guys there. Terence, It's panel 30. That's what it is. That's the time.
I got you. But before we let you go, what? We haven't done something today, and I think we need to do this because the
What do we gotta
world
do?
needs to know about becoming the best you. We haven't done a hashtag all this time. So let's create that hashtag right now. And why is it important for a hashtag? Because every time you do a comment and you add the hashtag that we're about to give you, then your circle of influence will be automatically tapped into what we're doing. And then their circle of influence will automatically be tapped into what they're doing. So I'm just going to take it upon myself to come up with the hashtag because, I am the acronym king.
You are.
So hashtag BTBY, becoming the best you. Hashtag BTBY. Every time you comment, we want you to add that hashtag BTBY so the Facebook algorithm will go crazy, so that the YouTube algorithm will be off the hook. We are going to shut the internet down, not because we're messing up, but because you are blowing up, because you're letting the world know that you are becoming the best you. So every comment I see from the rest of this day needs to have that hashtag, what? BTBY, because you are becoming the best you. All right.
Terence, I got to ask you a question. And I know that our speakers, our panelists, Corey, Jessica, and Karen, if they're right now, they're backstage, they're sharing this out there to their own social networks. So we're going to give them a minute. Terence, were you a cheerleader in high school or college? Because that BTBY, I'm not going to lie, I felt like you were about to be doing one of these things. There was a lot.
I was not a cheerleader, but I was in the #1 high school band in the land in Chicago, the Mendo Monarchs, and I used to play saxophone. Now, if you can picture this big head inside of even a bigger hat with a nice blue and white uniform on, and I was playing the saxophone. The saxophone. That's where it came from, and that's where the greatness happened.
So Terence, and I was in Michigan State last week, and apparently there's hazing that goes on at college bands because
absolutely
we were like, it was about 50 degrees out, and we didn't know why, but there was a group of about 20 gentlemen that did not have shirts on in the cold, and we're like, they must be freshmen of some kind. So
absolutely,
the band life is something I don't know anything about. Apparently you do, but I'm not gonna lie, that BTBY thing you just did, nailed it.
A great movie you should check out is, if you haven't checked it out already, came back in 2000s, Drumline.
Oh, I love Drumline.
Drumline, that is the band experience. So if you know Drumline, you saw that there was some hazing. I remember many a days standing at attention with my knee up in the middle of a pouring rain because, hey, sometimes when you perform, you got to perform in the rain. So what you do in practice shows up in your presentation. Hey, I think we just talked about becoming your best you.
100%. All right, Terence, it's go time. I'm going to step in back. You are going to introduce the panels, and we're going to have a little fun. All right?
Absolutely. All right, welcome back to the Becoming the Best You conference. If you guys are enjoying yourself and you're having a good time, I want you to go ahead and put it in the comment saying, I'm having a great time, hashtag BTBY. Yes, we're going to bring up the energy in the room, because when you become your best you, hey, you got to shout about it. You got to sing about it. You got to dance so the world will know that you are your best you. And you can get a lot from hearing one speaker, and we have phenomenal speakers, but sometimes you just got to hear it real and raw from a couple of people at the same time. So that's why we created the BTBY panel discussion, the BTBY panel discussion, because there may be somebody on these two panels that we're going to have this morning that has a story just like yours. There may be somebody that has gone through some things and now they have become their best you. And by you hearing their story, it's going to help you with your BTBY story going forward. So we're going to bring our panelists up one by one, but we're going to let them introduce themselves, because nobody can describe you better than you. So in panel number 1, we're going to start with the ladies first. So we're going to bring to the screen our first panelist, Karen Vaughan. Mic check, mic check. Karen, can you hear us? Mic check, mic check. Karen, can you hear us? Okay, unmute yourself, Karen. There you go. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear us? All right, she may be clicking it a little bit too fast, so we're going to let her unmute herself.
Okay. There you go, Karen. Just hit it one time for us. There you go. You should be good right now.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes. Can you hear us, Karen?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I
so
can hear you.
There may be a little delay, so that's fine. That's okay. Karen, we're going to give you 30 seconds, not a second more, to introduce yourself to the Becoming the Best You audience, and then we're going to bring up our next panelist. So go ahead, Karen, introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Karen Vaughan, and I am a marketing and public relations extraordinaire. I do have a degree in marketing. I'm a medical professional. I worked in radiology, sonography, MRI, and decided about maybe a year or 2 years ago to switch back to my marketing degree and started doing public relations events, and also went back into public speaking. And I have always been a person that I always hid behind the scenes, and I actually met about maybe a couple months ago, and I joined a platform with him. It was a CEO, I guess, a Black CEO Network, and I did a speaking event with him. And since then, I decided that, you know what, I missed my public speaking. I just missed being on a stage. I missed speaking to people, and I know that this is what God had created for me to do. And so I decided to come back into, becoming my best me. And this is how I decided to reinvent and recreate myself again for 2021. And
great.
and that's
great.
Karen Vaughan.
Love it. Love it. Thank you, Karen. We're going to go a little bit deeper into that as we go to our conversation today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, This is live. This is internet. And sometimes things happen with internet. So if by chance one of our speakers needs to drop off and drop back in, we're going to keep it moving. But you guys definitely stick and stay in the comments and encourage them as we bring up our next panelist for panel session number 1. It is Jessica Monterey. Let's bring Jessica up. Mic check, Jessica.
Hey, Terence, how are you?
I am unstoppable. Thanks for asking.
You crushed it.
Thank you. So now it's your time to crush the stage. Give us 30 seconds about who Jessica is before we bring up our next panelist.
Well, your story was so much like mine. I have been in corporate America for 16 years. I live in Kansas City on the Kansas side, so I'll be right next to that event. I'll be at that event in February, but I'm so excited to be with you guys today. I help people, teach people how to create cash flow individually for nonprofits, for organizations, for foundations, and show people how to age like fine wine. So I'm super excited to be here helping people become the best you, right?
All right. Great. Thank you for sharing that with us, Jessica. And last but not least for this panel, discussion number 1, we got some testosterone coming into the mix. He is the Fox himself, Corey Fox. Mic check. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely. We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, take 30 seconds and let them know who Corey Fox is.
Corey Fox is a guy from Topeka, Kansas, aka Top City. So to all my Top City people, hey, I work with an organization called One Heart Project, and I work with at-risk youth from the ages from 8 to 17, and then youth that's coming out of foster care, aging out of foster care from the ages of 18 to 24, and is coming out of the youth prisons. And I teach personal development curriculum. I have the Fox Principles, which you'll probably be hearing about later on. So basically, and I love what I do, personal development, character development, and hoping I can help somebody become the best them that they can be. Because if I did it, I know they can do it too.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be the theme throughout the day, that if we can do it as speakers, then you can do it too. By something that we say or do, it's going to encourage you and the audience to become your best you too. Now, unfortunately, we are at a time limitation, so I'm going to try to go real fast, round robin with these questions. And I know you guys are top-notch speakers, so you're going to be on your game. For each question, I'm going to maybe pick someone specific, or I'm going to open it up to whoever comes first. But for this question, I'm going to let each one of you in a minute give me your answer to this question. And it's a simple question. It's the whole theme of the day. What does it mean to you when you hear the phrase becoming the best you? Jessica, you've got the floor first.
All right. I say it's living your purpose, right? And I know Terence covered this a little bit, living in your divine purpose. Some people have found that, and some people are still searching for that. So I believe it's, having your life match your values. Because if your life's not matching your values, if you say your health is important to you, then what are you doing for your health? If you say spiritual connection is all about what you're about, then what are you doing for that? So living in your purpose, not anyone else's purpose, but your purpose for you.
Love it. Love it. Corey, what does it mean to you when you hear the phrase becoming the best you?
Basically the same thing. It's just finding out what your purpose here is on earth, your God-given purpose, and walking into that, and just living your best life. And what God has created you to be, because we all are uniquely made. We stitched in a different way. Everybody's uniquely different. And what somebody else does, they might do the same thing as me, but they can't do it as like me because they're not me. So just finding your purpose in life and then walking into that purpose and creating anything that you want in this life.
Great, great answer. And Karen, what does it mean to you when you hear the phrase becoming the best you?
Well, basically the same things that Jessica and Corey said. But for me, finding out your why will help you build your confidence. My why is my daughter, and finding out your why and why you want to become the best you, whether mentor someone else or it's to mentor your child or having a child at a young age. And then of course you went through a tumultuous relationships, and just to find out why you want to become your best you. I think that's a very important piece of the puzzle, and ability to get better. And it's being more diverse, it's a real confidence booster. So it takes work and commitment, but it's worth it once you reach the end of your journey.
Right.
Great, great answers by everybody. And I love how you talked about the why. As you guys know, I am the acronym king. And when we think of the word why, it's really 3 words. When you look at your why, it's something that's either what helps you or what hurts you. Our why is always connected to either trying to relieve the pain or increase the pleasure or release the pain. That's one of the main things behind our why. So when we talk about that, we know that there's going to be obstacles in that journey to becoming the best you. So I'm going to ask each one of you to share about 2 minutes about just one obstacle where you were able to use your why to overcome that obstacle and become your best you. And we're going to start with you, Corey. Tell us that one why, that one obstacle you had to overcome in order to become the best you that you are today.
Man, there are so many. Growing up, those puzzles, they had 1,000-piece puzzles, 2,000-piece puzzles, 3,000-piece puzzles. And when you get them there and you pour them out of the box, it just all scrambled up. You don't know where to start. You don't know. And that's how my life was. It was just like a big old puzzle. Like I didn't know how to put the pieces together. But just a little bit, I started off selling drugs. And the same drugs that I started selling, I started using. Then I became addicted to the drugs. Now I'm no longer selling drugs no more. Now I become a drug user. So that was an obstacle that I had to really overcome because I did it for 15 years. 15 years I was on drugs, alcohol, was addicted to drugs, alcohol, and I was addicted to women. So like she was saying, like my why was I had my first son at 28. Then I had another son about 4 months right after that. And that became my why. And I knew that I didn't want my kids to grow up like I grew up. So I had to get off drugs. And being on drugs for 15 plus years and then just wanting to stop, that was the hard thing to do. So I had to put my best foot forward. And I had to just really dig deep within myself. And I had to pray to God. Like Terence was saying, like God was my thing. I don't know what it is for you, but I had to go back to the source from which I came from. And I had to go pray and ask God to help me get through this because I did not want to leave my kids out here without a father like I was raised. And I knew how that felt. And I didn't wish that feeling on none of my kids. So I just had to really just grasp and I had to really reach out and I had to start asking for help. I had to ask for help. I had to go and ask for help because I was stubborn. I didn't ask anybody for help because I grew up. I always felt like I had to do this thing on my own. I was on my own, lonely. And once I started asking for help, that's when my life started to change because now I'm asking for help and they're giving me the tools and I'm now reading books and I'm just changing my life because for my kids. And I had to do that. And it was hard because it was a habit. That became a habit. That became a part of my life for 15 years. So I had to overcome that by really just praying every day, asking God to help me get through, got me a mentor, started reading books, and just really was determined to change my life. And that's how it started with me. That's how I overcame my obstacles and knowing that there was something greater in me than that was in the world. And I had to buckle down and I had to put my best foot forward. And I had to just go for it. And I had to believe that I could do this thing.
I love it. I love it. And, you know, I'm not going to let you get away without, as a result of you going through that defining moment and really buckling down and deciding to go for it, you created something called the Fox Principle. So real quickly, let them know what the Fox Principle is.
The Fox Principles, I came up with about 9 months ago. And these are one of the things that I had to do to really get my life together and the things I had to work on for my personal development. And the number one was Fox, what for the F was focus on desired outcome. If you desire whatever you desire in your heart, if you focus on that, you can create that because you are a creator within yourself. Because the Bible says that God made us in his image and in his likeness. So if God is a creator, then you are a creator as well, because every source and everything, you are part of him. So if you focus on that and you desire it in your heart, you can have whatever you desired if you focus on it and stay committed to it. And then the next one was, to operate in integrity. I believe character is 100% power. Your character is what defines you. And you want people to be able to trust you. You want people to be able to have loyalty. You want to be able people to trust you. You want to be able to be trusted. You want to your character is everything. You want to always do the right thing, even when nobody's looking. You always want to do the right thing because there's always somebody looking. So integrity, character, that's power. And then the last one is X-ray your thoughts. And this was really important because you have to X-ray your thoughts. That means you have to watch what you're watching on TV, who you're listening to, what books you're reading, what music you're listening to. You have to make sure that whatever that negative, if it's negative, you got to wipe that thing out. It's your mindset. It's your mindset. And you have to X-ray your thoughts because, X-ray shows the big picture of things. And if there's anything broken, if there's any broken bones, that's what an X-ray is going to show. So you got to X-ray your thoughts. You got to make sure that you got to see if this is positive or if it's for you or if it's against you. If it's negative, then you don't want to do that thing. But if it's positive, you want to X-ray everything before you even make a decision. It's your mindset. Watching what you put in your mind. What books are you reading? Who are you listening to?
Love it, love it, love it. The Fox principles. I hope you guys are getting that. I hope you are writing that down, taking that information with you, especially that x-ray part, because until you are aware of what's going on inside of you, you are not able to connect to the people that are going to help resolve the issues inside of you so that
That's
you
right.
can become your best you. And
That's
as we
right.
talk about connections, Karen Vaughan, you're known in the world as the connector. But you weren't always that title. You had some obstacles that you had to overcome. So tell us one obstacle that you had to overcome and how you used your why, maybe your daughter, like you mentioned earlier, how that why helped you overcome the obstacles so that you could become the best you are today.
Yes. I was very shy at one time. I just used to always just be in the background, and I never thought that I would have come out of my shell as I did, or as I'm doing now, because I was always just put in the background. I My background is of Caribbean descent, and my parents always told me just do what I you to do, and don't say a word. So I was always like, just trying to be the best that I could be, to because of them, because that's the way I was taught. I was taught like a young lady or a girl is not supposed to be, out there because you're aggressive, like how sometimes people think we're too aggressive. So I always thought I should always just be quiet and stay in the background. And, I grew up sort of just, like that, just being very shy and quiet. But then as I got older, I started to like rebel against what my mother had taught me, because I figured, I just don't want to be left in the background anymore. And I got into some bad company, and I went out there and did things that I wasn't supposed to be doing. And so and so, my mom didn't really know about a lot of things that happened, but I ended up, of course, daughter at a young age. And her father died, and so I was left on my own, and I felt lonely. I didn't have anyone to speak to. I couldn't tell my mother even what was going on, because she would not understand, because she just felt that you had to be the best person that you could be. I believe that's how she was taught and grown up, that you're a black woman in this world. You're supposed to be strong. You're supposed to be in control of everything, and I was not in control of everything. And when my daughter's dad died, and he died at a very young age, and I was left with a child, I had to go out there and find my niche. I had to do something. And so I formed KV Connect, which is like a PR firm, or connection firm. So what I can do for people is a consulting agency, actually. So you could come to me if you need any kind of connections at all, whether it be in entertainment, in real estate, in whatever you need, cryptocurrency. I can connect you to whoever you need to be connected with. And so my company is called KV Connect LLC. And mentioned this was something that I formed because I had to show my daughter that there was something else in me. I actually went back to school also, and I got my marketing degree. I started working with a company that closed down, and so I went back to school and got a medical degree. So I also have my medical degree, and currently pursued a master's as well in mental health. And then I also have my company, as I mentioned. So I'm back on track. And of course, from my daughter's dad being, I have not really remarried since then after he died. And so I'm a single parent, but I'm coping, and I'm actually on, as I told Terence, I met him on a platform, a speaking platform, and I'm pushing myself out there publicly so I can become the best me that I know I can be. And that's
I
that's
love it.
some of my story.
I love it. That's great. And she really touches on some things. Sometimes you've got to, we like to say in the speaking world, you got to go through to grow through. Sometimes you've got to have your proverbial back against the wall before you can really step out of your comfort zone and grow into the person that you want to be. And then I love how you're taking it to the next level, how you're connecting with other people so that they can also learn how to be the best person that they need to be as well. So congratulations and thank you for sharing that story. So Jessica, you said we have a very similar story. You know, I had those proverbial 3 words happen to me. I was fired, and it set me on a defining moment that led to an unstoppable decision. So what was your defining moment? What was that one obstacle that you had to go through that now has you on the journey to becoming your best you?
Yes. So in 2016, I had a brand new baby. I had actually struggled to get pregnant with her, and took us about 2 years. So I struggled with that infertility journey. And then I had her, and I'd read The Purpose Driven Life during my maternity leave. And I was earning for being able to stay home with her. I was wanting to, be able to wake up, right, and create my day, go on walks, start with something I call savers, and I'll share with you in just a second. But I wanted to create my day, create my life, and live within my purpose. And she was my why, right? Her middle name is Hope, actually. And so I wanted to create that life that I'd always dreamed of, give my kids more than I had as a child, all of that. So losing my job, honestly, was an answered prayer, but it's not the way you expect it to happen, right? Like I thought it was going to happen a different way, right? So when God said, nope, you're losing your job today, I was like, oh, I had this huge relief on my shoulders. Like, thank you. You answered my prayer. Like, I mean, I cried for a moment, and then immediately I was like, no, this is my prayer. This is what I've been praying for. And so I just chose to make my plan B my plan A. I decided that failure was not an option. I'm getting God bumps as I'm talking, but failure was not an option. I fed myself every single day, and I'll give you the savers. So the first one is S, silence. So whether that's prayer, silence, like trying to get my direction, like Terence talked about. A is affirmations. V is visualization. E is exercise. R is reading. Corey talked about this. S is scripting. So gratitude, journal. I even, was writing a book, finished a book, like all of that. So savers, I got this from someone else. It's not mine. Like I just use a lot of things from a lot of different people. So I might sound like some people sometimes, and you're like, hey, I've heard that before. It's because there's no new ideas. I've chosen to adopt ideas. So I just really took that plan A to plan B. I decided, you know what, if I need to act like I'm the boss of my life, I don't have a boss anymore. I need to create, daily action items. And I shared that last night, daily action items for every single value in my life. And I need to live out my purpose. And I need to show my 2 daughters. Now I have 2 daughters. I need to show them that their dreams are possible, that they can be confident, right? That they can live their best life, and it's up to them. Like they don't have to do what everybody else is doing. Empowering them, right? So I start with them. They show me that a lot of different things. I learn a lot of lessons from kids, right? But it really is, they're watching you from the very beginning. So it's all about that. And we even talk about gratitude every single day. They know I'm doing my gratitude journal in the morning. Like it's a part of our day, right?
Absolutely. And, no matter how you do your gratitude, you should definitely be in gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
Have that attitude of gratitude, whether you're writing it down, whether you're just saying it in your head, or whether you are acting it out in an act of kindness or in an act of charity that you do with other people. That is definitely something, especially in this season that we're in right now. We definitely need to practice a little bit more gratitude. Now, I told you I was the king of acronyms. So I love that DAI that you came up with, that daily action. And I got to write down the I. So daily action.
So it was savers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, daily action steps
Daily.
is what I said.
Daily
Daily
action
action
steps.
steps. Right. So I shared that.
DAS. Daily
Yeah,
Mhm.
last
action
night. Yeah.
steps.
So I just shared
Yeah.
what are 3 specific actions I can now take toward whatever that value is for you. And there were 9 values. I got this from a wonderful coach, Mr. Bill Mayer. And those specific values, the first one is vibrant health. The second one is spiritual connection. The third one is family focus. The fourth one is time and financial freedom. 5, making a contribution. 6, fun, joy, and laughter. 7, love, kindness, appreciation of self and others. 8, personal growth. 9, neat, orderly, and organized.
Love it, love it. And you guys, if you're watching us, if you are getting this, what these great panelists are putting down, go ahead and put some comments in the chat and make sure you use that hashtag BTBY, hashtag BTBY, and let us know what nuggets you're taking away from what Karen, what Jessica, and what Corey are saying in this first segment of the BTBY panel discussion. So, you know, Jessica actually segued into my next question, which was to share with us a tip, a tool, or a strategy that you can encourage our audience as they become their best you. So, Jessica, you answered the question. I am going to jump down to Corey. Corey, one tool, tip, or strategy that you use daily in your journey towards becoming your best you.
Well, I have this thing. It's called for personal development. I actually have like 10 things, but the first one, the number one that I always start with is start now. Start right now, because procrastination, but we'll be pro at procrastination. We're a pro at that. We always want to put off today what we can put off till tomorrow what we can do today. So when you want to change your life and that thought comes and you know that your life is not the way that it should be going and you want to change it, put your best foot forward, but don't start it today. Start it right now. Because like Dr. West said, that new opportunity window is right there. Or no opportunity wasted. It's right there. So start it right now. Just take that chance and take that leap of faith. And that's what it's going to take, that leap of faith. Faith is the hope, things that are hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. So there's evidence in some things that's not seen, but you just have to take that leap of faith. Your thoughts are the parent which gives birth to all things. So whatever you want to do, you start it right now. And don't wait. Don't procrastinate. Don't be a pro at procrastination. Start it now.
Love it, love it, love it. And you mentioned one of our mentors, Dr. Reuben West. You know, he tells a story that he doesn't wear a regular watch. His watch, only thing that you see on his watch is 2 hands and the word now. Now, because the time is now for you to live your dreams.
Now.
The time is now for you to reach those goals.
Yes.
The time is now for you to be a not just a spectator, but a participator. Don't be a pro at procrastination, but be a spectator in this game called life. You want to get out there and participate. When?
Yes.
Now. Absolutely. So, Karen, what one tool, tip, or strategy can you share with us that you use on your becoming the best you journey?
Well, for me, I start my day off every day with prayer. That's my first thing. I get up in the morning and I start off my day with prayer. I ask the Lord to guide me along throughout my day, to tell me what He wants me to do. And also, I think everyone needs to engage with their intention for that. Nurture your vision. See, hear, feel how you will be experiencing what you want to do. Just get up every day and have your vision in mind. Make a vision board out. Put something on there that's what you want to accomplish. This is your goal that you're going after that particular day. And make sure you accomplish at least one of your goals each day. Whatever your goal is, whether it be to be in a panel that day, whether you want to, be a keynote speaker, just make a goal every single day and just try to accomplish that one goal for that. Even if it takes you the whole week to accomplish that goal, try to accomplish it. That's what That's my message is. You have to have a vision as to where you want to be within a year, within 5 years, within 10 years. Go every day, have that vision board in front of you, and one thing that you have done towards your vision. Like my book, I have a book coming out now next month. It's called The Essence of a Woman. I started this book maybe about what 3 4 years ago, and I could never finish it, but each I did something, towards getting the book out. And now, I mean, my dream is coming true because it's being published. So the book should be out. It took me what years, but done now. So this mean when I say your vision and have a vision in mind and every day, work towards your goal.
I love it. I love it. And congratulations on that upcoming book that is coming out. Now, audience, I want you to write
Yes.
this down. Write this down. Get that pen, get that paper, write this down. A vision without action will always remain a dream. Let me say that again. A vision
Mhm.
without action will always remain a dream. So, to Karen's point, you've got to take action on your vision every day. You know, it's never too late to get started, but if you never get started, it's always too late. So put some action in each and every day and recognize that the best you today can always be bettered by the best you tomorrow if you take action and if you savor, like Jessica said, and if you really go out and know your reason why and just go for it, like Corey said, you're going to continue to become your best you. But now, let's lighten it up a little bit. Let's talk about what your favorite thing that you like to do for others. And I'm going to open it up to whoever wants to speak first. What's the favorite thing you like to do to help others? Come on, Jessica. I see you smiling.
I'm like, okay, I'm ready. I earned a trip last year to Cabo, and I'm helping teammates do the same thing. So yesterday I worked with a couple of people to do that with coaching and, just helping them. Like, it's fun to earn it yourself, but it's even more fun to bring friends with you.
I love it. I had a great time when I was in Cabo, so that's definitely a destination that I'd love to go to, and other people would love to go to as well. Karen, what's the favorite thing you like to do to help others?
I like to make people laugh, and I like to make people comfortable with themselves. And I just like to help kids. I love working with kids. I like to make them feel like they can do anything that they put their minds to do. And this is what I like to do because growing up, if you have a role model or someone that you mentor, and I sort of wish I did. I mean, you might have your family sometimes, but they may not always be the one that can push you to your to be the best you, or to be to your utmost potential. So for kids that have no mothers or fathers, or they have no one to look up to, I think they all need like a big brother, big sister, like a mentor, so that they can become them, their best selves. And that's what I like to do.
Love it. Love it. And that
Encourage kids.
encouragement and laughter. I love that. Laughter it frees the soul. It opens up the heart for anything else and everything else to come inside of you. So definitely, I love how you love to help other people laugh. So Corey, how about you?
I work with the youth, so I really love to help the youth try to shift and change their mindset because I think Rick spoke on it yesterday, how that generational curse, how the things that happens if your father did this and you're gonna be like your father, and you was told you're gonna be just like your daddy, he was no good, and things like that. So I like to get people to really think about their purpose in life and to change the way that they're thinking and to think more highly or better of themselves. That just because somebody said you was going to be that way, don't let somebody else's opinion of you become your reality. So I want to shift their mindset to better thinking and to know that they are somebody. Because I remember when I was in grade school, Mr. McMurphy, he used to come in and he used to play this video, and it was called I Am Somebody. So I want you to know that you are somebody. So I try to take the youth that grew up just the same way that I have and I did, and let them know that, hey, look, you are somebody. You can be whatever you want to be in life, as long as it's according to your purpose and aligned with your purpose.
I love it. You are somebody. Audience, I hope you really heard that, and I hope you let that sink in and recognize, if you never knew it today, Corey's telling you today that you are somebody. And I'm telling you today, because you are somebody, that makes you unstoppable. So here's the next question. Here is the next question. When do you feel at your best? As we're on this journey to becoming our best you, when do you feel like you're your best Karen? Karen.
I feel like I'm my best Karen when I am taking care of myself, mentally, physical, spiritually. When I'm exercising, because I try to exercise almost every day. If everyone knows me, they think I'm a gym rat or they call me a gym rat. But I just love exercising because you know what? It helps me feel good, it helps me look good, and it helps me to control my mindset. Instead of being angry or, getting upset, I realize when I go exercise and I take it out on the machines or on my if I do kickboxing, I take it out then. So I feel so refreshed when I exercise, and then I forget about whatever it was that got me, riled up or whatever. I just feel like a different person. So that's me, making sure that, mentally, physically, spiritually, that's what, that's my answer to that.
I love it. So if you guys go in the gym and y'all see Karen posting a picture on the heavy bag, y'all know what kind of day she's having. So watch out, because somebody's about to get kicked. Jessica, what does your best day look like?
It's that value-based day that I shared. When I'm living in my purpose, when I'm helping people, when I'm, like Karen said, taking time to take care of myself as well, when I'm doing prayer, when I'm, doing my gratitudes, like when I'm living that value-based day, when I'm living in my purpose and I'm, looking at my why, my dreams, all of that, like I'm taking action on that. If I procrastinate, I'm not feeling like I'm having my best you day. I really, when I'm breaking through, when I'm being unstoppable, right, Terence?
I love it.
Yeah, and helping other people be unstoppable as well.
Great answer. So Karen and Jessica, they're both talking about a little bit about self-care, and we know that self-care is the best care. Corey, tell us, what does your best you day look like?
Living in my purpose, going into the schools, into the jails, and this speaking a message to the kids and helping others. And I feel like I'm at my best because when I help others, it just seems like whatever I'm going through, it just goes away because I'm giving my all to something else and trying to make somebody else be the best them that they could be. And when I see my kids and my wife and my family just smiling and laughing and happy and say, hey, Corey, I'm proud of you and where you was and where you came from, that's when I know that I'm living at my best, man.
Great answer. Well, you know what? We are coming down towards the end of this segment, and we're going to thank each and every one of you for this. But the last question is just from the heart. If you could share one message with our audience today of what they can do, like we said, right now to become their best you today, what would that message would be? And we're going to ask this question with the way we started. We're going to start with Karen, then Jessica, and then we'll have Corey bring it home. So Karen, one thing that you would share in our audience on their journey towards becoming their best you.
I would say gather positive people around you raise your energy, turn up the heat, love yourself, be grateful for all you have in your life right now, and spend time with the people who are supportive of you. And that's how, what I would say would be a good way to start to become your best you and live your life.
Thank you. Great, great message. And Jessica, what would you share with our audience on
It's what
how
you
they
said
can
from the
become their
heart,
best
and
you?
here's a picture of a heart right here. My friend Erin, she's gonna be speaking later today. Actually painted for me. So, I think really it comes down to planning your day. Like I plan my day today for tomorrow. Like I look at what do I need to do and those values towards my taking action towards my goals, my dreams, my ultimate vision for my life, my purpose, all of that. So daily, right? If it's not something you do daily, then guess what? Like if it's not top of mind, you're not doing it. Other things come into your life. So it doesn't always look like the same things every single day, action wise in the same order. But even in the hardest times, we've had the last, pandemic, right? I
Mhm.
lost some family members, but during those times, I still was planning and I was still taking action at some level. Every level, may look a little different, but you've got a different season sometimes. And so I really feel like planning your day, doing that savers or whatever your mode of operation is, your mode of action is going to help you be unstoppable.
Great answer, Jessica. And Corey, what's one bit of advice you'd give to our audience that they can do right now to become their best you?
I'm gonna give you 3 words. Don't give up. Don't give up. Perseverance. Always just get around people who are already doing what you wanting to do and get around them and learn from them. And also, like Jessica said, like what I do is I write down the most important things for that day. And even if I don't get that whole list done, guess what? I got the most important thing done. I can still got the most important thing done. And let your thoughts be your words, and then let your words take action. Take action
Yeah.
and become the best you can be. I know it's in you. It's already in you. You just got to remember. And when I say remember, I'm saying remember not only who you are, but whose you are.
I love it. And we're going to let that be the last word. They said it. You heard it. If you start your day with prayer, if you write your plan and make it plain, and if you remember to never give up, then each and every day you're going to be on your way to becoming your best you. We're going to run around the room one time again and let them know how they can get in contact with you, because they definitely want to have a conversation with each one of you individually or collectively. So Karen, give us a website or a social media site where they can reach out to you if they want to have a deeper conversation.
Okay, my website. Well, actually, you could start with my Instagram handle. It's good any day, so it's good underscore any day. That's my Instagram handle, and then my Facebook is just Karen Vaughan. And my you could also contact me under kvconnectllc.com. Yeah,
Great,
those are
great,
my
great.
handles.
And Jessica, how can they reach out to you?
Well, I put it right here, jessicamater.com. That's the easiest way. I have a Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram account, TikTok. My name is pretty unique, so it shouldn't be hard to find me. um, and, just reach out. My email address is jessica@jessicamater.com. But the easiest way, honestly, I'll be real with you, is my phone number, 816-797-5869. 816-797-5869. Text me, because that's the easiest way to get a hold of me. Emails and all those things, kind of are like out there. So if you really need help taking action, having your best life, becoming the best you, reach out. I'd love to help you.
I love it. And last but not least, the man with the Fox principles, Corey Fox. How can they connect with you?
Yeah, on Facebook, Instagram, Corey Fox H2O, and also YouTube, still Corey Fox H2O.
I love it. Well, thank you all. Thank you to Karen Vaughan, to Jessica Kamatera, to Corey Fox for being such great panelists on the Becoming the Best You panel discussion part 1. We thank you guys. Everybody, please, after you go off, go ahead and make sure you put your information in the comments so that people can connect with you. And we thank you for sharing your voices on the Becoming the Best You conference platform. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Love it, love it, love it. And hopefully you guys have gotten so much out of that today, but we are not done because we are ready to go to our second panel. But before we do that, we want to make sure that you guys are still putting all of your hashtags in the comment sections because we want to hear how we're doing. We want to know the nuggets that you're getting. So any nuggets, any comments, anything you want to share about what you're grasping and what you're really resonating with you from the Becoming the Best You conference, go ahead and put it in the comment section. Make sure you are using the hashtag BTBY. Yes, BTBY. Anthony, why don't you jump back up for just a quick second? And what resonated with you from that first panel as we get ready for the second?
Yeah, the way that I really loved listening to Mr. Fox and his principles, and then everybody just sharing their own personal story of exactly why they are passionate about helping people and why they've created change in their own lives. I think that's one thing that was very consistent in that first panel, which is really good to hear.
Absolutely. We say a lot that there's many ways to get to the same destination. So for everybody's destination, there's going to be a different journey. And to be able to hear other people's journey and see how they've overcome, but yet still they're reaching that destination of becoming the best you they can be, it's definitely helping me. And I hope that it's helping you guys out there who are watching us live or who may watch the replay at some point on your journey to becoming the best you.
Yeah, so I think watching everybody's unique story and showing that they were able to do things in their life, I think is tremendous because everybody goes, well, I can't, and then you realize that everybody has a different flavor and a different life experience, and these people have created the change that's necessary in their own lives and the world around them.
All right. Well, you know what? It just gets greater later because we got panel 2. Are you ready for this? Absolutely. So welcome back to the Becoming the Best You panel discussion, part 2. We are helping you become the best you today by bringing you great stories and great words of wisdom from our panelists. And this panel is just as great as number 1. So like we did before, we're going to introduce our panelists one by one. We're going to give them 30 seconds to introduce themselves because we all know you can introduce yourself better than anybody else. And then we'll jump into some questions. So first, we're going to bring to the BTBY stage Miss Jean Caggiano. Jean, mic check, mic check.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Take 30 seconds and let the world know who you are.
First off, thank you, everyone, for all your hard work on the backside to create this event. I am very grateful that you chose me to be a part of the show today. I am very nervous, but I will go ahead and get into my groove. I am an educator in Central Florida. I work in the high school with students, teaching them college classes, as well as I work with some of the students that are struggling to pull them up so that they can get their graduation requirements. So I get the opportunity to work with a very diverse group of students. And to me, that is inspiring every day for me. I get to live in my purpose and live in my vision every day doing that. Today, I am working on building my capacity so that I could move outside of my comfort zone that I've been in for more than 10 years. I've had the opportunity to work with those students. Thank you so much for the opportunity to introduce
Thank you,
myself.
Jean. And we're going to get deeper into your story and becoming the best you. We're going to bring to the stage now Carrie Agadava. Carrie, are you here? Come on up, come on up.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am here and ready to go. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me. So, my name is Carrie Agadava, and I am a trained social worker. And by day, I work as an organizational health consultant. So, I work with companies and organizations and creating safe, healthy, inclusive work environments for their employees. But I have to say, my passion definitely lies with working with individuals, families, especially youth, just like Jean, right? And overcoming the struggles from the impact of incarceration and interpersonal violence. So I am just, like I said, excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us, Carrie. And last but not least, the testosterone for this segment, we're bringing up Amlock I Foley. Amlock I, are you here? Unmute yourself.
Peace and power, peace to the masses. My name is Amlock Foley, but greater than that, I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. And in the process of that human experience, I made a detour from greatness and landed in incarceration, but I was great while I was in prison, and I came home and I fulfilled my greatness of service, of servitude to the people who come from impoverished areas, underserved areas, and people, whoever's got misguided knowledge. I don't care if you come from the ritzy areas of the world. God bless.
Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. So I thank you all for taking time to come share your words of wisdom here on Becoming the Best You Conference. So we're going to start out with asking you just the simple question. It's the theme of the conference. What does it mean to you when you hear the phrase becoming the best you? And we'll start with you, Jean.
For me, when I hear the phrase becoming the best you, I have to remember that it's measured daily, because every day is a new day, and every day we will have new opportunities and we'll have new obstacles. And with that in mind, I know that every day I need to have a clear mind so that I can make the right decision for the obstacles and the opportunities that are presented to me each day. Thank you for the question, sir.
Love it. Thank you so much for that. And we'll move on over to you, Carrie. What does it mean to you when you hear the phrase becoming the best you?
Oh, becoming the best you, what comes to mind automatically is making sure that we don't allow for other people to define how much we're worth, who we are, and what we're about. And so every day it's working at that, making sure that we know how worthy we are and how special we are, and that we each have a gift to bring.
Great answer. Great, great, great. Amlock I, when you hear the phrase becoming the best you, what springs forth from your mind, from your greatness? Hold on, Amlock I, you're muted.
I'm terribly sorry. Y'all remember I did 19 years in prison and I'm still working with this technological advanced society. Please.
No problem. Speak up a little bit.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Much better.
So, forgive me for my transgressions with the technological advancements of society, but I've been gone for 19 calendars. So bear with me. I'm gonna get it right. So becoming the best you, to me, what that means is first, to become the best you have to study, in my opinion, the best past yous. So the ones who came before you, whose backs you stand on to create the great you that we're speaking of. To me, it's an old principle of the African ideology that says Sankofa, which means to fly forward in life, but look back to become the best pilot going forward. Look back at the best pilots behind you. So to me, becoming the best you humbly means studying the servants who came before you, whether it's Mother Teresa, Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, whoever, and then fashion a way out of those beautiful ways that succeeded.
Great answer. And you know what? I'm gonna piggyback on what you just said, because you look back for that knowledge, you look back for that wisdom, but many times we get stuck in not becoming our best you, because instead of just looking back, we stay back. Somebody's going to get that. Instead of looking back, we stay back. And I want to give you the analogy of a car. Have you ever recognized that the front window of a car is a lot larger than the rear view mirror? You know, that thing on the front mirror, on the front window, that allows you to see what's behind you. Well, many times people get into an accident because they're looking more in that rear mirror than they are out that front window. What's the message? The message is that there is more in front of you than there is behind. Your circumstances are behind you. Your obstacles are behind you. But when you're on this journey towards becoming the best you, keep looking forward, because everything is still in front of you. And with that question, I want to ask each one of you, what challenges may you have faced that it's been hard for you to keep in the rearview mirror and have allowed you to stay back instead of moving forward in your life? Let's start with Carrie.
Oh, I love this question. This is the point where we can all get vulnerable and really connect with one another. For me, it was at 11 years old, being sexually abused by my biological father. That challenge just changed the directory of my entire life. So when we talk about being the best you, it was a little more than just overcoming what happened, behind me, right? Because it comes up in all my relationships, it comes up in the way that I interact with people. But it's also about what I like to call chasing hope. And so it's chasing the hope that what we're focusing on in that mirror in front of us is going to be better than what we experience behind us. Thank you.
Great answer. Great answer. Amlock I, why don't you get some of that? What's may what should be in your rearview mirror, but you may continue to look at, that's keeping you from being your best you each and every day?
Oh, that's a brilliant question, and so the answer that I will give to that is the pain that I inflicted on society, because I pretty much did a 180. I was extremely one way. I landed in prison for 19 years. Come on, I didn't steal cars to get 19 years, right? I didn't steal cars or candies, right? So I committed acts against my society that I dwelled in, that I love so dearly now and for very long now, right? In my past decades, I've been loving society. And so the pain that I inflicted on society in my youth, 13, I did horrible things in society at 13. And,
Wow.
so that's what makes me so charged to be a physician for society, because I was the dude who worked in the mortuary. Everywhere I came, it was not a good energy. So that, now that I've become this, is the hardest thing to look back in the mirror and kind of deal with. So.
And that's a great answer. And you've got some powerful words that you're sharing with us. So what I'm going to ask you to do, Amlock, I'm going to ask you maybe pull up a little bit closer to your camera and project a little bit more so we can hear you, because you're dropping some nuggets, and we definitely don't want our audience to miss this. As we move to Jean, what may be some challenges that maybe you should have put in your rearview mirror that may be holding you back from becoming the best you possible?
Some of the areas that I am still struggling with is I've worked through several years of several traumas in my childhood, including homelessness, broken families. At 15, I found myself homeless under a bridge by myself and nowhere to go. Eventually, I found a bus ride to Texas, another place to go for a short bit. So my entire life, I traveled around. And with that, being homeless, we moved a lot. I got disconnected with people. So sometimes I struggle reaching out to people. And today, the main struggle would be with my own children. Although going back to that past, I'll have to drop it there for now.
Okay.
Relationships with my children is what's taken me back right now. I had to deal with a lot of the traumas from my childhood, and now I'm working on forgiving my own self for the relationship with my children, and how can I change that for families to come. And as I said, in the classroom, I get the opportunity to work with a lot of teenagers, so I'm working through those struggles still. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for that great answer. And thank you guys all for being vulnerable and sharing your challenges and your obstacles. But now let's turn it. Let's flip the script. Let's talk to our audience. In your opinion, what might our audience, or in your experience in the people in the circles that you run in, what are you seeing in your opinion that are stopping people, everyday people like you, from becoming the best possible person that they can be? And we're going to start with Amlock I.
What is stopping the masses from becoming the best possible person they can be?
Absolutely.
Instagram, Facebook, Squid Games, what's the name of the show? Empire, Netflix and chill. Too many devices without advices from, people who walk miles in our shoes and tore they holes in the front of their shoes and made a way. So I think the disconnect, in summary, the disconnect from the elders to the youth is the great divide of society. And anyone who promotes, oh, forget those old people over there, ha, ha, ha. Anyone who promotes that is creating a bigger divide. And I think that's the heartbeat. The elders give the knowledge to the youth, instead of social media giving the knowledge to the youth, instead of YouTube giving the knowledge to the youth. So that's what I believe, the social fabric of interconnectivity between human species, saying, hey, I did this 40 years ago. You're about to embark on this path. Here's a few nuggets. So I feel like that's a big thing that's, missing in our society, that causes uh, 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 inabilities to connect to the ultimate goal one desires.
I love it. I love it. Great answer. Great answer. Carrie, what do you feel? What are you experiencing? What are you seeing in your circle of influence that's really stopping people from becoming the best of them possible?
Yeah, what I'm seeing is a lot of fear. And ironically, so fear that people may just be good enough to do what they want to do, to live out that purpose. Fear that if they just take a chance and on themselves, right, and do what might feel deep down inside as the impossible, right, and chase the hope that they can live this dream life, one in which they're not accustomed to, that they just watch and hear about on TV. But yeah, definitely that fear being their anchor, and keeping them from being their best selves.
Great answer. We always use the acronym FEAR being false evidence appearing as real, but people always take it to the negative. They fear of what they won't be able to do or who they won't be able to come. But it's also that fantasy, that fear that, you can't be who you really want to be. No one's going to let me be president of the United States. No one's going to let me be CEO of this major company. No one's going to let me be just me. Yeah, that's fear. And I loved when to break down that acronym, false evidence appearing as real, and flip it to facing every day and rise. Facing day and every day and rise above what the naysayers are saying about you. Face every day and rise above what people think you should or should not be. Face every day and rise and become that person that you want to be, in spite of all the challenges that might be coming your way. So I love that you brought up the ideal of fear, which gives us an opportunity to change the game and flip the script on how people are looking in fear in terms of becoming the best possible person they can be. So thank you for that, Carrie. Gene, What are you seeing? You're working with in high schools, you're working with teenagers. So I know it's probably something completely different that's stopping them from becoming the best you.
I have to take a little bit from both of the previous speakers as well as where you just tagged in. I wrote down distractions first off, which would go to those devices. I also put routines. One of the things I'm trying to convince my students is if they change one routine in their life, they will actually change their life. And not only would they change their life, but they will change the life of those around them. Because one routine, if you change it, it could change so much exponentially. Choices and a sense of purpose. They don't seem to have a sense of purpose. They don't understand why do they need a GED. Why do they need a high school diploma? Myself, I'm there to convince them they do need that education. As you heard me mention, at 15, I was under the bridge. I fell out of school just after 7th grade. And at 40, I decided to revisit a dream of being a teacher in 1st grade. It took me a very long time and a lot of hard work. As a matter of fact, to get the associate's degree, I had to work twice as long. So when I'm working with those students that are struggling reading or writing so that they can get a level of reading and writing that is proficient to be able to get their high school diploma, I explain to them, never, ever give up. So they must know the purpose of why they need to learn. So my goal is to get them convinced that they need it for their future and for their children's future. The purpose of our life is to add value to people of this generation as well as those that follow. And that is Fuller's quote. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for that. Yes, yes, indeed, Jane. You know, where there is no vision, the people perish. And we've got to instill in our young people that they have vision. They have purpose. They just need to take action on finding that vision. You know, I was well into my 30s before I found my purpose. But here's the thing, I know it was inside of me from the moment I was born. It was inside of me from the moment that I was conceived, from the moment I was created. That purpose was inside of me. But it takes people like you, Gene, teaching us. It takes people like you, Carrie, being vulnerable. It takes people like you, like I, going through the situations that you went through to teach others that are coming up behind you that if you can make it through, then yes, they can make it through as well, to let them tap in to their potential for their vision and their purpose. So we thank you guys for being here today and for doing what you do in your community, in your circles of influence, to help others become the best possible people that they can be. But now let me ask you this. Let's pivot a little bit, because you know these last couple of years have been a whole different type of challenge. We've had to go through some things that I'm sure I can safely say that no one on this screen has ever had to deal with in their life before. So with that in mind, I want to ask you, what are some of the current challenges that you're dealing with, and how are you working to continue to become your best self in spite of those challenges? Let's start again with Jean.
Thank you again for the opportunity. The question about the challenges that I'm facing today, most of all, the challenge I'm facing today is in the classroom. There's such a large group of students. I have almost 200 students that I serve every day in my classroom. And so my goal is to, as I've identified, is to get them to see where they're wanting to go and start creating that path, creating SMART goals to get there. But the main struggle is not only that academically to me is very important, but today is the trauma that they've experienced. And some of them are living in some very toxic homes that they cannot even get out of. I had a young lady come to me yesterday and share with me, she just got emancipated, and it took her nearly 2 weeks to get the school to even let her come in as a student emancipated. So there are a lot of struggles out there that are not common to the youth today. And so that is my goal, is to offer them hope. And with that, I tell them hope means help other people every day get to their greatness. Thank you again.
Okay, Jean, I'm writing that down. I'm going to give you credit for it 3 times and then it's mine. Hope, help other people every day. Now, if that isn't the meaning of hope, I don't know what is. Thank you for that. I'm writing that down, and hopefully, you guys in the audience, you're writing that down as well, because you're going to use that one day. I guarantee it. Carrie, what challenges or different challenges have you had to face this year, especially as a result of what we've had to go through with the pandemic?
Yeah, this pandemic, oh my goodness. Whew, came out of nowhere, right? And so I think I would say my greatest challenges that I've faced since this pandemic is connections, building connections with other people. I think it has definitely forced me to figure out different ways that I can build relationship, different ways that I can demonstrate authenticity, right? Because when we talk about the social media platforms and we talk about other streams of media and how people are connecting with one another, a lot of times it's like, okay, is this really you? Or is this a performance? Or what's going on here? Right. And when we're facing these real life struggles at home, when we're trying to establish some type of psychological safety at home and we're by ourselves, there's a specific way in which we can engage one another and create that authenticity and that true connection. And so that has been the greatest challenge for me, figuring out how I can really create that connection. A lot of that has been being willing to be vulnerable. And when you're vulnerable, that means sometimes you're going to fall and mistakes are going to happen, right? But being willing to be in that space, because connecting with other people and loving on other people is so worth it.
I love it. You bring up a great point. Before the world went into lockdown, you had the opportunity to really show the world or introduce the world to your representative on your own terms. You got to decide where you were going and how you were going to dress when you got there, and what type of person you were going to be when you got there.
Yeah.
But now, having to be locked down and having to rely on social media and Zoom and your camera phone to really get out there. Sometimes they've seen you at some of the most vulnerable points in your life.
Mhm.
Sometimes they've seen me with my hair undone. Sometimes they've seen me in my pajama bottoms. And that takes a whole different type of reality to your situation on making that connection. So I love how you talked about being vulnerable and really getting the opportunity to do something a different way in order to create those connections. So thank you for sharing that. And my brother Amlak, what I'm gonna say, I hope it's not taken with any type of disrespect, but I think you probably have a very unique perspective on what the rest of the world has gone through over the last 2 years because of being sheltered in or locked down or disconnected from the rest of society. So speak on that and speak on what challenges you've had to face this year as a result of the new world we're a part of.
Well, in my line of work, I actually work with individuals who are transitioning from the penitentiary to our societies, right? And that a lot of them express trepidation and on the way out, because I get to speak to them over the phone several times in their last 90-day period of incarceration. A lot of them experience, express worry. And I say, hey, listen, you have an advantage, brother. They say, what do you mean, man? I've been doing this several years now. And so I was doing it pre-COVID and I was doing it in the height of COVID when the numbers was, when they showed people coming out of, like you see, everyone's seen the news. It was like body bags after body bags, news over and over. You don't know. It's like millions of people, it looks like, in 1 minute. And the guys are in prison are simply looking at the TV all day like this in the day room, passing time. So they're really, really, really worried. So I would tell them, hey, you have a big advantage over everyone else. I say, what do you mean, man? I'm coming out, I don't have any. I say, listen, you've been incarcerated. Everyone know out here is so frantic because they're going crazy. Spousal abuse is on an all-time high. Suicide is going up. Child suicide just went up higher. Everything. One thing they didn't add, because I'm a father now, the disrespect in the households from the children to the, because they stressed out, right? Everything's at an all-time high. I say, hey, they're like this because they are in shambles because they're incarcerated in their free house. You're going to be incarcerated in a free house with TVs, juice, your female companion, your whoever companion, your loved ones, and instantly it clicked. So for me, in response to your question, Brother Terence, for me, it was amazing because I deal with people nationwide, from New Mexico to Washington, D.C., from Florida, from Georgia, from California, everywhere. Guys in penitentiaries getting ready to come out, all expressing the same unanimous fear. And I was able to disarm and disabuse those individuals who were most vulnerable, as Kyrie speaks about so often, who were most vulnerable coming home from a 28-year sentence, coming home from a 42-year bid where everybody dead, coming home from 30 years after a divorce and just in shambles still because the kids hate them. Realities. So that was the beauty of my experience personally of 19 years incarcerated, in a cocoon, not in a cell, because I stopped calling it a cell, so I don't want you to call it a cell for brothers like me, because we grew. We went in as simple and we came out as scholars. We just don't have a piece of paper that accredited.
Wait. See, when you say something great like that, I can't let it just fly right by. So you got to pick up right at that point, and y'all in the audience, make sure you got your ears tuned in, because it's not only about his physical situation that he's about to drop a nugget, it's about your mental situation. So you went in like what, and you came out like what? Hit him with that again, Amlock.
I went in real simple-minded. I was a bird flying backwards. You ever seen that? Got to be simple-minded. Brain got to be peeny-weeny. And I came home as a scholar because I began to believe in the great me. I changed my life. You know what I'm saying? I became the great me that I always was. I was no longer calling it a cell. When I went in I stopped calling it a cell and I started calling it my room because I was enlightened. I said, hold on, I don't want to call it a cell, because cell is a living dwelling. And I don't want to live in this dwelling mentally, physically, anyway. And so I said, well, it's my room now. And then I said, it's my cocoon, because the caterpillar climbs slow, just simple willy-dilly. And then he goes into a cocoon and he comes out spontaneously great, flying, doing things that no one imagined he would do when he was doing this, doing things now in the current state that no one would imagine I was doing when I was doing this. Stupid stuff, right? Ignorance. I was to that extreme ignorant. Now I'm to this extreme intellectual to help brothers in their most vulnerable spot and give people, well, I wrote it down. Hold on. To give people hope, to give hope other people every day. Give hope to other people every day. And now that's what I'm able to do, but no one would ever saw that back then. And so that was what was most profound for me. And I like to give it to other brothers and other sisters in society and whoever's around me. I just want to show you how great you are, because I know I can find it in you, because I found it in me. Look at me. God bless y'all, man. I love everybody on the stream. I love you, Terence. I met you. You're a great, vibrant energy. I love Eugene. You're an old revolutionary, make love, not war, Woodstock sister of mine. And Carrie, you's a beautiful soul. It happened to you and it happened to me. I hate it. You know what I'm saying? I hate what happened. We brothers and sisters. All right? I love y'all. Peace and love. Y'all.
Now, listen, guys, whether you're watching this live or whether you're watching the replay, you can't get this kind of nuggets and knowledge anywhere else. You only get it because you decided to invest in yourself, invest in your time, investing your money, investing your discipline to get this type of information from these great words of wisdom proctors that are on the screen right now, helping you to see how you can become your best you, no matter where you are in your life. So I'm loving it too. I'm running out of paper. There's so many nuggets. But let's lighten it up a little bit. Let's ask you a question, just like we asked our other panelists, and then we're going to wrap it up. So the question to each and every one of you is now, what does your best you day look like? What does your best you day look like? Carrie.
Simply put, honestly, I would say just overcoming. So that could be overcoming all the negative thoughts that sometimes live in my head on an unconscious level and a conscious level, right? So the thoughts that are saying that I'm not good enough, that I can't do it, that I will fail, that I don't have the skill sets, that I can't push through. Those thoughts that come into my head, it's overcoming those and saying no and rejecting them. Some days it's overcoming the feeling of depression. And it's just simply waking up and getting out of bed and taking a shower and eating food, right? But I would definitely say overcoming. And there's so much that we can overcome. And I feel like the best way we can overcome it is by surrounding ourselves with love and support. Being, like I said, being willing to be vulnerable. And this is how I attempt at chasing the hope that when I overcome, that it's going to be better on the other side. And that most importantly, that I'm worth it. I'm worth that fight. I'm worth putting in that work and the effort to get to that other side that's going to be better.
Great answer. Great answer. And Jean, what does your best you day look like?
I'll have to say, in the high school classroom, there's really not so many days that all look the same, because you never know what day it'd be. Behavior management or fire drills and lots of other things that happen at the high school that can throw your day off. In the professional, in the education professional world, we call teacher withedness, being with it no matter what's happening with my students, to be able to connect with them, because the main thing that my best day is making the most relationships that I can with each and every student. So with so many of them, I try to touch base with as many as I possibly can in various ways. But the word that I use to be able to get their attention sometimes is remind them that every day you have to use the F word in your speech, or in your day, rather, not in your speech. But when I say you have to use the F word, every one of them will give me their ears. But now they know I'm going to say you have to use the flow in the day to get to this other side. So my best day, it definitely is using that flow to get to that best ending. Thank you very much.
I love that. You know, there's a phrase that says where your focus goes, your energy flows. And when you focus on having a great day, when you focus on having your best day, then all of a sudden your energy starts flowing towards making that thing happen. So thank you for sharing that. But now we're going to roll into our last question for this panel, and then after that, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to let the audience know how they can reach out and get a more deeper relationship with you, find out some of the other things that you're doing. But before we go to that last question, I didn't give you, Amlak, I apologize, give you the opportunity to tell us what your best you day looks like.
My best you day looks like being motivated by my wife first. When I wake up and I look at her, I'll be like, cause we got a 17-month-old son, so we can't be like, I love you, baby. I love you, girl. You look so good. I'm on my way to work. I'll be back so quick. We can't do all that, right? Because he'll wake up. So we just do this, boom. And then that's my motivation as I'm walking out the door with my, intentions to go help save the world, right? Help save guys getting out from the penitentiary that are experiencing trepidatious thoughts of lack of self-worth and lack of self-esteem. And I like to just clear, reverberate them, right? And so basically going to be a physician for the minds and spirits of the bodies that are getting ready to return from what I like to call a pressurized torture chamber. And that's not being extra or extravagant with my speech by trying to give an adjective to what really exists. It is a pressurized torture chamber. I spent 38 months in a one-man cell, 24 hours a day. Was it because I was being, disruptive to the normal operations of security? Yeah, but 24 hours a day. And the only way you can get out and go to rec, you have to submit to a full body cavity search. I stay in. No, thank you. I'll stay in the cell or the cocoon. So now coming from that state of a catacomb, I was in a catacomb. I was in the pyramid of Luxor in the catacomb. I was like this with my staff, I was dead. And now coming from that state of being and state of dwelling and mentally to being able to go out the door and be a physical, a spiritual, telepathical physician to brothers across the nation inspired by this, well, that's my best day. That is it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And you know what? Let me just say this to you, Amlak I specifically, because of your story, and thank you for sharing it. I say this to people that I meet, and I know they've gone through some tragic or some devastating things that most mere mortals wouldn't be able to survive. It would literally knock them out. And as I look at you, brother, and as I hear your story, this phrase comes to mind, and I want to share this with you before we move into our last question. And here's the phrase: thank God you don't look like what you've been through. Absolutely. And with that, I'm going to throw the last question to you.
Yes, sir.
We talked earlier in the early panel, we talked about one of my mentors. He wears a watch, and the only thing on the watch it says is N-O-W, now, because he believes the time is now. So if you could share one thing with our audience that the time is now for them to do in their becoming the best you journey, what would that be, Amlak I?
First of all, I want to close in part with saying I love y'all. And that's why I'm saying this. Think. The process of thought creates freedom, love, reality, peace, undisturbed dwelling of an orb around you that is called an aura. And that thought, if you think it with purity and you think it with love for yourself or whatever, then that thought will create actions, and those actions will become your legacy. So I would say, think, please, and I like words, right? I really like words because I think I read a lot of I call it a definitionary, excuse me, because it only gives one way to say it. Diction is how you say it, but there's sometimes 3 pages of definitions. So excuse me for my ignorance, but I call it definitionary. So I love reading it and learning the language that we have to speak with. But I would say that once you think, then you will get out of information, because listen to the word information, formation, information, one behind the other. You can't even see the next head because it's directly behind my head if you do it right. So you just see one band, one sound. What if I like to play the flute? I might not want to do drums. So get out formation, meaning getting information outside of what's being given to you all the time. Challenge the pro thought. Challenge the thought that everyone has is regenerating, right? Challenge it and think for yourself. Try to find out information. If you don't find any, get back information then, because that might be right for that situation. So I would just say, think, everyone, because thinking gives you the ability to step out of the constraints that were created for society to dwell in perfect fashion. Simply think this: America's built on free enterprise. Why not we not being taught in the schools how to create free enterprise? You go to 14 years of school. So with that being said, I love y'all. Think, challenge the status quo. And if you can't find anything better, go back to the status quo because it's good.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Amlak I. Real quick, give them one way they can reach out to you, whether it's a website, whether it's a social media link. How can they reach out to you?
You can email me at wings. Remember, caterpillars have wings, right? Eventually, they turn into butterflies. So wings of wisdom, and every S is a Z. So WIZ. I mean, my fault. WINGZZ OFWIZZZDOM. So wings of wisdom, replace the S for Z and put gmail.com. Please send me an email and I will promptly respond to you and we can begin communications to save certain parts of the nation. Thank
Love it. Love it. Wings of wisdom at gmail.com. Replace that S with a Z and you'll be in contact with Amlock I. Thank you so much. In 1 minute, Carrie, tell them one thing they can do right now to become their best you, and then let us know how we can get in contact with you.
One thing you can do right now is invest in yourself, identify that purpose, and move towards that, because there's one person in this world, even if it's just one person, that is waiting for you to do what you need to do to live out that purpose, right? And so that's what we're here for. We're here to help and love and support other people. And if you want to contact me, I would love to hear from you. You can reach me at carrie.igadava@gmail.com. Also find me on LinkedIn, Carrie Agadava, and on Instagram, Carrie.eggy. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Love it. Love it. And last but certainly not least, Jean, what's that one thing that they can do right now on the Becoming the Best You journey that our audience is on?
Right now, I would say begin by designing your vision of where you're going and start to make the adjectives line up with it, and then begin to take the actions to go along with those adjectives so that you can build that vision that you have created here, because it all starts here. Whatsoever you think, therefore you will become. So positive mindset, take any negative, as Michael Jackson said, take the negative and turn it into positive, and you will put forth positive energy. Thank you for the opportunity to reach me. The best way to find me right now would be Jean Caggiano on Facebook. I'm on Instagram, and I'm also on Twitter. But Jean Caggiano on Facebook would be the best place to find me. Oh, I remember in the last panel, my phone number is really the best place to reach me. 863-978-6474. You may text me. That is the best way to reach me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Love it, love it. Thank you all. Please make sure you put your information in the comment feed afterwards so that people can reach out to you. But for Jean Caggiano, Carrie Agadava, Amlock I Foley, I am Terence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge, and I want to thank you guys for being a part of our Becoming the Best You panel discussion this afternoon. But don't go away. We've got plenty more to talk about, plenty more speakers, plenty more words of wisdom to help you become the best you possible. So stick and stay, and go ahead and out there, put the hashtag BTBY and invite a friend, because if you're getting this inspiration, guess what? They can get the inspiration too. Thank you, everybody, as we welcome back to the stage our MC, Anthony Russo, and our host of this wonderful event, Brenda Ringwood. As we bring them back to the stage, give them a round of applause. Hey, Brenda.
Hello, Terrence. Great job, everybody. Wonderful pieces of information, great stories. I'm sure it's been a blessing to many.
Absolutely. I think it was definitely fabulous. And I think just by looking at some of the comments in the room, that it was a great, great blessing for people to hear those amazing stories from all 6 of our wonderful panelists. So thank you for putting this all together. And I know you've got some great speakers coming up next. So I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best.
All right. Well, guys, Terrence and Anthony both are professional MCs, so you can hire them out. So if you need something done, you got an event, check them out. That's what they do for a living. They're also speakers. So they're wonderful people to work with. They're very professional. They're on time. They keep things running on time, which is very important. And with that, I'm going to talk about Anthony just a little bit, because he's our next speaker. I had the pleasure of meeting Anthony on another virtual event about a year ago through Jeff Markinet Jr.'s event, one of his Get Up Unity things. I think so. It's actually what it was, Get Up Unity. And I just got to know him on a completely different level. And he's wonderful. He's powerful. He's real. That's what I like about Anthony. He's real. What you see is what you get. And we need more of that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about his background. He is a leadership and performance-based motivational speaker that previously owned Identity Marketing, which is a Dallas-based experimental staffing agency that had over 2,000 active independent contractors and over 7 figures in income. It's a lot. That's a lot. He started that business, though, with no money, 0 capital, and only 1 client. That is amazing. Talk about putting your best foot forward and never giving up. He turned it into $1 million in a matter of 18 months. He is the founder of Number Be the Change, #BeTheChange, an action-based movement that focuses on action over awareness. So you can always watch him on his show. Actually, he's on the show right now on Be the Change USA promoting this event. So he does all kinds of things. He preaches the power we have as humans to fail, overcome, and repeat. Did you hear that? We fail, we overcome, and we repeat. Everybody's had a failure in their life. I don't care who you are. You have failed at something, but it's what you do with that failure and how you rise above it that matters. He's been a professional host and MC for major national events, including the NCAA championships, major concerts, and charitable events. And you can find him on Facebook, LinkedIn. He's everywhere at Anthony Russo, at Be the Change. So let's bring up Anthony Russo and hear what he's got to tell us. We've been hearing his MC skills, but let's hear from the man himself, Anthony Russo.
What's going on, Bren? Okay, you outed me. If my girlfriend's watching, you said that you said that Terence and I are always on time. She would respectfully disagree with that, and you're gonna make it seem like I'm on time for everybody but her. So
well, professionally, you're on time. I won't get into your personal life. How about that?
There we go. And sometimes you should be treating relationships like a business, apparently. So maybe once
you
what
you might want to listen to her.
Yeah, I might want to. You know what? You read you said my bio. You reminded me of something, and I'm like, I might change things up. I love speaking about what comes to heart, and I learned that actually from Dr. Ruben West. So thanks again, Brenda, first off, thanks for letting me be a part of this. Thank you for letting me help out with this. I cannot wait to be in Kansas City in February, and it's been truly a pleasure and an honor to get to meet you, know you, understand you, know your background, and be a part of what you're working on.
Well, it's the feeling is mutual. It's connecting with humans is kind of what we do. We are social people, but there's just certain ones that you connect with, and I've really been able to do that with you, with Terence, with Jeff, with a lot of the people that I met 2 years ago. And I just can't explain and describe or even promote enough how important networking is.
Yeah.
At both a professional and a personal level, because you never know what's out there.
100%. Thanks, Brenda.
Yep. You can put.
Bye. Bye, Felicia. Well, thank you guys so much for being a part of this event and even taking the time to listen to me. It's interesting. I know a lot now that we're on the Be the Change page, a lot of you guys have heard me speak before. I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I'm going to talk about some different stuff, which is hopefully going to be a little bit more exciting for you guys. So stay tuned to it, listen up, and I am going to encourage a pen and paper because I'm going to ask you to do a couple things today that I don't always ask of you guys. First, I want you to write on the piece of paper, and this is actually going to come into play a little bit later. Where are you right now in your life? Give me one-word answers. One word. You can put it in the comment box if you like. And this started something in my life that was a little bit different because I'm going to talk a little bit more about service today. I'm going to talk a little bit more. I consider myself the failure expert, of course, but there's more to it than that because part of failing is learning, but at the same time, you do want to get to a bigger and better destination. So you got to use the universe, use the world around you. So give me one word. Where are you now? And then where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? So write that down. Where are you now? And where do you want to be? And this should come into play later as I'm talking. So I talk about failure all the time. I call myself a failure expert. And it's funny when when Brenda was doing my bio, I forget some of the original reasons and where I came to speak like this. And I know Jeff Markinette. We're going to do a little Q&A after this. Jeff Markinette, I met him at an event where Ruben West was speaking. It was actually my first time. I've been a professional MC for a decade, but I had never been in front of a crowd that wanted to hear what I wanted to, what I talk about. I'd never been in front of a crowd that I could actually make an impact on besides playing games or just emceeing or telling people what's happening or whatever. But these people were actually listening to my advice to hopefully make them a better person, to help hopefully create change in their life. So this is the first time I got to speak, and Dr. Ruben West was the MC of the event and one of the speakers, and it was interesting because he had so much pizzazz, and there was something different where he goes, I don't know what I'm going to talk about today, but I know that God's going to give it to me, and God's going to give me what is supposed to be coming from my heart based on the crowd that's here and based on the audience that's listening and based on who's supposed to hear it. And I didn't quite understand because I had my set PowerPoint and I was like, all right, this is Anthony, this is my name, this is what I do. And then I quickly realized that that's not my style. I, of course, do prepare things and make sure things are right. But I love that Brenda might have changed a little bit of what I want to talk about today because I feel like it's fitting and I feel like it's different. So I talk about failure. Failure is a part of success. Failure is a part of life. Failing is 100% humanity. It's become a popular topic to discuss. I know you've probably heard some of the speakers today. Terence, speakers yesterday. Failing is how you grow as people. When something hurts, it's teaching you to not do the same thing over again. So there's so many different analogies you can put with the concept of pain and failure and mistakes, etc. Self-help gurus, it's literally become their number one. Failure is popular. Failure is hot right now, which is fascinating because for far too long, all we talked about was perfection. And perfection is something that we're forgetting. We're human beings, and that is unattainable. And when you set your goals high, it makes you strive for success, strive to get high, strive to be higher, strive to reach out and touch something that is almost unattainable. Unfortunately, perfection is unattainable. Perfection over a long period of time is just not the way life works. So we set our goals sometimes too low, and sometimes we set it at that perfection level. And I think it's important to start dispelling that myth. So I've come to explain what I do, and when I speak, and I say I'm a soil guy, and people look at me very, very confused. What exactly is a soil guy? And I explain it like this. So I don't teach how to sell anything. I don't teach how to do stocks. I don't teach how to make connections in business. That's not what I do. But what I do is I allow you to operate at the highest performance possible because I get the soil ready. So a lot of people will go to classes and they'll spend $10,000 and $50,000 or $25,000 on all these coaches that are telling them all these great things that are important to learn. But if the soil or if the foundation hasn't been built correctly yet, these are just seeds that are going to bounce right off the dirt. If the soil is not moist, it's not wet, it's not ready for growth, there is not a single thing that you can put in your life that is going to all of a sudden miraculously make you this different person that's going to allow you to sell to anybody, talk to anybody, network with anybody. No. It starts right here. You are a bed of soil and I am getting it ready. So that's what I mean. I'm a soil guy. To tell you a little bit about my background, I know I've talked before about my failures. I've talked about how important it is to look at failures in a positive light. I don't always talk about where I came up with my want and need to talk about overcoming and failure. So my father actually was a compulsive gambler. He played blackjack. He was also disabled. He had multiple sclerosis. I was raised right at the poverty line, and I got to see my father gamble away whatever we had, which was twice. He when I was a very, 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 very small child, his family gave some money to my mom and him, and he gambled it away at the blackjack table. And then again, when I was, I think, 4 or 5 years old, somewhere around there, did the exact same thing. And this wasn't like tens of thousands of dollars. We were pretty poor. So it was the $2,500. It was the $3,000. It was whatever we actually had in the bank account. And he managed to gamble away with a style of gambling that I don't recommend to anyone, but I do recommend it in life. It's called negative progression. What negative progression is it's a perfect way of looking at failure. When you lose, you double your bet. So say I'm playing blackjack and I'm betting $10 a hand. If I lose that hand, I bet 20. If I lose that hand, I bet 40. If I lose that hand, I bet 80. I can keep losing and doubling my bet so that I can legitimately lose 10 times in a row. And on that 11th bet, if I'm betting that, I'm actually, not only am I ending up even where I started, I'm at actually one bet ahead. The math actually works out if you want to do it on your own. But it's an interesting philosophy. It's dangerous in blackjack because there's table limits and there's limitations. And also, most people that are willing to just chip away at life, chip away at gambling, $10 at a time, aren't going to be willing to reach in their pocket. If you want to really quick do some math, 10 becomes 20, 20 becomes 40, 40 becomes 80, 80 becomes 160, 160 becomes 320, 320 becomes 640, 640 becomes 1280, and I've only lost 6 or 7 times in a row right there. Most people trying to just win a little bit in life aren't going to be wanting to reach in their pocket for $1,280 on a single bet, nor would I recommend it in gambling. But in life, you have to remember there are no table limits. You can always keep fighting back. There also is the concept that those willing to keep reaching in that pocket and to take bigger risks and be willing to fail over and over as long as they're learning from these lessons, those are the people that end up making it. Those are the people that end up succeeding in a way that most people don't expect them to be able to do. So again, that's the basic philosophy around negative progression. And part of it is to have that mindset that you are not willing to back down. You're not willing to stop reaching in your pocket, because those that stop reaching in their pocket are the ones that sadly are unhappy with their daily lives, no matter how on paper successful they are. So let's get back into the concept of you know what? Yeah, let's talk about the businesses that I had. So I had two major failures in business. One of those actually cost me 6 figures in terms of a small business loan that failed. My first business was called Pride Tags, and as Brenda said in the introduction, I ended up having a business called Identity Marketing that in 18 months I ended up turning it into a $1 million revenue company. And it wasn't because all of a sudden I got lucky and I put in some hard work there and it all worked out. Absolutely not. I had some massive failures before that, to the point where I was in debt over 6 figures and had to find a way to claw out. And I think for a lot of us in 2020, some of us thrived and some of us struggled, and we're also trying to find a way to claw out. And part of it is with service, which I'm going to talk about later. But ultimately, my first business was something called Pride Tags. It was an idea with a whole group of guys I worked with, and I wrote up a business plan. I was like, I'm set, I'm ready to go. And I went to a couple banks, and miraculously, I had a bank willing to give me $100,000. Probably why the banks all went, kaput in 2008, because they were handing out money like chiclets, unfortunately. And although I thought it was a great idea, it turns out when there is a recession, collegiate goods, they were dog tags, collegiate goods aren't exactly what the market is looking for. So that business failed very, very quickly. So now I'm in debt, almost $100,000, learning my lessons from that. And I decided, well, what do? I do experiential marketing. So experiential marketing was what I had worked in before. That's how I learned how to MC. That's how I learned how to be in front of a crowd, talk to people, play games, quick thinking, all that. But why don't I get into the world where I work with the clients, work with the Coca-Colas of the world, work with the Nikes of the world, work with these people. So my old best friend at the time, I moved to Texas, and I said, I'm going to start a marketing company. We called ourselves Identity Marketing. Sorry, Identity Partners. Identity Marketing is what it became. after it was solo. That's a foreshadowing. So Identity Partners was with my business partner and I, and we were trying, we made so many mistakes. And that's so interesting to think about looking back now, is we were trying to compete against the companies that had been hiring us for years instead of trying to work with them. We were a boutique at best, and we were trying to compete with people that had 20 million, 30 million, $40 million of revenue and had great relationships with their clients. It made no sense. And then all of a sudden one day, I had a previous client say, out of curiosity, can you and your partner, can you guys do staffing? And I was like, staffing? Can we provide brand ambassadors to these events that we had been working? And it sounds, I know some people don't know the experiential marketing word. To explain what experiential marketing is, when you go to a festival or a fair or a sporting event and you see people handing things out, whether it's a beverage or whether it's a free towel or whatever it is, that is experiential marketing. It's creating an experience for the viewer there. So we had been trying to create the experience, but we never thought about staffing the experience. So I got asked, and a lot of really good things happened in a row. And it's over years of hard work kind of put me in the right position, being good to my clients, being trustworthy, showing up on time, and always putting my best foot forward. And to be honest, one of the things I can tell you in my professional life that always gave me credit was self-responsibility. 100% self-responsibility. When something went wrong, I was the first to take blame for it, which therefore, when my voice was used to say when something wasn't me, I was listened to, because they knew that whatever I said typically was the truth. And that's so key, that genuine, authentic self-responsibility. And that's a lesson for business life, no matter where you are. Okay. So I went to start staffing events. Business partner and I got in a huge fight. He started stealing. He essentially shut down the bank account. Everything that could go wrong all at once I started taking other clients, did. Needless to say, had to have a lawsuit against my best friend, and that was it. We all of a sudden I had to start on my own. And here I was, zero capital. I had one client and zero capital, turned into 7 figures of revenue in 18 months and created a $1 million plus revenue business for 8 straight years afterwards. Identity marketing. Now, all of the lessons that I learned: first off, don't go into business with your best friend. Second, don't try to compete against your best opportunities for business. 3, timing is everything, because that Pride Tags business, if it was any time besides 2008 or 2007, I probably would have been in great shape. And also be very lean with money. If I had zero capital, there's no way that I could have understood how to be lean without misspending $100,000 on the previous business. So all of those lessons, all of those failures, all of those mistakes, bam, played right into the success of identity marketing, which therefore, after time, it was interesting. I got out right at the right time. I remember being asked, like, what's your end game with identity marketing and with what you do? And I said, honestly, as a speaker and as a business owner, I want to be a motivational speaker. That's what I want to do. That's not a lot of people's dream in life. That's not what they're, if you ask somebody like, oh, I want to be a policeman, firefighter, astronaut, etc., I wanted to be a motivational speaker. And that was my end game. And interestingly enough, 2018 is when I left my company and pursued more on Be the Change. And as we all saw what happened in the world in 2020, the experiential and event world went shut down completely, which is fascinating to see. That I fortunately got out at the right time, but also had to start adjusting my concept for speaking. I had just started getting speaking gigs at the beginning of 2020, late 2019, paid good speaking gigs, and then the world shut down. So you have to reassess what you're doing, and that's what I did with Be the Change. So talked a little bit about my dad. I've talked about where I came from. I've talked about my failures. Let's get moving a little bit on that positive mindset and some nuggets that hopefully I can take with you today. So I've already told you, where are you now and where do you want to be? That's the first thing we said. I honestly, I don't think I've heard a single swear word out of any of our speakers, but I have to say something because it's me. But I got to let you guys know, perfection, this word perfection is bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. It is the single biggest detractor from success. I believe in that last panel you heard, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. It's this level of perfection that sounds absolutely it's fake. People look at it's the ruination of relationships, it's the ruination of friendships, and it's also such a negative thought process, because what somebody shows on one picture on Instagram of their relationship, of what they're doing this weekend, even when I put it's not my whole life. It's not their whole life. In a lot of ways, it's a snapshot of what is sometimes a very difficult life. So that concept of perfection is trouble. And my generation, which is right in that 30 to 40 group, we were taught, like, you had Varsity Blues, you had the movie that legit was telling people, you got to be perfect. In high school football, you got to be perfect. And it was that whole mentality, perfection, perfection, perfection. There is a difference between doing your best, being your best, and perfection. I'm going to I talk to people all the time and I say, you're not necessarily going to be Kobe Bryant, but you're going to be the best you can be, which is, again, what this conference is about, becoming the best you, setting your standard to be something that you're physically not able to be. Like, you know what? I'm going to go start lifting weights this week. I'm going to become a world champion power lifter. That might not be in my genetic or muscular makeup, but but if I set the goal of, I'm going to be the strongest I've ever been, I'm going to lift a certain amount of weight that's attainable. I'm going to say, I want to be able to bench press 350 pounds. That's the goals we need to learn how to set. Make it stretchy, but don't make it stupidly impossible. So these are the things I want you to start doing. So right now, I want you to take that same piece of paper and I want you to write down a goal that you have for yourself in the next 6 months. A goal that you have for yourself in the next 6 months. So write down a goal that you have for the next 6 months. Got it? Okay. So again, these are things that I want you to look at throughout your day. Keep this note. I want you to maybe put it on a Post-it, stick it on your fridge, stick it on your computer, stick it wherever. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about the concept of when you start to create change in your life and get unstuck and feel as though you're looking for something that's going to create that change. I want you to think about things that get people unstuck. I always suggest cleaning your house, cleaning your room. If something feels weird, clean your car. If you need to you look around and you go, I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know what to do with my job. I don't know what to do with my career. Change something up that's very basic, super basic. I don't know what it is, but change something up. So in my life, I didn't even realize this last year as things, and I love speaking. I know a lot of you guys that are probably watching right now have seen some of the shows and some of the things that we do, but I was looking for a change. I was in some ways not happy with the way my career was going. I was happy more in my personal life than I had been, but something was missing. And I didn't even realize it till about a week ago. And I talked a little bit last night in our Wonder group when we were chatting, but something was missing. I hadn't been taking on professional coaching clients. I hadn't been giving of myself as much. I'd just been going in front of cameras, talking about, politics, talking about, the Get Up conferences, talking about my past. But what was I doing right now? So I said I needed a change. I didn't know that what would come of this, and I didn't even know till last week until I look back. But I realized I need to give. And one of my favorite books is The Go-Giver. My other favorite book is The Alchemist, all of which is essentially giving something of yourself or not, or observing what is there as you make changes in your life to see what comes to you. So I decided to give free coaching, and I did the exact same thing of the question you got: where are you now, and where do you want to be? I had people put that in the Be the Change page, and say, I'm going to take on a few free coaching clients. I don't want anything in return. There's no strings attached. I want to actually start trying to help people. And in turn, I knew that it would help myself because it would get my mind back. It would get me stimulated. So I was giving of myself and hopefully getting the camaraderie in return. And that's all I wanted. So I took on a couple clients, which have been ultimately incredibly enriching, to be totally honest. And there was over, I think, 60 or 70 people. And I don't know how or why I chose the 5 that I did, 3 of which I still talk to. And this is about 5 months later. I don't know why I chose the 3, except for the fact that God put me with them. And I do think the universe and God has a way of putting you with the people that are going to help you change your own life and change their lives. And again, it's why it's so fitting. And it's been a journey for all of us. And there's been a lot of change made. We've started a group on the Be the Change page called the Accountability Group, talking about getting a group of people to help lose weight and to help to essentially just be accountable to each other, things that's missing. That self-responsibility, but accountability all at the same time. So all of a sudden last week, I look back and I'm a little bit more relaxed in my professional life. I've got some good things going on. I'm working with some sports shows and doing some events and getting paid well again. And I'm like, oh, something just feels different. Then all of a sudden I look back and I realized that everything changed. My phone started ringing. And again, it's got nothing to do with it. There's no direct correlation, but you can put something together and realize that the universe conspires to help those that put forth something of themselves. There's the secret, that philosophy. And I realized that everything changed when I started to do the personal private coaching for free. And I can't stress enough that concept of service. If in your life you have a soft spot for a certain charity or certain whatever, find out how you can get involved. If you don't have the money, don't give money to a charity. Go see how you can help. And I will tell you, you might meet somebody there. You might talk to somebody. You might get a career shift that you don't even know about. And ultimately, this is how you're going to get unstuck. You can do the little things. You can clean your room. You can change things up. You can do little stuff like that. But if you want a massive change in your life, realize that giving is the ultimate change that can create something in your life that's enriching and can make you shift in the direction you need to be shifting. So keep your eyes open. And I'm going to use a sports. I don't know why I'm so sporty today, but there's a quarterback that was on Alabama's team, Joe Burrow, a couple years back. He was supposed to be a third string quarterback. And again, he made a shift in his life and a decision. He was on top team in the country. And he's like, I feel like I'm destined for more than this. And I'm sure his family was like, I don't know if you should leave Alabama. I don't know if this is a good idea. But he's like, I have to do what's right for me. And he took a risk. And it could have been a failure. There's a lot of failures in very similar situations. He ended up going to LSU. And while he was at LSU, he won the Heisman Trophy. So the greatest player in college football. And he would not have even been recognized or noticed really at Alabama without injuries. So again, you have to take risks for great rewards. And the great thing about failure also, and I'm going back to failure, I'm bouncing back to that topic, is you have to start realizing that in failures, good things happen. And also in failures, you're preventing yourself from making some mistakes. So there's the movie First Man. If you remember it, it's about taking the first steps on the moon. And there was a line in it that always resonated me. And it talked about the moon landing. And when they were prepping for it, they said, we need to fail down here so we don't fail up there. And that's a thought process I would love for you to have in your life. The more you test things out, the more you test your angles of failure, the more you risk of yourself in the early stages when the important time comes, when that moment where you are on the field of battle, and I'm not necessarily meaning sports, but maybe that big meeting, maybe that big interview of the job change that you want to make in your life. You need to fail before that so you don't fail at that really, really important moment. Think about that. Okay, so then I want to talk about the concept of positivity in failure. So there's one of my favorite TV shows. I reference it all the time. This Is Us. And I often use my own personal experience in this. And a lot of you guys know the story with my mom and just the fact that when I failed in my first business, she helped me out at a time that I needed help, but it turned out she needed the same amount of help. And if I wasn't failing in that moment, my mom's depression could have gotten the best of her. And I usually tell that as a very long story, but I want to use a different one today. And in the TV show This Is Us, there's a scene where you don't know who it is at the time. a blind gentleman is with his dog. He's very self-sufficient in his home, and he goes to make breakfast, and his dog knocks his plate on the ground and shatters the plate. And he had just made breakfast, and you feel really sorry for this guy that's blind, and you're like, oh man, like this is sad. This is like, this sucks. He lost his breakfast, and like you feel empathy for this character who you don't know who it is. And then you watch as the day goes, and because he didn't get breakfast there, he's, you know what, I'm gonna go to a cafe. He uses his walking stick, and he gets to the cafe, and he ends up meeting the waitress, who ends up, fast forward, becoming his wife. And it's interesting to think about something so little as what would make most people livid and angry in a morning, and like just ruin their day, start their day off horrible, ends up being how he ends up meeting his future. So think about when things go wrong in your life, that things are happening for you, stealing Tony's line, happening for you and not to you. If something breaks in the morning, it's happening for you to do something else. If something shifts, it's happening for you to do something else. That's what, that in all reality, successful people have that in common. Successful people understand that all the crappy things that happen in life are actually meant for a greater purpose. They always maintain a positive attitude no matter what. Sometimes you're going to get angry. Absolutely. The quicker you can get over that anger, the better. There was something said yesterday too. You have to test failures in your system. It's just the same as what I said earlier about failure in terms of making sure you can, if you fail up there or fail down here, make sure you don't fail up there. So the same concept. If you can't test failures in your own system, maybe your own sales process at work, or maybe how you're raising your kids, you are literally testing how you can take advantage. If you aren't aware of your failures, then you don't acknowledge that, then you're technically not acknowledging you're at risk. So essentially it was a quote made last night by somebody, and it was great, that the biggest issue you have is not knowing what your weaknesses are. So you have to be able to test that. And honestly, this kind of pressure and this kind of stress and this kind of difficulty creates strength in people. And there's a great analogy when it comes to wine. So after I went to the wineries in Napa a few years back, and they talked about the grapes that'll be coming out of the fires. And although there is less wine produced, the grapes that were stressed and fought to stay alive, this makes new flavors. These are what are going to be considered the great wines in a couple of years, is those vintages, those years that they were put through stress. So for us humans, those that come out of the 2020-21 era that were put through all that stress, we are going to come out stronger. I encourage you to come out stronger. We all fail. We all get put through stress. We all have bad days. We all have just things that we can't imagine. You look at some of the greatest actors of our generation. There was The Irishman, came out a couple of years ago, that stacked them. You had Pesci, Pacino, and De Niro, and all three have had movies with 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, the rating system. All of them. They've all had 100, and some of them in that movie also, I think they're at like 96%. What's interesting, do you think they're always in great movies? Fun fact, Pesci and De Niro both have had zeros on Rotten Tomatoes in one of their movie. They're not always perfect. And Pacino had a 3%. So ultimately, realizing that you could fail sometimes is the greatest gift that I can possibly give you. So this is what I'm going to give you a takeaway for the day. I call them 3 tips to feel alive, and I want you to start taking these with you. First, you must be willing to do the things others won't do today to have the things others won't have tomorrow. So start making changes. Be willing to be uncomfortable. Be willing to challenge yourself. Be willing to be upset. All right? Life's going to happen. Failure is going to happen. You got to be willing to challenge yourself. Number 2, use your faults and weaknesses to become strong. Use your faults and weaknesses to become strong or stronger, and use it to your advantage. I remember seeing a dance recital, what my daughter was in, a girl that lost her shoe in the middle of it. She's a young girl, and everybody's like, oh my God, this girl's going to freak out. But at the end of the day, She was the hero when she kept dancing without that shoe. So use your faults and weaknesses. Use your faults and weaknesses to become stronger. And then if you're in business and you're wondering what your purpose is at your job, if you're not a salesperson, remember that you are the product being sold. Your purpose, no matter what your job is, from the bottom to the top, is enormous. So understand your purpose is enormous. So write down, I've said 6 months. I want you right now to write down one change you are going to make tomorrow. Write down one change you're going to make tomorrow. You can put it in the comment box. You cannot put it in the comment box. You can keep it on your notebook. What's the one thing that you are going to change tomorrow? It could be something small, something big. We talked 6 months. We talked right now. This is for tomorrow. What's going to be that change? This is the now. This is when you make that change now. And I'm about to wrap up. So I want you to end it. What is going to be that one change you are going to make tomorrow? And the last thing I want to say is, I talk about vivid visions. You have to actually know what you want in your future when you write things out. When I coach with people, I have them write up a vivid vision, and it takes months to sometimes get to that point. But you have to know the color of everything in your life. You have to know what you're going to be doing in the morning, what you're going to be doing in the evening. And the funny thing is, sometimes it makes us feel silly to dream. But what's interesting is when you go to conferences, when you go to motivational conferences, you look down the aisle and you see somebody sitting there, and you look at them and you go, how could this person be so confident they're going to get all these amazing things in life? And you go, they're not that smart. They don't even say things correctly. And you almost think that they're silly. Well, I'm going to tell you that silliness often is the person that does things that are unexpected. Those people that are willing to think outside of their confinements as a human being, they're the ones that rise up and do something that most people would think is impossible. Why? Because they didn't think it was impossible. We can judge each other. We can look at others and say, they're not smart enough. They're not whatever. And trust me, people are saying that about me. People are saying that about you, people across the board. But knowing that at the end of the day, you are in control of your thoughts, you're in control of your failures, and you're in control of your successes is going to be a game changer when you look to change your life. So I'm going to tell you, winners don't quit. They show up every damn time, rain or shine. So I hope today the soil has been moistened a bit, and I hope that I am creating listeners out there today that will show up every damn time. Fail, success, doesn't matter. Don't quit. Never give up. Thank you guys so much. It's Anthony Russo from #BeTheChange. I think we're going to do some Q&A stuff right now, so I will have everybody come up that wants to join. Yeah, there you go.
Great job, Anthony. I've never actually heard your whole story, so
Yeah.
I was impressed.
Thanks.
And leave it to Anthony to say in his presentation that he doesn't think he heard anybody swear, and then he swears.
Well, I said I got to say it. I got to do it.
Oh my goodness, great,
Authentic
great job.
So, what is it that you think is the most important thing that happened to you on your journey?
Oh, well, I mean, to on a macro level, failure. Most important thing that happened on my journey, I would say, God, essentially when I finally learned to observe the failures, when I started to learn to use that 100%, when I started to learn how to use the failures for success or a jumping board, that was 100% it. Yeah.
That's very good. Okay, you guys out there, if you have any questions, drop them in those comments and we'll see if we can get them answered for you. All right. Jeff?
Yes.
What's the most important thing that happened to you in your journey?
So I've actually never been asked that before.
Oh, good.
But
let's hear it.
I would say it was the being told I couldn't do something and then doing it. And that has taught me that I am stronger than I thought. I'm stronger than other people think. But that just shows me that each and every person out there is strong. That they don't know what they're capable of until they push or test their limits. And
Right.
we have to do that. We have to push and test our limits to know our abilities.
That's very well said. Very
I
well
like
said.
that.
Yep. Terrence, what about you?
You know, I don't think the most important thing has happened yet. And I say
Oh,
that because this is, you know, we're talking about becoming the best you. And each and every day we're trying to be better than we were the day before. So have there been some milestones? Have there been some defining moments? Absolutely. You know, I talked about it in my presentation. There's been some life lessons that I've had to learn, and there's been some things like Anthony said that happened for me, even though my mindset made it feel like it happened to me, that got me to this point. And I tell people sometimes things are going to happen to you that have absolutely nothing to do with you,
that's
so
true.
that somebody else within your circle of influence is going to get the lesson that they need for their journey. So I think that's what it is. I think the most important thing has yet to come, but I look at everything that happens each and every day as an opportunity for me to fail, to get up, to make every second count, and to continue to become the best you the next day and the next day and the next day.
You know, that is so true because it's easier to just hide. It's easier to not show up. It's easier to be lazy. It's easier to not do what you're supposed to do. It's easier to make excuses. And the more you do that, the further you're digging yourself in that rut. I interviewed a guy that was an addict and had been an addict for 20, 25 years. All the time. He called, he did some more drugs because that's all he wanted was some more. That's what he called his drugs, some more. And he said, I'm very humble. He's been clean for 9 years. He said, I don't think I'm better than anybody else, but I am better than one person. And I said, okay, what is that? And he said, I'm better than the person I used to be. And that was so powerful because his change, his transformation was genuine. It was absolutely genuine. And he proved it every day in his actions, in his words, and what he was doing to make things better for not only himself and his family, but for everybody around him. And you can go look at that interview. His name's Chris Harris. It's on my YouTube. And he tells his whole story. And that's what we should try to be, better than we were yesterday.
Yeah.
And if you make a mistake, you just keep moving forward, keep plugging along, but try, at least try to do better. So let's get some questions coming in.
Here, we got a great one that I want to ask Terence because I'm curious about this too. How do you know when to give up or when to keep going?
That's a good one.
I don't. So I'm going to answer it a couple of ways. The easy answer is never give up. But in life, it's easier said than done because the easy way, the easy inclination is to give up, especially in the world that we live in right now. We live in a world of instant gratification, and we feel like if it can't be done and it can't be done quickly, then there is no reason to do it. So that's why many people give up, because it takes too long, or it's too hard, or I can't reach that goal right then and there. But there's phrases as I get older and older in life that I didn't understand when I was younger that I clearly understand now. And one of those phrases is, the race isn't given to the swift, but it's given to the one who can endure. See, if God gave you everything right when you were born, you wouldn't be properly equipped to handle all the blessings that he has for you. So, like Anthony said, he's got to prepare the soil for which you're going to run over to get to your blessings, so that when you get to your blessings, you'll be properly prepared to receive those blessings, because your soil has been seeded and germinated in a way that those blessings will be actually blessings instead of blessings in disguise. Somebody's going to get that in the replay. So that's why it's important for you to never give up, because your blessings are on the other side of that germination. Your blessings are on the other side of that seed growing. And if you give up before that seed becomes that beautiful rose, then all you end up getting and giving to the world is thorns. So never give up. But the other part of that question is, how do you know when to keep going? You know when to keep going when someone says, hey, you look better today than you did yesterday. You know to keep going when you say, you know what, I may not be where I want to be, but thank God I'm not where I used to be. You keep going when you get that dollar raise, even though you're looking for that $10 raise, because you know if you can get the dollar, if you keep going, you can get the 10. So you keep going because you know that if you can get this, then that life lesson says that you can get this again when the next obstacle comes your way.
So that was a great, and I'm gonna piggyback off that, Terence. So it's interesting because I was about to almost say I don't fully agree, but I do, because ultimately the question is, how do you know when to give up? It's not very specific. You never give up. That is a correct answer. But I do think sometimes it is okay to shift in your life, and I've talked about this
Yes.
before. In entrepreneurship or owning your own business, when you are passionate and failing, you continue to keep going, period. But there is a certain point where if day after day after day you're waking up and you are miserable, and you know it's become a chore. A lot of people that are in startups, or they're continuing to work with the same business and things are just failing. It's very different than those that are sleeping under their desk to make things work, because they cannot wait to make things happen. But at the same time, when you all of a sudden lose passion for if there's no money coming for it, or if there's no business from it or whatever, if you've lost passion for a passion project, you have to really look inside and start realizing that maybe your passion, using the lessons learned, just like my first business, using those lessons learned to shift and to actually start using that energy and that knowledge towards something else is very powerful. So you haven't given up, but you have kept going in a different direction. So I think there is a difference when you lose passion, it is time to shift.
Mhm.
Yes. And let me piggyback on what you said, since we're piggybacking on each other. You know what? People think sometimes that doing nothing is no action, when sometimes doing nothing is the correct action. Sometimes you have to be patient and wait. Sometimes after you've done all you can, as the song says, you just have to stand, because there's nothing left for you to do. But that doesn't mean there isn't the world working on your behalf to keep you moving. There's a red, yellow, and green light on the pole for a reason. Sometimes you go, but sometimes you've got to yield. Sometimes you've got to get to a that proverbial point in the road and look both ways before you keep going, because there might be a distraction coming your way, or there might be another accident coming your way, or there might be something coming your way to take you off track if you keep going straight forward. But if you just stop and yield and let that distraction go by and let that accident pass, then you can keep going in the right direction. So sometimes stopping isn't giving up. It's just as powerful an action as it is that you keep moving and you move into that accident waiting to happen in your life.
All right. I gotta piggyback here. I want to piggyback too. Don't tell me I can't do it, because
Right.
I'm going to.
Go
But
ahead.
all right, so all right, how do you know when to give up? Well, you see, I think, to me, giving up is a no-go. And it's not something that I'm going to allow anyone to ever do. But as Anthony says, you can make shifts in your life. So you can make small adjustments to what you are doing now and keep going. So you don't have to actually quit what you're doing. You just make small adjustments and do them slow. You don't have to do them fast. Just make those small adjustments, just like driving a car. You don't drive by keeping your hands at 10 and 2 and just keeping them right there. No, you have to make small adjustments to make sure you go straight. So just you're not going to quit. Don't ever quit. Just make those small adjustments. And eventually you will win, because like Terence said, life is a marathon, not a race. Well,
And
not
yeah,
a
Jeff,
sprint.
yeah, like the whole concept of micro adjustments, we feel like we have to rush ourselves because we compare ourselves to other people. I believe it was Prince yesterday talked about Prince was talking about staying in your lane. I believe whoever, I think it was Prince.
Yeah, it
The
was
whole
Prince.
concept is we can't compare. Some people move faster than others, and that whole mindset of oh, they're doing so much. Go at the pace you need to do. Change, stay moving, stay mobile, but don't compare yourself to others. I think is huge.
Yeah, exactly right. So I want to say hi to Jen out there. She says you guys are killing it and she loves it. So thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. And so does everybody else up here. And I'm sorry for taking over this whole question and answer thing, but I'll stop doing that now.
No, you're good. I have a question for you guys. What is your belief on the idea of asking the universe for something? When you say, I need a sign, do you believe that's a thing or do you not believe that's a thing?
I think it depends on which faith you believe. I really do. I personally am a believer in Jesus Christ. He has changed my life, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit tomorrow. But sometimes you just need to sit and listen, and those signs are there. You just need to be aware. You need to open those eyes and sit and think about things before you actually do it. Because when we rush into our actions, that's where we get in trouble. That's what happened with me. It put me in a place that I never thought I would be. But as Jeff said, taking those little steps to get to where you need get you there. They get you there. Those giant steps and those hurdles that are in place take you longer to get there. But little step makes it easier. And in reality, when you're consistently making those little steps, you're going to get there quicker, because then you're learning and growing along the way. You have time to absorb what's going on, to look at your surroundings, to evaluate not only yourself, but the people in your life, to evaluate who's in your circle, who you're working with, and if it's a place you really even want to be at.
Yeah.
Great answer. I'm going to say what you said, Anthony, last night in our breakout rooms and on Wonder. So hopefully everybody will join us on Wonder tonight for the networking, because there's even more nuggets that's going to be there. But the problem is, we don't have a problem asking for a sign. We have a problem looking at the sign that comes our way. And Anthony told the story last night about the guy who was in the water and he was trying to be saved, but they sent him a buoy. And because the buoy didn't look like how he wanted it to look, he didn't take it. And he said, God's going to save me. So he's still out there trying to tread water. And then the big boat comes by and they want to give him an anchor, give him a pole to pull him in. But that's not the way he thought he was going to be saved. That's not the sign he had created in his own head. So he didn't reach out for the pole. And so now he's still out there treading water. And even a bigger boat came out, a fireboat with people on it. And they were ready to jump in and pull him out. But because that wasn't the sign he was looking for, he didn't accept their help. And so when he drowned and went to see his maker, he got before his maker, his master, and he said, well, why didn't you save me? And God looked back at him. Do you remember when I sent you the buoy? Do you remember when I sent you the boat? Do you remember when I sent you the men on the fireboat? Those were all my signs that I gave to you to let you know I was there to help you. What's the point? Many times, because the sign doesn't look the way we envision it in our mind, we miss the sign and we miss our blessing. We're asking for the blessing, but we're not asking just to be blessed. We're asking to be blessed in a specific way. And that is not how the universe works. Sometimes you've got to be careful for what you ask for because you might just get it.
Yeah. So I gotta. So Kelly, of course, as you can see, my picture is in with her picture, so you might know who Kelly is. She's the reason I asked this question, and it's interesting because I do think we as humans we go in places where we get into the flow and where God is responding more. It's almost like I'm gonna create this thought now. It's like God's algorithm. The more we're in tune with Him, the more we're in flow, the more that things are coming in our direction. So Kelly actually told me that story. It was pretty funny because we've been a long day, and she goes, I don't know if it's a true story or not. And then she starts telling it and gets to the part where the guy meets heaven, a guy meets God in heaven. She goes, yeah, it's probably not a true story now that I'm saying this. It's fable, but it was quite funny at the time. But ultimately, within a week, she started looking for those signs. And she was going through a tough period of like, I have so many different things. She has a spa, she's got her horses, and she loves being a barrel racer. But at the same time, she's like, is it worth it to me? And she literally got up one morning and said, God, I need a sign to know if this is what I should be doing. And she ran her fastest time in a long time that night on one of her horses. Last night, and this is a couple days ago, last night competed against some of the top names in the sport, in like top names. Like when I would say if I were to go try to pitch a game in a Major League Baseball game against some of those batters, that's who she competed against last night and beat all of them. So in the week that she asked for a sign from God, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? That's what she got. And that's fascinating. So I think there is that moment where you learn that if you ask for something from God or from the universe, I like to be open-minded to people's thoughts. If you ask for those signs, it's there. You just have to listen. You have to look for the buoy. You have to look for the boat. They'll be there.
Love it.
Yeah, we forget to listen. We forget to listen, and we forget to watch and just take it in. We especially people who think they're right all the time. That's all they want to do is say what they've done and how they did it and blah, 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 blah. You learn more sometimes from listening and watching and observing than you do always being the one to have the answer. You can never stop learning. You can never stop growing. You just need to focus on what it is that you need to learn, focus on what it is that you need to grow in, and then go out and make it happen.
I love it. One of my colleagues says this every time he does a presentation, and he ends it with this. He says, good, better, best. We can't let it rest until our good becomes better and our better becomes our best. So I want to ask you guys, we've been at this now for about combined between last night tonight, almost 12 hours. How do you feel like being a part of this event has made you better or brought out your best?
Well, for me, I'm going to tell you, I've met some phenomenal people, and I've heard some stories that have inspired me, and a sign that says what we're doing is the right thing, because so many people have challenges and so many people want to give up. And it gives everybody hope that your situation can turn around. Your life can turn around. The way you think, the way you feel, the way you act can turn around. People can change. People survive, and they can thrive. They can move forward.
It's good. Jeff, how about you?
I would just say that almost all the stories are extremely powerful, and we can learn lessons from each and every person out there, whether they're black or white or female or male or Muslim or Jewish or any of the other religions. It doesn't matter. They're all people, and we are all people. And the world is a better place when we come together, and that is what this event is doing.
Absolutely.
I'm always reminded of just the differences that we all have, and people always, especially when we're in this self-help profession, like, why would anybody listen to Terence? Why would anybody listen to me, Brenda, Jeff? Why? Because no matter where you're at in your life, somebody's story might resonate with you in that moment. Our life,
Very true.
our mind and our lives are meant for triggers bad and triggers good. So if we find the good triggers, then we're able to use that to catapult ourselves to happiness. And I say success a lot, but ultimately success and happiness are not synonymous. Success in business is one thing, happiness is something else. So ultimately, seeing the things from other people that inspire us to change our lives, to seek happiness and to be happy. Sometimes just realize to take a deep breath and look at the world around you and look at what you've got in your life, and to have that kind of gratitude, and seeing other people's stories and what they've been through, and still have the ability to stay positive and help change people's lives. It's an enriching concept, and we've seen that from our speakers leading up to this point. I'm sure we're going to see it for the rest of the event.
Happiness is key. When you're happy, things are worth it. When you're unhappy, you make the wrong decisions.
Truth.
Great answers. A good friend of mine, Trevor Ott, says, wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. So that's why I love these type of events, because it helps you get your mind right. It helps you get your mind focused on where you want to be. And if you want to be in a happy place, this is one of those forums where your mind becomes happy. And now with your mind focused on happiness, you'll start manifesting happiness in your life. Why? Because wherever you are in life, your mind has to get there first. So if you want to become your best you, set it up in your mind today that that's who you're going to be. And then tomorrow, good, better, best, we won't let it rest until our good becomes better and our better becomes our best.
You're such a poet.
And I didn't know it. I didn't even hang out with Shauna last night.
You always just nail it. Are you guys ready for our next speaker? Do you guys have any final words before we move on to Brad, who did a pre-record specifically for this event?
I have one thing to say, and whoever else wants to. Remember that same boiling water that hardens the egg also softens the potato. So which one are you going to be?
I had to think through that.
Mic drop.
Wow.
Also makes coffee taste delicious.
Yes, absolutely. And spaghetti as well. Yeah.
And it also kills the frog.
Oh,
True. And on the spaghetti, there is time. That proves there's timing, because if you let it boil and soften too long, it becomes mush.
That's right.
So it reminds you to
and
act.
the potato, it just disintegrates. Yes.
There's so many analogies out of this. I love
Right.
it.
And what's the room that nobody's allowed to go into? The mush room.
That's right.
See how we brought it back?
Well done.
And if you want to get more nuggets and fun like this, then you've got to come to the after party in Wonder. So we can have them put it up on the screen. That link again for Wonder tonight after our festivities. Come on in. You can hang out with the likes of Anthony, Jeff, Brenda. Some of our other speakers are going to be there, where you can network, get closer to some of the speakers that have really resonated with you today, and share your information, because maybe you weren't on stage, but you still have the opportunity to make an impact. So come on over and join us tonight on the Wonder link. It's right there in the comments. You can copy and paste it, and we'll talk more about it as we get to our networking event later on this evening. But now, Anthony, let's get back to the BTBY conference.
100%. By the way, if you haven't seen the eulogy for the boiled water, it says, rest in peace, boiled water. You will be missed. Okay. We are ready for our next speaker. We're actually going to be playing it. He recorded it just for us and just for this weekend. So we're going to get that up. Maud's loading it right now. I'm going to do this gentleman's intro. Brad, I got to watch it a little bit early. It's fantastic. You're going to enjoy it. So please stick around for this, watch this, and then we've got more speakers to come after it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Brad. Brad is a speaker and career coach that helps others find their purpose so that they can do what they love. He's known as the rubber chicken guy and is on a mission to spark tiny acts of courage into 10,000 people and remind them not to let fear stop them. He uses a hashtag choose courage. He is a former IT geek that struggled with his confidence and turned his struggle into his passion. He left a lucrative almost six-figure a year job in the tech industry to pursue his passion of helping others. Each person he inspires gets an itty-bitty tiny rubber chicken to remind them to choose courage. Hashtag don't be a chicken dash do what you love. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Mr. Brad Finkeldye. Go ahead and bring it up for me, Maud. And here we go. And if it, we'll test the, we'll leave me up there for a second, see how it's working.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brad Finkeldye, and I am a career and life coach. And we're talking about today and in this whole space about becoming the best version of yourself. And I'm going to share my story of stepping into courage and taking courageous steps in my life that have literally helped shift me from being someone who wasn't confident to someone who is now confident. Not all the time. It's not always that I'm confident, but I now believe in myself and so much more than I did just a few years ago. So let me pull up my presentation. And as you listen to this presentation, what I want you to do is to think, how does this relate to my life? Where do I see myself inside of this? And what steps could I start to do in my life that would make a huge difference if I was just take a step in being more courageous? All right. So again, my name is Brad Finkeldye. I'm a career and life coach. And you will soon find out why there's a giant rubber chicken, why there's a giant rubber chicken on this screen. And this is the real life version. His name's Charlie, and he's going to play a significant part in my story. So I just want to take this back. This is Gabby. This was my dog. It was about 2014, and I was out walking Gabby just for a good day walk, and I had been, I was just about back to the house, and I seen this guy walking his bicycle, like pushing his bicycle, and that little red alert that goes on, that little like warning sign when you see something that's just a little bit off, came up as I passed this guy. He was across the street pushing the bicycle, and he had a bunch of boxes under his arms and on the front of the bike handle. And I was like, that's kind of odd, but it sparked my memory. I was like, wait a minute, my package is coming today. And I was super excited about it. I was getting ready to start a new adventure. And this is what was in the box: a bunch of tiny little rubber chickens. I don't know if you could see it, but this is just really, really small, super cute. And these were going to be the start of a new mission for myself of helping inspiring some courage for people. And I'll explain all that. But anyways, this was what was in my package, and I was really excited to get it. I was expecting this on my front porch. I was expecting to see some Amazon boxes. But I got back to the house, and I just looked at my phone, and I had seen the alert. The Amazon driver had just dropped it off. And I looked at my front porch, and these boxes were not there. I did not see my package on the porch. And my heart started to go, wait a minute, it was just dropped off. What's going on? And I double checked. I looked inside, and then my heart started to race because it wasn't inside either. And what I realized inside that moment was the man that I had just seen walking past me with a bunch of boxes under his arms he had stolen my package. And my heart knew I needed to do something else. I needed to go stand up and be courageous for myself. I needed to go chase this guy down and get my package back. But why would anybody go chase a thief down that you're not even sure that they stole for something as tiny as this little rubber chicken, right? It just doesn't make sense. So I want to take you back before this all happened and give you the backstory, okay? So a few years before this moment, what had happened is I felt chained behind my computer. I felt chained behind a job that I had come to. I had done a really good job at it. I had had a career, but something was pulling me away, and I just felt chained, and I didn't feel like I could make a leap of faith. It just felt stuck. And the one thing that I knew that was my indication was I felt unhappy. And that's all I really knew. And that's generally the first sign of something needs to shift. I need to shift something. I need to change something in my life. I need to mix things up because I'm not happy in the moment and I'm not sure why. I had the big house. I had the nice car. I had the BMW. I was living in Austin, Texas at this time. I'm originally from St. Louis. And I had, quote unquote, made it. I had everything that you're supposed to have and be successful in today's world. And that feeling was still there. And I didn't know what to do. So what I did is I reached out, and I'd never done this before. I reached out and I had a conversation with a life coach. And we sat down, and it was just over a cup of coffee for about an hour or two. And at the end of it, what I realized was that I wasn't confident. What I realized during this conversation was I wasn't confident. And that was really, really confronting for me. And then the truth was told to me. The life coach told me flat out. She said, Brad, you're not confident and you're using your big paycheck to impress people. And I somehow knew on the inside, subconsciously, like I felt like that, but I had never heard it outside. And when she shared it with me, it felt like the truth was being told to me. And it was like, she said, you're using your money to impress people. And what I realized in that moment was I was using money to get people to like me. And that was really hard for me to face because I thought that's what was supposed to be success. And that's why people would like it. You're successful. You've got money. And I had to learn the hard way that that's not the truth. So what I want to share what happened next was, I'm going to step back here. What I want to share what happened next was that made me realize, what do I want to really do in my life? And at that time, I wanted to travel. I wanted to help others. I wanted to do some more photography. And I started to think about the things that I would feel regretful of if I didn't do them in my life. And what happened was I ended up coming back home for Christmas. And I realized when I walked back into my mom's house that her house had fallen apart, that things had not been taken care of, and that I would feel regretful of not helping her out and giving her a nice place to live. See, my dad passed away in 1997, and it had been a number of years since he passed, and the house just wasn't taken care of to the level that I thought my mom should have a house. My brothers and I did the best we could, but we all had our own lives and you know, things like that. And my mom's house had just fallen slowly into disrepair. And that little feeling I had, like, I'm going to regret this if I don't take care of this. So I looked at my life and I said, you know what? I'm going to move back in with my mother and I'm going to help fix up this house. So I moved from Austin, Texas, back to St. Louis. I moved in with my mom for about 9 months, and I repaired and brought my family together and hired some professionals and stepped into a lot of things that I didn't know how to do. But the only thing I did know is I wanted to do this. And so I'm proud to say, I took on the project of restore my mom's basement and a lot of other projects around the house. And she got to live, in the last years of her life in a house that was updated and nice and easy for her to take care of. And it was a really great moment. And it was during that time of me rehabbing that I went to a yoga class, and I met someone, this yoga teacher, that introduced me to the concept and the idea of like becoming a life coach and being doing that as a business. It never occurred to me at all before. So what I ended up doing is I went to San Diego, the land of the coaches, and I got certified as a coach. And then I wrote a book. And then from there, I found this speaking trip where we went to Ecuador, and we got to go to the Amazon forest, and we got to go to the Andes Mountains, and we got to speak at the University of Cuenca. And it was an amazing event. And one of the guys there was an amazing human being. His name's Raphael. And he carried around this giant rubber chicken, just like the one I got. And he just reminded people to be courageous in their life, to do what they love and not let fear hold them back. And, don't be a chicken. And then he would give people these tiny little rubber chickens. And I got one of these little chickens, and it was a cool moment, and I liked it, and I just kind of kept it. And it kept reminding me to be more courageous, to do things that I want to do, but I might be a little scared to do, and not let fear hold me back, right? So I kept doing those things, and about a year or so after I met Raphael and after the trip, completed, it was amazing. Raphael was over in Egypt with some family and some friends, and they were just tourists touring around the desert. And the military mistakenly identified them as terrorists, and they killed them all and gunned them down by helicopter. Well, I don't think they killed them all, but a lot of the people ended up passing away, and Raphael did pass away. So when that happened, I felt inspired by God to take on his message. And I didn't know at the time. It just was, I'm starting to understand that when you get inspiration, sometimes it's just a crazy idea, and that's when you should act on it. And so anyways, I had this idea. I was like, this guy is inspirational. He's funny and goofy. He's kind of like me. I'm going to just keep paying this forward. So I ordered these little rubber chickens. And so these chickens that were on my front porch that were just delivered were my gift back to the world. They were my little mission, the one way that I can give back to make a difference that made sense to me. And so there I am, back on the front porch, having this history and these moments in my life where there's something of significance there for me, and someone stole it. And I've always avoided conflict in my life. I've always run the other direction. But I stood there on that front porch that day, and I said, I can either go stand up for myself, or I can go be a chicken and run upstairs and order some more. And I stood there and I said, I'm going to go do this. And so I chased after this guy, and I caught up with him about a block or two, and I said, hey, you've got my package. And he denied it, and I grabbed it. And I ripped it open, and I was instantly upset because I was supposed to get 100 of these little things, and I only got one, and I paid $31 for one little tiny rubber chicken. So I'm sitting there in this whole weird space of, I just confronted someone for stealing a tiny little rubber chicken, and the person I bought it from ripped me off. This is not right. So anyways, I asked the guy, I said, what's going on with your life? I just started to listen to him. And it took something for me to even ask that question, like to get out of my own self-identity and being selfish. I just asked him, like, what's going on, man? Why would you steal a little rubber chicken? Why would you steal packages? And he just opened up to me and he shared his life. And he was homeless. He was strung out on drugs. He shared his mom was homeless. He shared his girlfriend was homeless, and they were both on drugs as well. And what I learned that day, in that moment, was that when I step into taking on and being courageous and doing something that might scare me, but I know I need to do, I know I want to do, it shifted everything. It shifted my beliefs about myself. It shifted my belief about the situation. It doesn't always have to be that way. I don't always have to run from confrontation. I can actually go after and chase some things that I care about. And so what I have learned from all of this, and what I've learned from all of this is that it's important to take the leap. Don't listen to that loud, fearful voice that's telling you to stay small. Listen to the quiet, steady voice that's telling you to be big. It's not easy all the time. That's why surround yourself with people who believe in the big version of you. Put yourself in situations where you're going to be challenged, but supported. And you'll find time, you'll fall down and you'll fail, and that's okay, right? Just don't let fear stop you from getting back up, because the whole point of life is that there is actually no top. It's a journey, and you get to tell the story, and it's your responsibility to tell the story of you being big in your life, whatever that is. Starting a new business, starting a new career. I've given away 1,200 of these, actually more now, over 1,200 of these tiny little rubber chickens. And people have told me they have started dating again. People have told me they've started new jobs and new careers. I had a client of mine that we were working on her career, and just by her understanding herself, her fear, and what was holding her back, it transformed her marriage, because she believed in herself again, and she showed up powerfully in her marriage, and it transformed it for her. So I just want to leave you with the last. You've got the power within you. Don't be a chicken. Don't believe in those small fears. Believe in the bigger version of yourself. If you've got any questions, you can feel free to reach me at sparksofcourage.com. Love to have a conversation with you. And if you want one of these little rubber chickens yourself, you can get one at sparksofcourage.com as well. Hope you guys have an amazing event and have a great, wonderful day. Bye.
Well, that was obviously fantastic. If you guys don't know who Brad is, make sure after seeing that you look him up. It's Brad Finkeldine. Let me spell his last name for you. Finkeldei. So, just the concept and hearing how people did it's certain. That's the great part about people that speak at events like this and speak to others, is it resonates with certain people. You don't always have to be at the Eric Thomases or the Tony Robbins or the Gary V's of the world. You still have a whole slew of phenomenal mid-level coaches and performance coaches and speakers that are speaking to tens of thousands of people, and it's resonating with the right group. And it's resonating with people that are, as he said, going back dating again, that are getting new jobs again and finding their next step to success and to happiness and all these different things. So again, I really enjoyed Brad's presentation. It's got those nuanced differences. It's fun. It's playful, as is a rubber chicken. So I hope you guys got something from that. It is now time to introduce our next speaker. So we've got a couple back-to-back pre-records that were for this event. This next speaker, however, I want you guys to know will potentially, we're working on him to potentially be at the event in February. Actually, I'm not sure in my notes if he is going to be there or not. I can't remember. I know he will not. He will not be able to make. Clyde will not be able to make that event. The speaker after him, Dr. Rick Fulton, is a maybe for February. So maybe just find him on social media and say, we really want you to speak if you like what you see. So Brad's contact is right here, by the way. It is sparksofcourage.com. That was put up there. Great job, Maud, in the back room. But without further ado, we might as well get to our next speaker, our next person that's going to come speak for us for this event. It's a Sir Clyde Rivers. Yes, Sir. Sir is a actual big thing. He earned that name, so he should be given that name while we do the introduction. Clyde Rivers, Dr. Rivers, actually, is the acting representative to the United Nations, New York, for the Interfaith Peace Building Initiative, the IPI, and the United Nations Department of Public Information. Dr. Clyde Rivers is an acting ambassador and the director of the North American division of the Golden Rule International. Dr. Clyde Rivers is the spokesperson for the World Civility Day Community Civility Counts Initiative. In July 2018, Dr. Rivers won the United States Presidential Life Achievement Award for over 4,000 volunteer hours of serving the nation and humanity. Dr. Rivers is the recipient of the Danny K. Davis Peace Prize in 2017, U.S. Congressman of Illinois. Let's see. This annual congressional award, by the way, is given for excelling in his field and making a difference in people's lives. Pretty cool award to receive. In 2017, Dr. Rivers was given the title of Sir or Don Dr. Clyde Rivers. That's right, Sir Dr. Clyde Rivers, as he was knighted into the original Kingdom of Guatemala and the great city of La Antigua, the first city established by the Spanish monarchy, knighted by Lord Eduardo El Prado as the Commodore de Santiago de los Caballeros de La Antigua, Guatemala. Dr. Rivers is the recipient of an honorable mention for the American Civil Collaboration Award in 2017, at large for the Republic of Burundi, as appointed by the President Pierre. I'm not even going to try that one. Nkurunziza? Yes. And special advisor to the President Pierre, President of Republic Burundi, Africa, Dr. Clyde Rivers, former co-chairman of the Congressional Prayer Conference in Washington, D.C. There's not much he hasn't done. He also spoke at my first event that I was with, where I met Jeff and some other people, and he truly can bring the house down and take over a room. So without further ado, Maud, go ahead and bring it up on the screen. Sir Clyde Rivers.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Clyde Rivers, His Royal Highness Akuji Man Kabina. I miss other first. I'm excited to be at this awesome event. Brenda, you're a great leader, and we're honored to be able to speak and encourage people. What I want to talk about today is this. Understand, if you're going to be great in life, you have to understand process. In my experience in traveling around the world, my organization, I Change Nations, has access to over 154 nations. In my years, I've seen people want to avoid process. Never avoid process, because process is the education needed for the next level. I've never seen a person get to the top overnight. And if you get to the top overnight and you miss processes, when things go bad and things turn a wrong way, you won't understand how it's built because you missed process. As I began to build I Change Nations, we went through ups and downs constantly, but every up and every down was education for me. And when I talk about education, it taught me how to do it, what to do, and the next time I meet a person that asks me that equation that is it similar to the one that I filled in, I have answers now. So a part of your process is winning and losing. You see, people won't tell you this. The loss is good education, and a win is education. We're talking about you being great and walking out your great life. Understand, you will live about 5% in the highlights, and you will live 95% in the preparation. There will be things that you encounter every single day. People are going to ask questions that should wake up things in you about what you're doing. And I'm telling you, the one thing that I love is when I've already been there in the natural realm, when I've been there in my, or I've been there, I've been there in a conflict. Because now, if another person comes to me with that same thing, I now have answers. I now have answers. So one of the things that I want to tell you, process is important. And in your process, know what a win looks like. Because the average person is competing with another person's wins. Well, you will never win like anyone else. You will win like you. So it's really important that you define what a win looks like and understand with what stage you're in. Are you going to build quick or are you going to build right? Now, let me give you an example. When I'm looking at people that I want to work with, the first thing I check is I say, are they consistent? If they have no consistency, I know that they're in multiple processes. And when you work at the top of the world, you want the expert, not everyone that's like going through 90 processes or has a great idea that's not tested. So if I can encourage you in the midst of your process, build with consistency, because any person that wants to work with you is going to check your consistency, not your emotion. Everyone can stand on stage, they can speak really good, but what's the follow through? After you get done, is there a deliverable for the person in the audience that wants to work with you? Have you thought about the actual process of how to get on a stage? And you're on a stage is one thing, but how do you create a productive product that others may need? And that involves process. And I'm telling you, all of a sudden one day when you have process and you're working again 95% of it's work, 5% is entertainment, where everyone says, wow, we love you, that's great. If you haven't done 95% of your work in preparation, it's it's going to be a long day for you. If you don't have content right now, I tell people, many people want to do great things. Like, that's fantastic. Where's the content? When you leave that actual stage as a speaker, where's content? Have you got content that I need to help move me forward? And this is why I love this kind of an event, because it brings great people from all over the world together. Now, that's phenomenal. How are you moving forward? Are you prepared for the process? Are you prepared for the path least traveled? Let me give you a secret about things I do. One of the things I do that for me is a process is whenever I pick up a book to read, I only read till I feel inspired. Well, that's crazy. You buy a book and 3 chapters may inspire you. Yeah. And that's what I've learned in me. I'll read chapters until the inspiration leaves. When the inspiration leaves, I stop reading the book. Why? Because at that point, for me, I'm just getting their information. And I don't need their information. I need the inspiration, because the inspiration will inspire me. And that's why, by the grace of God, I've been able to build a lot of unique stuff, because it's my inspiration. And at a certain point, what makes you unique? What makes you unique comes through process. When you have to process and you go through things, it forces you to your uniqueness. And I've seen several people around the world that are fighting for what is my uniqueness. And that comes through process. Process is never easy because it tries you. And as it tries you, as you stand in there and you're in the middle of a problem and you have to make it happen and think, sometimes those are the greatest times to build things in you, because it'll force you to think and look at things at a different level. So I tell people, problems are no problem. They're part of process. And understand, if you're going to be great, think about this here. Do you have longevity? Do you have process? Can you answer people's questions without just emotion? Can you walk them into a strategy that they can see? it's one thing to have the ability to speak and inspire, but can you connect that person on the ground with the reality so that in your business of speaking, you go to the next level? Because every speaker wants to speak more. Every speaker that's an entrepreneur needs more business. So at some point it leaves the stage. At some point it leaves the stage. And what are your deliverables when you leave the stage? First of all, are you branded right? If I Google you, am I going to see a consistency? Or am I going to see, oh, this individual's been all over the board? Now, if they're all over the board, guess what that tells me? That tells me that they're a master of none. Smart people look for your longevity. If you try to build everything in 10 minutes, they're going to know, because smart people look at dates, they look at times, and they say, wow, so all this happened in 2 months? No, because people are tired of having people speak but can't deliver the goods. So now when you come in, you have to understand, when you've been through a process, you can help others understand their process. And in the midst of your process, look for a different language that helps you explain your processes differently. Now, another thing that's important is how you communicate in process. One thing I do is always wake people up to new ideas. So in the process, in the communication, wake people up to new things. Because let me tell you, if you're copying someone else, I'll just go to them. I need to know the authentic you. So if you're constantly building yourself on other people's nuggets and other people's stuff, that's great, because that's a great thing, because people have done great things. So it's okay to do that. But at some point, I need to know you. Who are you? What do you bring me? If you're gonna always bring other stuff, then I'm gonna know, thank you. You just were advertisement for the other person. So what you have to do, you have to really kick into gear and think at another level, and understand, if you're going to be great, you're going to have process. And in reality, you will live, the actual highlights are 5% of the times. The other 95% is preparation. His Royal Highness, King Akujiman Kobina Amisa the First, Dr. Clyde Rivers, great being with you. Thank you so much.
Sir Clyde Rivers, as always, kills it. He had a couple great nuggets of information. I know Terence, who knows him a little bit better, is probably going to bring some of that stuff up later. But the whole concept of inspiration, not information, is obviously huge. And some just the other stuff that he said about taking time and don't be a master. That was phenomenal, and I hope you guys got a lot out of that. And Dr. Clyde Rivers always brings some amazing stuff. What I want to say is I got a correction. He will not be in person, but he will be there virtually at the event February 11th through the 13th in Kansas City, Kansas. So please make sure that you are getting those tickets this weekend. If you buy them now, they are $239. That includes meals for that 3-day event on the 11th of February through the 13th in Kansas City, Kansas. So please go ahead and go to the website, comechangeyourlife.com. Again, that's comechangeyourlife.com. So, yeah, we got it right in the boot there. There we go. Comechangeyourlife.com. They will be $399, but if you get it this weekend and you want to join us in Kansas City, it's going to be a really fun event. And again, we'll have Sir Clyde Rivers there as a virtual, which is great. Now, our next speaker, Dr. Rick Fulton, is a maybe for February. So again, once you see how you like Dr. Rick, hit him up on social media. Be like, I really can't wait to see you in person in Kansas City. And I think you're going to enjoy this one as well. I'm actually going to be sharing this one up there. So I got a couple things to do on this, but I want to do his intro real quick right now. Again, each of the speakers we've had, phenomenal to this point. More coming up. We also have a meet and greet later this evening. We've got more speakers tomorrow. We've got breakouts coming up. I don't even know how many speakers we have left. If you guys can do a count, put it in the private chat, and I'm going to tell everybody how many speakers. I'm going to guess. I'm going to say between today and tomorrow, we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 speakers left. I'm going to guess 15. Also, I have a correction to my speech. Thank you to Jeff. I'm surprised he didn't bring it up in our little roundtable discussion we had. Joe Burrows did not go to Alabama. Joe Burrows went to Ohio State. I don't know why I said Alabama. So it was Ohio State, then to LSU, where he won the Heisman. You know, you make power schools, you make little mistakes here and there. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Again, this is recorded specifically for this event, and I think you're really going to enjoy this as well. Dr. Rick Fulton. He is a doctor of chiropractic specializing in corrective spinal care, exercise therapies, and nutrition. His clinic, Full Spectrum Back and Body, focuses on helping his patients find solutions to many of today's most difficult healthcare issues. You may recognize him from the Hy-Vee commercial with Patrick Mahomes. He has been involved in the entertainment industry for over 20 years and enjoys acting for film and TV. The life lessons from acting mixed with his career as a doctor give him a unique perspective on taking chances and making choices. You're going to be joining Dr. Rick on this speech to learn how to live your life to the fullest. He's got a whole bunch of hashtags. He's got a whole bunch of different stuff that he does and he talks about. So I am looking forward to bringing this gentleman up right now. And here it comes, ladies and gents, Dr. Rick Fulton.
And we all love heroes and underdogs, right? So what's the one thing they all have in common? They take risks. They have to, or the story dies with them. Einstein once said, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, is insanity. And that makes sense. I love that. A bridge full of angry orcs, and the smallest guy there says, "Toss me!" So he tosses a dwarf named Gimli right in the middle of it all. I remember walking out of that theater feeling like I could conquer anything. So how about you? So I started this presentation with this theme because often we get stuck focusing on only one way of solving a problem, and we end up frustrated and miss the real solution. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is punctuated with unlikely heroes taking on impossible odds. Maybe you feel like you're facing some of those impossible challenges in your life right now. I'm a doctor, and while I can talk about a number of things to boost your morale today, I've decided to talk about taking chances and making choices that enhance your health. Because if you don't invest in your health now, you'll spend your wealth on disease control later. So what are the battles you're facing in your life right now? You know, the ones you need to win. Maybe your battle is with that extra 10 to 20 pounds that you can't shed. Maybe your blood pressure's out of control, or your neck and your back pain keeps you awake all night and ruins your day. Maybe you just feel tired and depressed all the time, and you don't know why. Well, we could talk about any or all of those things today, but I decided to focus on something that affects everyone at some point in their lives. Some of us suffer from this daily. For some, it's a weekly event. And for the lucky few, it's seldom, if ever, a problem. But when it is, it gets all of our attention. I'm talking about headaches. Now, the common solution for overcoming headaches is pain meds. Sometimes we need those to help us get through an acute injury or a surgery, and that's why we have them. But if you find yourself living on things like Advil or Motrin or Tylenol or Aleve, your body might be trying to tell you there's a bigger problem just under the surface, kind of like your check engine light on your car. If you ignore it long enough, you'll end up with a major problem at some point. How determined are you to actually fix the things in your life that are weighing you down? Taking chances and making good choices pays off. So let's dig into two specific kinds of headaches that affect the majority of the population: tension headaches and migraines. Now, headaches can be caused by a misalignment of the spine that puts pressure on local nerves. Too much pressure and voila, all of a sudden you have a headache. Sometimes it's not so simple. Hormone imbalance can cause headaches too. That thunderclap migraine that comes on with a vengeance can be from a sudden increase or decrease in estrogen. And GI issues like IBS and celiac disease are known to be triggers for migraines. So let's talk about what you can do if you feel a headache coming on. Sometimes finding the solution to a long-standing problem is as simple as looking at the problem from a different perspective. Pain meds don't magically move your spine back into alignment. They just dull the signals that tell you there's a problem. Now, there are times for pain meds, that's for sure. Like during an acute injury or surgery, you may need pain meds to help control the level of pain response in the body. Those times are why we have these medications. When that happens, I'm thankful they exist. But everything comes with a trade-off, and most pain medications have side effects. Too much Tylenol, for example, can destroy your liver. So if you find yourself living on pain meds, you need to ask yourself, what am I sacrificing by not fixing the root cause of this problem? Hey, did you know that about 10% of the nerves in your body are pain fibers? The rest, they're all tied to function. And if you're in pain, your body's telling you something is not functioning the way it should. So don't ignore it. If your headache is caused by a misalignment, there's no substitute for corrective spinal care. We have patients come into our office with headaches and inflammation from a misaligned spine, and they leave with no headache and a greater range of motion. We use ultrasound and trigger point therapies to release tension on muscles and to remove inflammation. These kinds of headaches can come from overworked muscles or just sleeping in a weird position. Now, I'll go over some exercises in a few minutes that we can use to help reduce the tension in your back. Strengthening your back muscles and your abs, well, it does wonders for removing headaches and neck pain in general. Now, as a functional medicine doctor, we work with a lot of internal problems like acid reflux or leaky gut, even high blood pressure. We also work with hormone problems or blood sugar issues. These things can all trigger headaches. Did you know that there's over 150 different kinds of headaches? But we're going to just focus on two primary headaches today, tension and migraine headaches. Tension headaches are caused by stress, poor posture, or accidents or injuries that result in misalignment of the spine. We just talked about the approach we use to solve those headache problems. Tension headaches are more mechanical in nature, so correcting the mechanical problem tends to solve the headache issues. Migraines are more complicated. If you've ever had a migraine, you know that migraines can be a little trickier to fix. So a recent survey showed that roughly 75% of all Americans suffer from some sort of dehydration. That could be drinking too much coffee, soda, or tea, or from drinking too much or too little water. Yep, you can get dehydrated by drinking too much water. It's called electrolyte imbalance, and it can give you a nasty headache. Since a third of all migraine sufferers say dehydration is a trigger, correcting this should be the first step in reducing the frequency or the severity of your migraines. And we know that many headaches are brought on by stress, and stress changes your body's chemistry. It could be internal, affecting your gut health, or external, affecting the structure or function of your body. No matter where it starts, we always check for dehydration first. Maybe your migraines don't stem from dehydration. Maybe yours are from a hormone imbalance. Estrogen plays a big role in migraine headaches. A sudden drop in the good estrogen or a surge in the evil estrogen can have your head pounding in no time. And guys, you have estrogen problems too, so don't think it's a girl thing. In fact, too much estrogen in men is associated with that stubborn weight gain and that pot-belly look in older males. Finally, what if your headaches are caused by your gut health? IBS and celiac disease have been linked to migraine headaches. So health, as it relates to headaches, is complicated, but it's not impossible. Maybe you've tried drugs and medications to manage the symptoms, and you may even have, well, maybe you're even having success with that right now. But what if there was a way to dig to the root of the problem instead of just managing the symptoms? There are several ways to get electrolytes into your body. First, the food you eat is what we should look at. If your diet doesn't contain around 7 to 8 cups of green leafy vegetables per day, you're going to be short on electrolytes, which means sooner or later you'll have problems with headaches and other internal organ functions. And if your diet lacks healthy fats, such as omega-3s from avocados or salmon, you're going to have a hard time getting your electrolytes absorbed at the proper levels. Here's a test. If your muscles cramp while you work or you exercise, you're probably short on potassium. Or if you end up with muscle cramps at night after you go to bed, you're probably short on calcium. There's a balance that your body needs every day, and certain foods that we eat, like cakes and cookies and crackers and pasta and stuff like that, will actually depletes our resources rather than increasing the stores of these vital nutrients. You can start supplementing with electrolyte powder to bring some balance back into your system while you clean up your diet. If you're struggling with headaches from hormones, we typically recommend getting something to balance the estrogen in your system. Sugar is not your friend when you're dealing with excess estrogen. Cruciferous vegetables, however, are. In fact, there's a product called DIM that works wonders for balancing your estrogen levels. We've seen patients who struggle with daily headaches balance their estrogen and the headaches vanish. Check with your doctor to see if it's a good fit for you. We use this one in our hormone balancing program, and it just works wonders. So if you want to alleviate those migraines, drop the Skittles and pick up the Brussels sprouts. Finally, if your gut is causing you migraines, you're going to need to do some fasting. And when you're not fasting, drop the Skittles and pick up those Brussels sprouts again. Well, when our gut is not functioning correctly, i.e. like indigestion, acid reflux, bloating, diarrhea, or constipation, a hard reset with fasting can fix a lot of problems. But don't worry, unless your BMI is under 10%, you can live off stored fuel for at least a week without any trouble. You'll think more clearly, you'll have more energy, your skin will look more radiant, and you'll have fewer headaches and aches and pains in general. So why is that? Well, it's because your body is doing its own recycling program. It cleans up toxins, it repairs your leaky gut, and reduces inflammation, all leading causes of headaches in general. Try a 24-hour fast the next time you're not feeling well and see what it does for you. Now, if you get headaches when you don't eat, try taking MCT oil or a little Kerrygold butter in your coffee or tea to fix the hunger cravings. That won't break your fast, but it will help you avoid a hunger headache. And remember to stay hydrated with electrolytes while you fast. That's another key ingredient to keep you from getting headaches while your body does that reset. Okay, so now you're hydrated, you're getting your spine aligned, you're taking the pressure off your nervous system. Now it's time for some exercise. Our adult bodies are made up of 206 bones held together by thousands of muscle fibers and innervated by over 45 miles of nerves. Those bones don't just hold themselves in alignment, they rely on their muscles to do that. When we're out of shape, our muscles lose the tone that's necessary to keep everything functioning correctly. And we already know that when we lose function, the check engine light kicks on and we receive that pain signal that says, alert, pending doom. Strong abdominal muscles are the key to reducing low back strain. Low back strain can lead to neck pain and headaches. When we lose the curve in our low back, we tend to do the same in our neck, and that equals muscle strain, which equals headache pain. Here are a few exercises I give my patients to strengthen their core. And done consistently, they absolutely can erase back pain. And that means fewer headaches too. The first one is the side plank. The oblique muscle wraps around your core like a corset. So if you tighten the corset, the spine, the internal organs, the nervous system as a whole will function more as they should. Now we focus on static side planks with every new patient. If you have an injury or if it's been a while since you exercised, begin your side planks from your knees instead of bridging from your feet to your elbows. You can begin these on your knees, but graduate to a full side plank as soon as possible. And once you can do 3 sets for 30 seconds on each side, move to raised side planks. Once you've mastered the raised side plank, you can move to twisted side planks, where you'll incorporate your entire core, legs, back, and shoulder muscles into the mix. I try to do these every day since I spend so much time bending over patients or sitting and working on my computer. Remember, too much time sitting is just as bad as too much time stooping over all A great upper body exercise that can help you reduce upper back fatigue is the YWTL stretch. I do this by holding each position for 30 seconds under isometric contraction. Basically, you pretend you're holding a stretch band in your hands and you're pulling it back behind you with each hold. Now, these 4 positions will help you to loosen the pectoral muscles while you tighten your back muscles. This is a great exercise to help you pull your shoulders back into the proper postural alignment. And when we do this exercise and stretch, we focus on strengthening the upper traps, the lats, the posterior delt muscles, and the rhomboid muscles located between your shoulder blades. These muscles are a counterbalance for the overworked, often tight pectoral muscles. Much of the neck and mid-back pain we have today is because of weakness in these back muscle groups, coupled with the tight pectoral muscles. The rhomboid muscle especially needs work in most people. Focus on building these and you'll eliminate those headaches from muscle strain. And remember, consistency is the key to success. 2 minutes of exercise done every day is better than 2 hours of exercise done twice a month. Doing both the side planks and the YWTL upper body exercise shouldn't take more than 5 minutes per day. Just do them right away each day while you're making your coffee. We'll talk about your coffee addiction next time. Baby steps. So I hope today's information was beneficial for everyone suffering with headaches. We've seen great results in our clinic, so I hope you will too. Your body has the power to heal. Sometimes it just takes looking at an old problem a new way. If you'd like to learn more about what we can do to help you reach your goals for better health, we invite you to sign up for a free consultation at thinkfullspectrum.com. Look for us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and catch our 2 Minutes with Doc Talks beginning in January of 2022. Thanks for joining us today. You don't have to settle for living with pain. At Full Spectrum Back and Body, we put health back into healthcare, and we want to help you live your life to the fullest. See you in February at the live event. I'm Dr. Rick. Thanks for tuning in.
Excellent job by Dr. Rick, of course. As many of you guys probably can assume, a lot of the people in this group are big into holistic health and healing and all the things that go with it and being in tune with your body. And in this, crazy COVID world, somebody like a Dr. Rick is imperative to the health and the natural immunity and all the natural things we do with our bodies, despite any medical choices we make, which are our own. It is great to also be able to take care of your bodies. Dr. Rick, I know he mentioned where you can find him. We'll make sure to put that up as well to give a little bit more of that information. He is probably going to have a booth in February, if not be speaking there as well. Maybe if we could get Dr. Rick, I'll talk to Brenda, get Dr. Rick to do like morning exercises to get the room bumping and stretched out and ready to go. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But seeing some of the natural movement in the body and the natural health, looking at the triggers that we have for all the things that pain us. I can't tell you how many friends I have that are constantly talking about headaches and just having nutrition issues and stomach aches and all these problems. And we all have them to a point, but we're also allergic to a lot of the foods we eat. I was raised with a doctor of chiropractic mother. So I've understood all the different things that go into our food, with the things we do to our body, and how we're no longer in tune with that. We have an average lifespan of right around 77 years, which has actually gotten higher and higher over time because of modern medicine. But then we've looked at the quality of life, and from the ages 55 to 77, the people that don't take care of their bodies and don't listen to it and don't have holistic health, unfortunately, leads us down a path where we are just unhealthy people and miserable for our last 20 years of life. So if you want to live longer and enjoy your life all the way until that time comes, people like Dr. Rick are there to actually save the world right now. So thank you, Dr. Rick, for sending that video specifically for the Becoming the Best You group. Again, I hope you guys take advantage of buying tickets now for the event in February in Kansas City, Kansas. Which, by the way, very close to Kansas City, Missouri. So go to comechangeyourlife.com. It's $239. It includes meals. It's going to be a great event. You're going to see all the people you've seen up here today. You're going to see us all there, and I can't wait. What else I can't wait for is our next speaker. We've had help from her all day long. Yesterday, tomorrow. And by the way, I got my answer. I forgot to tell you guys that. We still have 21 speakers over the next 2 days from this point, including the breakouts and all that. 21. So there's still a lot to come. So make sure you're jumping in, staying tuned as much as you possibly can. But next up, I really want to give a shout out to this person. She is somebody we obviously did not know before this event. We started to get to know her. She got brought on board by Everytail. She has become an integral role with Brenda and myself, Terence. She's not only is she a phenomenal worker, somebody willing to bust their butt and figure out how things work and make things work. She also has a great story that she's going to tell as well. And her story is interesting and powerful, and I look forward to hearing all of it because I just know the basics behind it. But I'm very excited for the next speaker. We're going to go ahead and just start a little bit early. Maud, are you okay starting a little bit early? Are you ready to go? Why not? Why not? So I'm going to introduce her. Maud is a veteran, ex-wife, angel mom, and someone who believes your job does not define you. Maud will be passing along her thoughts and experiences in this next 20 or so minutes with her battles with childhood cancer, child loss. She speaks about how watching a child grow through cancer changed her outlook on life. It's made Maud view life through the eyes of that child and try to live that way. She'll also tell you how 5 minutes can change your outlook. Simple stuff like that. She's got a great, powerful story, powerful 5 minutes on how to change. And she's also really fun to talk to and work with. So, ladies and gentlemen, Maud Miller.
Hi, Anthony.
Hi,
Thank
Maud.
you. Wow. Glowing reviews, I guess.
No, phenomenal.
Not expected.
No, you're awesome. So Maud, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you guys for letting me come on and speak. I haven't done this in years. It's probably been about 15 years since last time I've actually done this. I used to talk about my baby all the time, so this is definitely a different way for me to actually approach this. But I want to thank Brenda for actually allowing me to speak and Terence for encouraging me. If it wasn't for them, probably would not be here right now. So without further ado, I don't think my story is very amazing, but hopefully you guys will find it inspiring, find something that you find hope through it. You find a way to actually change who you are and what you're actually doing. It's very interesting to watch a child go through cancer. A little bit about me, more than what Anthony actually said, but I'm typically described as blunt, energetic, bubbly, weird, sometimes sweet, kind, helpful, maybe a combination of all of them, but probably not. They will also tell you that I'm always good for a laugh. I'm able to at least put a smile on your face, if nothing else. And being this way is a choice for me. I make it a choice every morning to make a difference in the lives of those around me. And by virtue of doing that, I make a difference in my own life. So let me tell you a little bit about my story and why I've decided to be this way. In February 1999, I was blessed with a beautiful baby girl. She was a miracle, and her name was Alyssa. She came into the world like a little ball of fire with bright red hair and a massive personality that would develop over her very, very short time here with me. She only had 7 years to make an impact. She definitely made an impact on my life and those who came in contact with her and now come in contact with me because their stories are intertwined. Although she has been gone for 15 years, she now impacts the way that I live my life every day. So let me tell you a little story. In February 2004, I was standing in the ER with my then 5-year-old daughter. It was the third time that we'd been into the hospital and the second time in the ER. We came into the ER first because she was peeing blood for over a week straight. They put her on antibiotics. The antibiotics were only making it worse. There was no end in sight. We weren't really sure what was going on. She woke up that morning and she was throwing up. So we took her in. So as usual, being the mom that I am or was with her, I sat down, I brought a bunch of stuff with me, and Alyssa was sitting on the bed, coloring and playing games. We had a game where she'd actually go and she'd sit there and she would name the colors. So the colors that were on the color crayons were not efficient enough. She had to make up her own. So she would make up different names, something that made us laugh or something that was funny, something that made us laugh until we cried. There were a lot of those. So after she decided that that was enough of that, she decided that she wanted to go and she wanted to start drawing lines. It was a game that we played a lot. It was our way of drawing a picture, and it was drawing a picture together. The game was actually called Alyssa and Mommy Dots. So it's kind of like connecting the dots. Kind of a fun game, something that she loved to do. She did it quite a lot. And when she was bored, she would bring me a piece of paper and tell me to start. So we would draw pictures. But while we were sitting there coloring and drawing, she looked up at me and she told me that she loved me. It was about the time that the ER doctor walked in and told me that he had good news. He paused for a few minutes as though he was expecting applause or something. Then the words fell out of his mouth so easily, as though he was proud of himself for figuring out exactly what was going on with my daughter. 4 words I wish no parent ever has to hear. Your daughter has cancer. I stumbled in disbelief, knocked over the crash cart that was behind me. My daughter asked me if I was okay, and I told her no. Time stood still, because the next thing that I remember, we were taking Alyssa on the bed up to a hospital room, and she was being admitted. What seemed like every staff member in the hospital came into the room and told me more terrible news about her treatment or where we were going to go, and it reduced to a puddle on the floor. In that moment, I didn't think that I could do this. I was stuck with no way to get up. And then there was another mom that walked into the room and she looked at me on the floor and sat with me. She asked me what I needed, what she could do to help. In that moment, I looked at her and I told her, I'm not sure what I'm going to do in the next 5 minutes, let alone what to ask for or where the next steps are going to take me. Then she told me, remember one thing. Remember that your daughter needs you. Those words that she said, my daughter needed me, was what drove me to get up off the floor, dry my face, wipe away my tears, and then walk in and take care of Alyssa. Have you ever been stuck with no foreseeable way to get out of a certain place or thought? Well, I was definitely stuck, and I want to tell you the profound things that I learned from this conversation with his mom. The first thing that I realized was I was needed, and I could impact someone else's life in a positive way. The second was that 5 minutes can change the way you look at life and change your day in smaller increments instead of wasting an entire day. The third was that moments are precious and should never be taken for granted. And the fourth was that talking to someone or something else helps. So let me explain how each of these things can help. Well, they help me becoming the best me, but they might be able to help you become the best you. So how do you change your life 5 minutes at a time? How do you take 5 minutes and make the most of them or change the trajectory of those 5 minutes? I will tell you in the beginning of this journey, I had to figure out how to pick myself up off the floor, dry my face, gather myself, find my confidence and my strength, and realize that this wasn't about me. It was about my little girl who needed me. She needed to see me as someone who could be her superhero, who could be the one person in her life that would fight for her, that one person who would cheer her on. But you know what the crazy thing was? She was there for me. She was the one who was cheering me on. She was the one who was giving me strength. She was the one who was raising me up, and she was making me want to be better. So over time, and through listening to all the lessons that I had learned with a lot of effort, I now find myself collecting and changing myself 5 minutes at a time. Starts with a deep breath, looking at the situation as calmly as possible, and realizing that I need to focus on the small things that I can change to make the most of the next 5 minutes. It may take longer than 5 minutes to change it, to change yourself or change that moment. But if you focus on what you can do in 5 minutes, you are less likely to get overwhelmed and waste a whole day to a grumpy mood or a bad attitude. Think about it this way. Moments are precious. And if you waste a whole day of moments, what have you gained and what impact have you made? Realizing how precious the moment was, something that I learned from my daughter, of course. Watching how a child views life. Watching how she could live a moment like it was ours. Seeing how she sat back and listened instead of talking. Amazed by the way that she would evaluate a situation or the things that were being said. The way she would sit down and use her imagination and creativity to explain the things that she saw or heard was always amazing to me. I never knew what was going to come out of her mouth, but she would sit there and she would think about it. Have you ever paid attention to a child or heard the things that they say? I paid a lot of attention to her, and I'm glad I did because I witnessed something amazing. Every time, every single time that child had something unpleasant that she had to do, even from a very, very young age, the only question that came from her mouth was, "Mommy, when can I go play?" Now, when there's something that I have to do that I really don't want to do, I keep that thought forefront in my mind. It has caused me to change the way that I look at life now. And I look at life through the eyes of a child. And I've decided it's way more fun than looking at life through the eyes of an adult. So the questions I ask myself, and I want you to ask yourself: when was the last time that you sat and played a game, colored a picture, played a puzzle, walked outside, stared up at the clouds, picked out shapes from the clouds? When was the last time that you crouched down to a child's level and looked at the world from their point of view or expressed your opinion without worrying what others think? Now, don't get me wrong. I never try to harm another person or hurt their feelings with the things that I say or do. But those thoughts are also evaluated with the feelings that I have, that moments that are not spent saying what I think or feel are wasted. And I'm not making another precious memory, making an impact, or changing someone else's life and helping them to become their best. In order to make the most out of moments, and certainly not waste a whole day, I taught my daughter something that I will share with you. In order to never take the problems of today into tomorrow, I taught her that we could give them away to something more powerful. Each night as the sun set below the horizon, we would sit and talk to the sun. I told her that if she had told all of her problems to the sun as it slipped below the horizon, that it would take all of her problems with it. To give away your problems to someone or something bigger than you frees you to become your best. Some people turn to their religion, some to spiritual beings, but for my daughter, it was telling her problems to the sun. It meant that they were washed away and they weren't able to taint another day. So, little random factoid about me. I talk to butterflies. So let me explain. When my daughter was diagnosed with cancer, one of the conversations that we had about what she wanted to do when she grew up, or if she had to leave me. Thoughts of a child are very interesting and never really, because a child never really segregates their thoughts the way that an adult does. All their thoughts are fluid and they all run together and they mean something amazing. So she started asking questions about what would happen if she ever had to leave me. And I told her that she would never have to leave me. So after thinking about it for a few minutes, putting her little finger to her face, she mentioned all of the friends that she had lost and told me her thoughts, which I want to share with you. She said, I know what I want to be. I want to be a butterfly. I want to be able to change people's attitudes, even if I'm not here. Butterflies are cool. How can you be sad when there's a butterfly? They fly around as if they don't have a care in the world. They lay in the sun and sun themselves, take in the rays of the sun, turn them into energy, and pass them on to the people that they pass by. Have you ever noticed that? How cool would it be to actually go and spread happiness and joy and love on your wings? In those moments, she changed the meaning of a butterfly from a metamorphosis, changing of the physical being, to one of something, changing the person's view as they pass by. So now each time I see a butterfly, talk to the butterfly, tell my baby I love her and I miss her, and to go spread joy and happiness to someone else. Because she made my day. So now that I've made myself cry, and hopefully not you, and I've told you a little bit of my story, I want to recap and I want to pose a challenge to you. You have the ability to change a person's life just by being a part of it or sharing a smile. If you have to take the time, slow down and look at the next 5 minutes and take the opportunity to change that 5 minutes at a time. You can make a bad one into a good. Just remember to breathe. And remember to ask yourself, when can I go play and live your life like a child? And if your day does turn out to be horrible, just tell your problems to the sun and let the problems float below the horizon with the sun as it fades away. And one last way to actually bring joy and happiness to another person is by smiling, acting a little bit weird, and maybe just maybe changing their day. So my challenge for you is to make the world a little bit brighter with a smile. Act a little weird, and always remember that weird works. Thank you.
Well done. That's a good story. It's a good story because of who you are now and what you can, what you've taken from it. So I applaud you for coming out of loss and strength and sharing your story. It was great.
Absolutely.
And I do love me some butterflies. You know, if I don't have much family left, I've got my mom and you know some aunts and uncles kind of, but well, not kind of, but whatever. I've got my mom in terms of my close family. No grandparents anymore, no dad. My very close aunt. They all. It's crazy. I never dealt with loss until I dealt with my first, and then it was like dominoes. And just understanding those that are close to you and kind of what they meant, and my aunt passed away from a 10+ year battle with cancer. Dealing with the loss of a child is something that nobody obviously wants. Nobody can imagine and nobody can understand. I have some good friends that their child battled with neuroblastoma, and out of the 5% that survived, he did. And the worst part of that was actually realizing, because you know, kids with cancer, they are all in the same group, parents and kids, they stay close. They had to consistently watch their friends lose their kids, and they were the lucky one, but there's also a sense of guilt and shame, and it's whether they're survivors or whether they pass. And can't imagine what you went through, Mon.
Yeah, see, Alyssa was the 5. She was the opposite 5. Her initial diagnosis, she was 5%. So actually, she was 1 of 5. So she was the 1% that actually made it through the first set of treatments.
Wow.
So she lost both of her kidneys. I mean, she had 13 surgeries and stuff. So it was quite a long battle.
What did you say again? What was the actual cancer diagnosis? What was the?
I didn't actually say. It was bilateral Wilms tumor with a tumor thrombus. So it's basically kidney cancer, and it was affecting both of her kidneys, and it traveled from her kidneys up into her heart. So she had full bypass open heart surgery at the age of 6. She was up literally the next day. It was a 18.5-hour surgery when they told us it was going to be 4. So
I'm going to put you on the spot because I have a question.
Go ahead.
It's funny. Adults are stronger. They have more muscle. They've got more knowledge. They've got more strength across the board. What is it that makes children so much more resilient?
I think their optimism. They haven't had the world taint them. They haven't had someone sitting there telling them, I can't, or you can't, or you don't have the ability to. So, I mean, I think honestly, because a child has not had that ingrained in them all their life, they have a better optimism with regards to how can I fight this? I mean, literally a child just wants to go play. I mean, I heard it from not only my daughter, but I heard it from every other kid that was on the ward. When she was in the hospital, she would walk down, she would knock on everybody's door, and they'd all come in the hallway and play.
Yeah.
So, I mean, kids just have that ability to just draw, they grab your attention. They want to go and play. They want to be around one another and spend time together.
Yeah, optimism was a perfect world. I didn't know if you were going to say faith or optimism, but just there's so many stories. Kids, when they get, it's such an interesting dynamic. As an adult, if you're with your husband and they you say you get breast cancer and they tell you that you fall over as the adult, you're like, oh my God, and you're like, this is this is so difficult, or whatever it might be, the guy or the woman, doesn't matter, whoever gets diagnosed as an adult. Every time I hear of a kid being diagnosed with cancer, they look at their parents and they say it's going to be okay.
Yep.
Because to them it will. And they don't know. But that level of blind optimism should be taken from being a child all the way until the day you die. If just think the lessons that you gave and said from your daughter, if we lived like that with that kind of optimism, life would be so much easier. No matter how hard things are, but life would be so much easier.
Absolutely. Looking at life through the eyes of a child is amazing. And like I said, I mean, you sit down and you look at it and you go, okay, well, how would a kid view this? What would they do? How would they be?
Yeah.
So,
Terence, you got something?
Yeah, I just had to jump in. In the chat, Jeanette Nolan Dickerson says, my mother-in-law is a yellow butterfly that has been coming around since she passed. She passed in 2015, and I always have had a yellow butterfly in my yard just to remind me. You sharing that message has brought memories to other people of how they have that same silliness of talking to butterflies and how it allows them to become their best them each and every day. That's why this weekend is so powerful, because just out of something as simple as remembering to live your life like a child can set you on a journey towards becoming the best you are today, whether you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, or whatever, because it's such a simple way to live life. And sometimes as we get older and we learn about everything else, we make it more complicated. So thank you for coming from behind the scenes out front to share that message with us, to remind us that if we just sometimes take the time to think like a child, yeah, we can make a difference.
Hi, Mama. Thank you.
I thought that was a good one. Lisa, and I'm sure she was there for a lot of that as well. So.
Actually, we were living in Hawaii, so she watched it from a distance.
Oh, man. That makes it, then you're even more isolated too.
Yeah, I was lucky. I had military family, so I was very, very lucky.
Yeah.
So,
well, thank you, Maud. Once you wipe the tears, you've got work to do.
Absolutely.
I know. I'm not supposed to be crying.
We're going to need you to function.
Fault. I was okay before.
You can't
lose your
leave. It's not
composure.
over. But before we let you go, Maud, and then I turn it back over to you, Anthony.
No,
You
you're
should have
good.
never gave me controls.
No, you're good.
For the audience, this is a message I want to leave for you. Maud didn't think she had a story that anyone wanted to hear. She told you at the very beginning, she thanked Brenda for bringing her on, and she thanked me for encouraging her to do it. But if she had been left to her own devices, you wouldn't have got this story today. We said earlier, sometimes thinking things happen for you and not to you. This is a perfect example. None of us knew who Maud was until this event. This event wasn't created for Anthony. It wasn't created for me. It wasn't even created for Brenda, and Brenda was the brainstorm. I believe it was created from people like you, Maud, so that you could share your story, so that you could connect with Jeanette, and Jeanette could remember her story, and somebody else who isn't going to even comment in this feed over the days that are to come, they're going to connect with your story, and they're going to recognize that this event was for them, to help them to become the best version of themselves, because they saw and heard from you and heard from your child how if you just decide to act like a child, think like a child, you can be a butterfly one day too. So thank you for sharing your story.
Agreed. Thanks, Mon. All right, we're gonna get back on schedule, and I mean we're actually dead on schedule. What do we got? Do we have a little break? I love it. All right, so we don't want to lose too many people, so we're just gonna do a short break. We've been kind of rocking and rolling this whole time. Maud, you go get a break. Go get some more tissues, and anybody who's watching, go get some more tissues as well. So,
I've got a
Maud,
whole box sitting right here.
thank you so much. We're going to set the screen up for a break. We'll tell you guys when we're coming back, which is only going to be in about 5 minutes. We'll have a time on there. It'll be in Central Time. So watch for it on the bottom of the screen. Coming up after this to tell you what we got going on the rest of the day, we've got our breakout session. We're going to have Toriano Porter speaking first. You heard him earlier today. He's going to be doing a breakout on the art of forgiveness. We have Dean's, let's see, what do we got? Dean Storer and Tommy Morgan. They've already been recorded. Those breakouts are going to be available on Everytail. So we'll figure out how to get those links to people on there. And then breakout 2 right after Toriano, we've got Dean King, not to be confused with Dean Kane. Dean King will be our second breakout. His change can lead to permanent success. Both of these are going to be live, him and Toriano. So make sure you're around for that. After that, we do have a little short 10-minute break. We've got Morgan Grote after that. Brenda's speaking for a bit tonight. Mac Daddio, the comedian. Michael Wagner. Terence is speaking with some words of wisdom. We've got a ton left for the evening. We're not done until 8 o'clock. Poetry from Shauna, Pamela Hope, Aaron Page, Be the Ripple. I can't wait to hear that one. Terrence knows I love the ripple effect stuff. But again, Toriano Porter is going to be up first in this breakout, but we are going to take about a 5 to 7 minute break before we get started. So go get some food, go get some snacks. On the bottom of the screen, I'm going to give exactly what time we are coming back right after I leave this screen. So thank you guys for joining to this point. Take a breather, go to the bathroom. Don't sign out, don't log out, don't stop watching. We'll be back soon. And remember, if you want to do something on a different window, go to comechangeyourlife.com and buy those tickets for the live in-person event, which is $239 if you buy them very, very soon. Otherwise, it'll be $399. That includes meals in person, Kansas City, February 11th through the 13th. Thank you, guys, and we'll see you shortly for our breakout with Toriano Porter. All right, guys, the break is just about over. So I'm just gonna wait for some people to come back in. Let's see, Toriano is gonna be next. Toriano Porter is gonna be doing our breakout session. What do we got? Let's see what I can do to wait for people to come in, make some jokes. Let's see if we got some good dad jokes in the house. Do you guys that are out there want to hear a construction joke? Sorry, I'm still working on it. Construction. Okay. Let's see. The way I look at myself, by the way, I don't consider myself a dad bod. It's more of a father figure, just to be very clear. Let's see if we can. Oh, here's a good one. If anybody out there, can you tell me where did Captain Hook get his hook? Where did Captain Hook get his hook? From the second-hand store. Okay, I'm done now. So now that it's official, did I do the dad jokes all the way to 2:05 Central Time? Just about. Close enough. All right, break is over, ladies and gents. I'm going to go ahead and take that banner down, come back and join us, share this out there. We are about halfway into the full event. We did last night. We've got tomorrow, and we're a little past halfway through today. Actually, no, we're just about halfway through. So perfect timing. This is where we do our breakouts. Now, to remind you guys how this is going to work, we have our breakout speakers that are here live. And then we also have our breakouts that I'm going to pull the agenda up that you will be able to download afterwards, which are, let's see, Terence did a breakout, Simone Rowe did a breakout, Dean Storr did a breakout, and Tommy Morgan did a breakout. All that will be available on Everytail later. So make sure when we get the link, we'll be putting it in here. So you can upload those breakouts. All of them are about 45 minutes long, which is great. They really take you through different things. Dean's is 7 levels of awareness. Tommy's is a better future with health, and fitness. Dean, let's see, Terence Leffridge is keys to being unstoppable because he is Mr. Unstoppable. And then Simone's, I'm not sure what Simone's is, but I've heard Simone speak. Fantastic. So you guys will enjoy that. Right now, though, we have our first breakout speaker who also spoke earlier today. I've already connected with him on Facebook. Cannot wait to connect with him further. He didn't even touch the surface of his whole story once I went and Facebook stalked. Very interesting background, and his work ethic and his trauma in life is interesting and difficult and amazing to see what he's overcome, and very excited to see his breakout. His breakout is titled "The Art of Forgiveness," which is definitely going to be something important to hear, especially now knowing a little bit more about his background. If you weren't here earlier when he spoke, Toriano Porter is an opinion writer for the Kansas City Star editorial board. He started his journalism career at the North County Journal in suburban St. Louis, and he's worked at the Independence Examiner and the Lee's Summit Journal. Along the way, he's won statewide, regional, and national awards for his reporting. Toriano is the author of Pride Park Avenue, James Cool, and the 5 People You Meet in the Hood Before You Get to Heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, Toriano Porter.
Good afternoon.
What's going on, team?
Man, it's been a powerful, powerful day. It's been some powerful speakers. I am just so excited to be a part of this, and I hope the viewers get something out of it. I know I have.
No, I know I will too. So I'm going to go backstage. I know you've got a PowerPoint. I believe as though Maud is ready for that.
Absolutely.
And, looking forward to this breakout. Looking forward to learning more about you, Toriano.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you. Welcome to my breakout session for the Becoming the Best You Could Be. I titled this The Art of Forgiveness. As you guys know, nobody is immune for trauma. No one's immune from tragedy. No one is immune from bad things happening. But sometimes we get in a rut. And I've taken what I've learned today are not losses. I learned this earlier. They're not losses. I've taken some L's that I've turned into learning lessons. And part of those losses that I've taken have created this ability inside me, this want to be forgiving. And so I start by repeating a theme that has been prevalent throughout this conference. Not only becoming the best you, not only becoming unstuck, but if you show this next slide, Maud, it says everyone has a story. This been a common theme today. And everyone has a story. Are you willing to share it? Not only that, are you willing to learn someone else's story? Because we all have one. Case in point, next slide. I'll give you a little background about myself. Born and raised in South St. Louis. My parents, as you can see on the screen, 16 when my mom met my dad, who was 18. They had their first child when my mom was, I would say, 18 years old. They had me when I was 20. There was a time in my life where I did not have a relationship with either my mom or my dad. So let's go back. Coming up in South St. Louis, my mom and my dad grew up from each other right around the corner. My mom lived in what you would call the 3400 block of Park Avenue in South St. Louis. My dad lived around the corner in the 3300 block of Eads. When my mom was 16 years old, per my grandma, my maternal grandma, my mom ran away. She ran away from home. And my maternal grandma felt like my pop's mom, my paternal grandma, my big mom, as we call her, was harboring a runaway. Those two ladies haven't spoken in 50 years. The art of forgiveness. So I grew up in a dynamic where my in-laws didn't speak or talk, and they had a grudge against each other. So as you come up, you don't really realize this. At the age of 9, my mom and my dad split. They were never married, but they split. And my dad introduced me to a couple of his girlfriends, and things went on, and my dad ended up getting married to a lady named Cookie. Deborah is her name. We call her Cookie. My stepsister, Lisa. I hope she's watching this. And so when that happened, there was a shift in the relationship, and things happened where my dad was told or forced to get a paternity test, a DNA test, because child support had gotten involved. Well, as a child, I know nothing about this. Everyone has a story, right? So for years, I'm going to say maybe 30 years, I didn't know the story behind that. Because that from a time I was 10 years old to I was 22, me and my dad did not have a relationship. Out of those 12 years, 7 of those years, he was in the penitentiary. 5 of those years, he was battling his own issues and problems, including substance abuse issues. He was not in my life. At a formative age, he never taught me how to hit a curveball. He never taught me how to properly tie a tie. Never taught me how to fix a flat tire. I harbored a lot of resentment in my heart from my dad not being there. Not that I didn't love him, not that I hated him, just he wasn't there. But everyone has a story. And so recently, in the year of our Lord, 2021, I decided I was going to ask some questions. I wanted to know, Dad, did you really tell my mom that you didn't believe that me and my brother were yours? Did you say, I need a blood test because these kids are not mine? See, that's what was framed to me. So my mom has her side of the story, my dad has his side of the story, and then there's the plain ugly truth, right? There's a point in all of this. Everyone has a story. Long before I had this tough conversation with my mom and my dad this year, the year of our Lord, 2021, long before I had this discussion, I was able to forgive my father. How was I able to forgive someone who forsaken me, I felt, who left me, right? Same thing with my mom. When I was 17 years old, I was a senior in high school. My whole thing was to get a scholarship. I played 3 sports at a school called Eureka High School in Eureka, Missouri. I was a part of the voluntary desegregation program. I was bused 27 miles from my home in South St. Louis to the suburb of St. Louis County. I went to school at Eureka from the time I was in 6th grade till I graduated. It was one heck of an experience, right? But being around some of these guys out in Eureka kind of put something in me, right? And one of the goals was to get to college. And I knew the only way I could get there, because my mom didn't make a lot of money, my family didn't have a lot of money, was to get an athletic scholarship. So I played 3 sports, ended up getting a football scholarship. And so I was about 17 years old, my senior high school. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. And my mom had a boyfriend. The guy, I wasn't particularly fond of him. He was my mom's boyfriend. I wouldn't particularly call him a role model or a good person or even a stepdad. He was just my mom's boyfriend. I was 17. I was real protective of my mom. If you really want to know the truth, I kind of was a mama's boy. If you really want to know the truth, I'm still a mama's boy. I love my old girl, my mom. I love my mom. We call, back home, we call her old bird or old girl or whatever. But I love my mom to death. She's my number one. But from the time I was 17, 18 till I was 21, me and my mom didn't really have a tight relationship. She was messing with this guy. I didn't really like him. And I just moved. I moved out. I moved into my grandma's house on Park Avenue in South St. Louis. And I finished my senior year with my grandma, and I went off to college. And I go off to college, and I don't know if you guys were around for the first part, but my first year of college was really tough. I had a full scholarship. Before the end of that first year, I had lost that scholarship. I went back to school. My second year, took out student loans, still didn't go to class. I flunked out. At that time, when I flunked out of school, you have to understand something. I was the first person in my immediate family to go to college. My mom, my dad were high school dropouts, and unfortunately, my older brother, 2 years my senior, was a high school dropout. So this is where I'm coming from, a family full of, unfortunately, high school dropouts, and I told myself that was not going to be me, so I did everything in my power to get up out of that situation. And so I wasn't going to let anything stop me, including a rocky relationship with my mom's boyfriend. So I moved in with my grandma. So I'm going through this thing, and I go to college, and I kind of fall off, and I get kicked out of school. And I really felt like I let a lot of people down. I really felt like I let my grandpa down, who was there. I really felt like I let my grandma down, who was there. And I feel like I let my family down, who was counting on me to do something major. And at 21 years old, trying to find myself, that one person that picked me up was my mom, Renee Porter. So we can go to the next slide. There's a quote I like to use. I didn't make it up. We know we can find it. We have all fallen short of the glory of God. And I started here from my non-secular folks. And like Terence was telling you earlier, I believe in what I believe in, you believe what you believe in, but scripture will let you know we have all fallen short. And so if we go to the next slide, I'll show you this picture. What does forgiveness look like? This is what forgiveness looks like. My mom, her son, embracing in love. You gotta understand something. My mom was 18 years old when she had my brother. She was 20 years old when she had me. See, these are the things I had to think about. Everyone has a story, right? I never sat down and asked my mom, why'd you drop out of school, Mom? Mom, why'd you run away from home, Mom? I never sat down and said, Mom, why did you have a child so early? And why did you have me so early? See, because I didn't do that, I was able to have more of an open heart. And I was being more forgiving because I did not understand her story. And so as you start unpacking these layers and you start realizing that everyone has a story, and whether it's your mom, your dad, your loved ones, your community, whoever's wronged you, whoever's hurt you, there's a reason why. And we have to be able to willing to forgive them. Like I said, me and my mom, we didn't speak, barely spoke for about 3 years. And when I was at my worst moment, tail between my legs back home after being flunked, I was going to say kicked out of college, but I was not kicked out. I have to own my stuff. I flunked out. My mom was there to pick me up. And this was in 1994. We've been rocking ever since. So this is 25 years worth of forgiveness. This is what it looks like. Having the ability to say you did the best you could. Because at 9 and 10 years old, when I was 19 years old, what I realized is my mom was only 29 and 30. She was still trying to figure out who she was herself. She still was a kid, and I'm pretty sure she was pissed off that my dad married another woman and didn't marry her. So I put myself in that position. I put myself in their shoes, and how would I feel? So I don't blame her. I don't believe she drove a wedge between me and my pa. I don't believe that my pa was trying to run from his responsibility. I just believe they were young people who were in love, that fell out of love, they couldn't make it work. And unfortunately, it impacted me and my older brother. the art of forgiveness, being able to bury those hatchets, having those tough conversations, learning people's stories, and having a heart to forgive. If you don't mind, we can go to the next slide. We are all deserving of mercy and grace. I say this a lot in my daily life because I need it. Not only from Lord, not only from Spirit, but from humans. I give it willingly. We are all deserving of mercy and grace, man, woman, or child. No matter what political spectrum you're on, no matter how you identify, no matter your race, ethnicity, no matter any characteristic that separates us as humans, we are all deserving of mercy and grace. We are. Day to day, I want you to understand that you are worthy and deserving of mercy and grace. But you have to be willing to give it. It's a two-way street when we talk about forgiveness. I'm going to just read something that someone put on my Facebook page on when I talked about the art of forgiveness in this speech today. This person wrote, "Forgiveness is powerful. It actually benefits the forgiver more than the one forgiving, and allows the forgiver to unburden their own emotional baggage, to let go and move on with their life." I couldn't have put it any better than that. Time for emphasis, because this is coming from a viewer and a reader, and it perfectly sums up what I'm trying to say. Forgiveness is powerful. It's a powerful tool. It actually benefits the forgiver, you, more than the person who's forgiven, the person who's harmed you, who's hurt you, who's violated you. It allows you to unburden your own emotional baggage, let go, and move on with your life. So we've been talking a lot this weekend, Friday and today, and we will tomorrow, about becoming the best you can become, overcoming challenges. Earlier this morning, I spoke about overcoming adversity. It was kind of my personal journey from being I guess you would call, unemployed newspaper reporter to being on the editorial board at the Kansas City Star. I don't really know if you guys understand what that means, but I'll kind of break it down. I'm a Black man in America that gets paid to give an opinion for a major daily newspaper. That does not happen every day where I'm from. Remember, I'm born and raised to a pair of high school dropouts. I went from an unemployed newspaper reporter in 2007 to today, an opinion writer for the Kansas City Star's editorial board. Let that sink in. Forgiveness is a powerful tool. We have to move on with our life, and I was able to unload some baggage. So if we go on to the next slide, we can talk about my dad a little bit. So this is a picture from last year, Dallas, 2020. My dad moved to Dallas a couple of years ago. He got married again, and we celebrated his wedding. I would say probably August of 2020. We had a picnic in St. Louis. You know, in March of 2020, the world kind of shut down with COVID. My pop had got married, but we weren't able to celebrate because everything shut down. So in August of 2020, we go to St. Louis. We celebrate my pop and his new bride. You know, we have on our masks. We're still outside. You know, we go through that. And when my pops gets back to Dallas, he's not feeling well. The next month, I would say September of 2020, he was diagnosed with colon cancer that had spread to his bones. This was last year, man. My pops diagnosed with colon cancer, and it spread to his bones. So he has to undergo what you would call aggressive radiation and treatment, chemo. And man, when I tell you, I knew then I was spending my New Year's Eve in Dallas. I knew then. I was like, tomorrow's not promised. I've never spent New Year's Eve with my dad. He was 69. He just turned 70 this year, and there's another story that goes along with that. But I went to Dallas, as you can see on this picture, and I was able to sit down with my pa and bring in the New Year in with him. And so for us to get to that point, it took a while, because like I told you guys earlier, I was a little peeved with my pa in my 20s. I felt like he was not there, and it hurt me, man. I remember once he wrote me from prison, because he went to prison for 5 years. And you know, looking back on it, it's really kind of crazy that they locked my dad up. He was a low-level drug dealer and a drug abuser. they've sent the man to prison for battling drug addiction and substance abuse. But, he never robbed anyone. He never killed anyone. He never stole anything. He just sold drugs to support his habit. And they sent him to prison. So he was in jail. At one time, he wrote me from prison, and he spelled my name wrong. Oh, my God. It was the worst day ever. It was my birthday. It was a letter saying happy birthday, but he spelled my name wrong. I was about 12 years old. So keep in mind, the split came about when I was 9 or 10. He had been gone. He was gone from 10 to 22. But at that point, at 12, 13 years old, I just remember feeling so hurt. And I carried that hurt with me. I carried it with me for a while. When I was 19, I became a father for the first time. Toriano Porter II was born. And I knew when that boy was born, this is what I said to myself. I never want my children to feel the way I feel about me, the way I feel about my dad right now. I was 19 and I was not happy with him. We did not have a relationship. I was pretty pissed off, to be honest. And I don't know if I felt like I loved him at that time, because I didn't feel like he loved me, because he spelled my name wrong when I was 12 and 13. And I told myself, when my firstborn son came into this world, I was going to be the number one dad. I was going to be the number one dad. And I did everything in my power to make sure that happened. When I was 23 years old, I was still in undergrad at the University of Central Missouri State in Warrensburg. And I went and got my son full time. He was 4 years old, and I became a father a full-time father. Went and got him. I was a single dad in college. No reason to lie about that. I had witnesses. I probably was one of the only people on campus, males, that was a single dad, That's something that I'm really proud of myself about. But the thing was, I had became a father, and I realized the dynamic with the mother changes when the feelings change. And I remember getting into a verbal confrontation with my kid's mom about who was right about how to parent. And I remember her saying to me one day, something that I'll never forget. She told me that I didn't have to worry about anything. She had a new boyfriend, and the new boyfriend was the daddy. And let me tell you something. I watched over there so quick. Now, nothing happened. I ran into my kid's grandma, and she was able to calm me down and send me home. But let me tell you something that hurt. And at that point then, I knew that there was another dynamic in play when it came to father-son, father-daughter, mother-daughter relationships, parent-child, basically, to break it down. And I knew that there was more to what was going on with my dad not being around than what I knew. And so from the time I was 10 to 22, my pop, he wasn't around. My dad wasn't around. Again, he was in jail for 5 of those years. Those times he was free, or 7 of those years, or however long. The time he was free, he was substance abuse and dealing drugs. So we didn't really have a relationship. I was 23 when I went to see him. He had just gotten out of prison. I remember my mom saying to me, hey, because my mom kept tabs. They were really good friends. After, they grew up a little bit and matured, they became really good friends. She says to me, hey, your dad's out. You're going to go see him? I had no desire to see my dad. Hadn't seen him in 3-4 years. He had been gone to jail, prison. Had no desire to see him. I was still kind of mad at him a little bit. Not for spelling my name wrong when I was 12 or 13, for just not being there. And I was pissed. But you know what? I walked myself right around that corner. I sat down on that couch and I talked to my pop for about an hour, 2 hours straight. And when it was over, I got up. I said, I love you, man. And I think I shook him up. Because he looked at me like, what? I don't even know if he repeated that at the time, because me and my dad had never shared a moment like that where I told him I loved him. But that's how I felt. And that's what I meant. And that started the process of forgiveness. And we were able to patch up our relationship. Again, I was probably 23. I'm 47 now. So we're talking 24 years, 25 years worth of reconciliation and forgiveness. Even still, I did not have that tough conversation with my pop until this year. And I asked him, did he really, really leave? And he didn't. What he said was he was doing the best he could as a dad. He was trying to provide for his new family and help my mom. And it just got contentious, and he got pissed off. And he said, do whatever you're going to do, you know. And she got child support, filed child support. They came for him, and he was just pissed off about it. You know, he was a young guy. I had to forgive him. You know, I had to forgive him. And I do, and I did. And it's changed the relationship. It's changed my life. He's a great, oh my God, he's a great grandpa. Oh my God. My dad, as most dads that don't have relationships with their children as they're coming up, most dads turn into great grandpas. They really do. It's amazing how they work. And probably moms too. I'm just saying, I'm speaking from my experience. But he's a great guy. And you know, he turned 70 in October. This is a month ago. My dad turned 70. So I asked the question earlier, what does forgiveness look like, right? As you can see here, it's a great photo. This last month, I flew to Dallas, where my dad lives, and I celebrated birthday number 70 with him. The man turned 70. I'm 47. Yeah, I think I'm 47 years old, guys. I was born in 74. I'm 47. I feel like I'm 43, maybe, 35. But seriously, for the first time in my whole life, 47 years old, I was able to celebrate a birthday with my dad. What does forgiveness look like? Small things. I was able to celebrate my birthday, my dad's birthday with him for the first time since I've been on this earth. Powerful, powerful. And I don't really think I would be here today talking about the art of forgiveness had that not happened, because it brings a lot of things full circle for me. My mom's in a great place. My dad's in a great place. And I'm in a great place as far as the baggage that I carry, because something traumatic happened to me and I had to forgive myself. So this whole spiel, this whole presentation, this whole speech is about the art of forgiveness. It's forgiving people that has hurt you and wronged you, but it's also you being able to forgive yourself for the things you've done. Because no one's perfect out here. We've all committed sin. We've all wronged someone. We've all hurt someone. Even if we haven't tried to, we've done it. And we all have guilt. You cannot function and be the best version of yourself if you're not able to forgive others and forgive yourself. I'm imploring you. I'm begging you today. This is my call to action. Pick up that phone. Pick up that text message. Hit them DMs. Write a letter. Make a phone call. Someone's waiting on your call. You need to call someone. It's going to change your life. The art of forgiveness is a skill, and it has to be genuine. It has to come from the heart. It cannot be contrived. It's a skill that you have to practice over and over. It's an art. To allow your heart to heal is an art. It's a skill. We don't all have it. But just like everything else, it takes practice. There's no class for the art of forgiveness. There's no class for letting those things go, those things that hurt you, that hold you back. There's no class for it. That's why we're all here today. That's why we all gather. We listen to motivational speakers, because we're looking for it. If there's a class for it, we've all be millionaires out here, and we're not. What we are, we're people who have stories that's willing to share them because we recognize they can help others. Because we all relate to the human experience. And so we'll go to the next slide here. I am forgiven is a scripture. John, I believe. I am forgiven. I have a t-shirt. I went to church one day on an Easter Sunday service here in Kansas City, Missouri. They were handed out t-shirts, and the t-shirt said, I am forgiven. I believe it's John 3:16. Maybe I don't get me wrong. I know it's from the Bible. I am forgiven. I love that t-shirt. On Sundays when I work my part-time job, I do a little basketball officiating for the youth sports around town. And I work on Sundays, and when I can't go to church, I wear that shirt. I am forgiven. I want people to know the power that comes with forgiving someone and forgiving yourself. But the reason I bring that up now because I'm going to tell you a story. If we go to the next one, I'm going to tell you a story about my firstborn son, Toriano II. If we can go to the next slide, please. My beautiful baby boy, Toriano II, born April the 22nd, 1993, died September the 28th, 2009 at the age of 16. Toriano Porter was shot and killed at the age of 16 in North St. Louis. It was the absolute worst day of my life. I was actually in Kansas City. I had moved up here in 2007, and my son was going through situations and problems and issues. To be frank, he became a truant at the age of 12 and 13. He ran away from home. He was stealing cars, and he was getting into high-speed police chases and going to juvenile justice systems. I was the full-time dad at the time. He was running away from me in my home, and I could not figure out why my son was running away from me. To be frank, I was abusing prescription pain pills at the time. I was abusing alcohol, and I was abusing marijuana. I don't know what he saw, but I can only imagine. And I could not figure out, was my son running away from me because I was abusing drugs, or was I abusing drugs because my son was running away? It became a vicious cycle. He would run away. I would get him. I would bring him back. I would punish him. I used corporal punishment at the time as a parent. I'm not afraid to admit that. I don't do that anymore. I was a young parent in the community I came up in. Corporal punishment was a thing. I thought that was the way you raised and were a child. What I realized is you cannot, quote unquote, beat your child, or you can't beat the devil out your child. You have to teach them a better way. And I didn't even know a better way. I wasn't going to church at the time. I wasn't in tune with the spirit at the time. And I was abusing drugs. And so this went on for a 2-3 year period. In 2007, when I moved from St. Louis to the other side of the state in Kansas City, took a job at the Independent Examiner newspaper. My son was in a juvenile detention center. When he got out, he was 15 years old. We didn't speak for a year. My issue was my number hasn't changed. You know the number you need to call. I don't know what his issue was. I can only imagine if you're 15 and you haven't spoken to your dad in a year and he hasn't called you. I can only imagine what he felt. Probably unloved, right? And the only reason I say this, the only reason I talk about these things is because I learned. You're an adult. Why won't you pick up the phone and call your child, even if you're mad at him, even if you're disappointed in him? I cannot speak for Toriano II, but I can only imagine what he felt like, unloved. And if you come up with your pa and you have a relationship and you feel like your dad doesn't love you, what are you going to do? You're going to turn to the streets. And so he met an untimely fate at the age of 16. And I beat myself up. In June of 2009, Toriano's older half-brother was shot and killed in St. Louis. This is Toriano's mom's first son. Joseph is his name. Joseph Robinson was 19 years old when he died in June of 2009. I was living in Kansas City at the time. I brought my son Toriano II down here after his brother was murdered, and I simply told him what I wanted. I needed you to stay here. St. Louis is not the place for you. I asked him if he wanted to stay. He told me no, he did not want to stay. He wanted to go back to St. Louis and be with his mom. And I kind of, as I told you earlier, I'm a mom's boy. I was mama's boy. I was a mama's boy coming up. I'm still a mama's boy now. I understood that pull. But my comment to him was, what if I told you I don't care and I made you stay? Then what? And what my son said to me was, I'll get over it, I guess. See, I didn't realize what that meant at the time. But what I wanted to hear was, Dad, I want to stay with you. I didn't hear that, so I got in my feelings. And so when he said, I'll get over it, I guess, I didn't really hear what he was trying to say. What the boy was saying, this is what I've come up with now. I don't know. What I believe he was saying was, big daddy, show me you love me and make me stay. I'm 16. I'm a child. See, I didn't realize that until he died. He goes back home in June of 2009. By September 2009, he was shot and killed. Worst day of my life. So I beat myself up. I had him right here. right here in this very room that I'm giving this speech, I had my son in my arms and I said, I'm going to make you stay, and I let him go. I let him go. And within 3 months, he was dead. Oh, you talking about beating yourself up as a parent, man. I beat myself up, but I have wise friends, and I have good friends. And I had a wise friend tell me, who do you think you are, God? There was nothing you could have done about that. And from that moment on, I started practicing the art of forgiveness. Had to forgive myself for allowing my namesake, my firstborn, to leave the safety of his dad and be murdered in the streets. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. And Ahmad, I don't know if we can go back up to that very, very first slide, the introductory slide real quick. I want to show you guys something. My son was shot and killed coming out of a liquor store, all the way up. He was coming out of a liquor store, 3:58 in the afternoon. There we go. I took that photo last year in 2020. That's the spot where my son took his last breath. I had never stopped in that spot in the 12 years he's been gone from this earth. I had to do that last year for myself. When I talk about the art of forgiveness, there's action steps involved in this as well. Can't just pray it away. Just can't hope for it to go away. You have to take tangible action steps. And that's what I did. I had to go back to the place where I suffered my greatest learning lesson, and I lost. Before becoming you, before this conference, my word was lost. I want to thank Terence for changing that perspective. It's only a loss if you didn't learn. Boy, I learned. Where I learned my greatest lesson of fatherhood, humbleness, and forgiveness. I had to go back and face that. And that's just a moment I wanted to capture and show the world that I was able to face that. Because like I was saying earlier, we cannot walk in fear. We have to walk in favor. And I had to face that. Now, have I forgiven myself? Absolutely. Do I believe my son has forgiven me? Absolutely. Absolutely. I know he knows that I did the best I could as a dad. I know he knows that I did the best I could. Like that day that I had to go and I guess you would say view his body. That's the first thing I said. Like, I know you know I loved you. And I could feel the spirit. I really feel like he knew that. And, I wonder, I hope in his last moments, there were 3 people he thought of: God, his mom, and his dad. I'm convinced that happened. He was a good boy. And so, again, when we talk about forgiveness and the art, I had to work, man. I had to work to forgive myself over this one, because here's the thing. We can get back on track here, Mod. If we can go to the very last slide. There's a reason. There's a why. There's a why, as Mod said in this last panel. The last discussion. There's a why. The reason and the why. Forgiveness is important. One more. Because my son had siblings. This is my crew. These are my surviving children. 3 boys and 3 girls. This is my crew. General Julian, Victoria, Ryan, Chase, and baby Emily. If I did not forgive myself, for losing Toriano II, I would be a shell of the man I am today. And I would cheat those children who did not ask for any of this. Nan, one of those children asked to be in this world. Me and their mothers brought them into this world. We have a responsibility to be the best we can be for them. I had to forgive myself for failing my boy, my firstborn, so I could be a better man and a better dad for my surviving children. The art of forgiveness is bigger than us. It's bigger than us. I just want to say thank you once again for tuning in. I want to say thank you to Brenda for having me. I want to thank you for Anthony for hosting. I want to thank you for Ma for all the work she's doing behind the scenes and for testifying. I want to thank Terence for holding it down, and all the other great speakers I had an opportunity to listen to today. And I look forward to listening to people later on this evening. My name is Toriano Porter. I implore you to take those steps to start building those skills called forgiveness. The art of forgiveness, Toriano Porter. Thank you.
Toriano, great job, brother.
Thank you.
The one thing, I mean, I'm glad you explained that picture of where you were sitting. I wanted to look at a positive side of it. I recognize the Cardinals cap. Go Birds. So yeah, I looked at your story earlier, and I went on Facebook and learned a little bit more about you. One of the interesting things that you talked about, and this is unrelated necessarily to forgiveness, but it does have to do with getting work done and going about your life and then dealing with things. And I always figured as though I was a not a sympathetic person because of who I am. And I'm a person, when my aunt passed away that night, she died at 10:30 at night. I was by her bedside, and at midnight I was finishing a video that I had to put together.
Right.
And there was I was very similar when my dad passed away. I went right back to work the next day because I had to. I flew out as late as I could and went back. And I saw that when your son passed away, you finished covering the game.
Yeah. So I was a high school sports reporter at the time. I was covering a high school softball game that started at 4:00. My son was shot and killed in St. Louis at 3:58, and probably about 10 minutes after that, Mom called from St. Louis. So the game had already started. Of course, it's one of the worst calls you can ever get. And, I had to call home. I called my big brother, my older brother. I called my mom. I made all the calls I had to make, but I could not get home until later. And I didn't know what to do. I was in such a shock. I did not know what to do. So instinctively, I just stayed. I covered the game. I did the interviews. I went back to the office. I typed up the game story, and then I went and told my editor and the managing editor, the sports editor and the managing editor, that I had to go. And the rest of that is blurry, man. The rest of that is blurry. I think I was an autopilot, though, honestly. But something that I learned from that is that I'm going to show up. I'm going to show up for the community. I'm going to show up for the family. I'm going to show up for myself every single day. And I think that's important for people to understand. We got to still show up. Now, was it the best thing in the world to do? Absolutely not. But trauma and grief, we all just respond differently. And like you said, you went straight to work. So learning from that, it's been 12 years since he's died. Would I have done it the same way? I don't know. I had never been in that situation. And hopefully I'll never be in that situation again.
Yeah. No, and I think an interesting point of recognition is there. What else were you going to do in that moment? And ultimately, you just said, was it the best thing? I don't know. It was the thing you did. It's how you act on, and you still. It's hard to explain. So I owned a staffing agency for brand ambassadors, and it's like if somebody had a broken nail, they wouldn't come to work sometimes. And it's like, there's people like you, Toriano, people like me, and there's a lot of other people out there that's like, you know what? Now, if your son was dying and you had to get there, that's a different story. And I'm sure you would have dropped everything in that moment. But it's such a lesson in life that whatever you're going through, take a step back, do what you have to do, assess it. And if nothing can be helped, don't shut down. You'll shut down in your time. You'll explain to everybody what's going on, and then move on, because people relied on you as much as it was just a high school softball game. Some people relied on that.
And honestly, you're absolutely right, because I took 10 days off. When I got back, I had to go through emails, and there was an actual dad who said to me, he was pissed off because, as a journalist, we do not want to make mistakes. He was pissed off because I said his daughter made an error and she was trying to get a college scholarship. I'm promising you. So the only reason he was able to kind of forgive me is because I said, hey, man, I told him about the situation. He felt really bad. But you're right. People were counting on me. I had no idea.
That's interesting. That's so little. And it's there. So your job that day was to report on something that had nothing to do with your family, and it made so much of a difference in the life of a girl that you didn't know, even though it was a mistake, whatever it might be. And it's a little thing, but whatever. But people are writing on your words to know whether or not they're going to get a scholarship to college.
Exactly.
So we all, our job matters. What we do
matters.
matters.
We matter. Yes, absolutely.
We matter.
Absolutely.
Everybody matters, no matter the level. We all matter.
And that is that's the thing I want people to take from becoming the best you, man. We all have a story, and our story matters. It does. Yeah. You have to tell it, no matter what form or platform. Share your stories.
100%. All right. I'm looking forward to talking further. Toriana, one more time for everybody out there, how do they get in contact with you if they want to do if they want to work with you, or if they want to see some of your whatever writing, etc. Toriana, how do they get in touch?
I'm easy to find. I'm Toriano Porter on all platforms: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at Toriano Porter, all one word, all lowercase. My website is torianoporter.com. And once again, Google is your friend. Just Google me. You'll find me. I'm all over.
And you are easy to find on Facebook. Toriano Porter, easy to find, piece of cake. Thank you so much. Take it easy, my man.
See you guys soon. See you in KC in February.
See you in February. All right. We have another breakout session coming up shortly. I see Dean. He's backstage right now. We're a little ahead on time. Brenda, if I get a nod from you, we have that email to read. Do you want to read the email now? Fantastic. I'm going to go and bring Brenda back up as we speak, as we got some more to do. Obviously, more speakers today and another breakout session. So, Brenda, here you go.
Well, Alan Little put out an email. He's a speaker that originally was part of our conference. He's used to be a life coach, but he completely kind of shifted gears. He's always been a speaker, and he was a TEDx speaker. So now he is giving speaking classes and teaching people how to grow their business through speaking. And when we changed the dates, he couldn't make it, of course. So we completely understand that. But he's been a team player. He gave us a recording we're going to play later. But he sent this email out. I want to read it to you because it kind of goes on everything that we've been talking about. And in the subject line, it says, I love you. Yep, I said it. I love you. I think you should know that. This past Line Speakers Academy we had was an emotional one. The session we had was focused on opening our heart as a speaker and moving the room with our hearts more than our minds. This man is truly about love. And that's why I wanted to share this, because we were just talking about forgiveness and love, and those are just so powerful. Speakers are the conductors of energy in the room. This past session, tears were shed as we all opened our hearts to receiving love and giving love. See, it's not just about receiving love. You give it too. That's one of my greatest secrets as a speaker. I fall in love with everyone in the room, for they are all me and I am all them. We are one, and every great speaker knows the power of unity behind the crowd. And he's given encouragement to his people who are wanting to become speakers. And he's doing it through incorporating them into who he is and putting himself back into that. And you can do the same thing in your community, in your workplace, in your home, especially with your own family, is give love, get love, get love, give love. Love will heal whatever you're going through. It might take a little bit of time, but it will heal. The best speakers often at times don't even think of themselves as a speaker. Mod. They are just passionate about helping others with their purpose, business, or idea. Speaking about that is what gives them life. So how many of you out there have a story to tell? How many of you need to get that word out because it's going to help somebody else? Or are you being selfish and keeping it inside because you don't think that that story is important? It is important because you are important. Your story is important. Your life is important. How you feel is important, and how you go about your day-to-day is important. So Alan's going to be teaching a class. It is pre-recorded. It was a recorded session of him speaking a Speak to Scale class. So if anybody's interested in becoming a speaker, look him up, Alan Little, at Alan Little. He's on Facebook, he's on LinkedIn, Instagram, he's on all of them. But he talks about love. And when you love, you can forgive. And that's what he teaches in his message. So just a little short email he sent out, and we'll watch his video a little bit later.
Sounds good. Brenda, so I know we've been talking about what we're going to do with these breakouts, the ones that are not live. I think, Maud, I know, is working on it too. These will be available in every tail, correct? Is that what we're
Yes.
currently saying? If not, we might be just posting them up on these pages. But the
Right.
breakouts of people that aren't speaking live, again, coming up next, we've got Dean King, but we also have other speakers as well.
Yeah, there's several other breakouts. We have Terence has a breakout. Tommy Morgan has a breakout. Dean Storer has a breakout. And you're going to be able to go and click on them in your own leisure time whenever you have time to do that. And we'll let you know where it's going to be before the event finishes up.
Sounds good. You'll be able to find it either way. We'll figure out to make sure you can find it at comechangeyourlife.com, which is also the place that you're going to find tickets to the February event. Brenda, tell them a little bit more about that.
Yes, $239 right now.
$239, February 11th through the 13th in Kansas City, Kansas. A lot of the speakers you've seen here, I'll be there. Terence will be there. Brenda will be there. Toriano's going to be there. I just saw in our group chat that the chiropractor, what's his name again? Say it for me.
Dr. Rick.
Dr. Rick will be there. He's asking for feedback on what we could do as part of the event for health-wise. It'll be fun. So yeah, make sure right now it's $239. Tickets will be $399. So get them this weekend. If you are in the Kansas City area, Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri, it's very close. Or if you're thinking it's time to go visit some family up there, and that'll cover food. So essentially, it's a pretty much paid for ticket with the hotel meals and all that stuff. And we look forward to seeing you then. Cool.
Yep.
All right, B, I'm going to pull you in back, and we are going to get ready for our next breakout, all right? Take her easy. All right, guys. So it is time for our next breakout here at the Becoming the Best You conference. Remember, hashtag BCBY, Becoming the Best. No, BB. What was his thing earlier? Terence, what was it? What was it again? Oh, there it is. I'm bringing you up.
BTBY.
Becoming the best you.
Becoming the best you. BTBY.
BTBY. Thanks, Terence. Not to be confused with, TCBY. That's a whole different thing. That's ice cream or frozen yogurt. Okay, our next, I'm going to actually tell you guys about some of the other breakouts real quick. She mentioned them. Brenda mentioned them. We had Toriana Parker live. We had Dean Storer and Tommy Morgan. If you want to make sure you can find those later, again, go to comechangeyourlife.com. Dean was labeled as having a reading and learning disability as well as a troublemaker and called outright stupid. He lived up to those labels as well. He said he self-proclaimed in very tough time in school, turned to drugs and alcohol early, destroying his love of sports. He was in and out of fights and even jail. Eventually, those led him to the crossroads where he was forced to make a choice. He now chooses success, and he has never looked back. Dean taught himself to read at the age of 24. Now, years later, and much more growth. He's now found a new love for humor and making others laugh, his passion for helping individuals and companies find and develop their own true potential. That's Dean's story. That is in a recorded breakout. Tommy Morgan is also in that first set of breakouts. Born in Chicago. To explain how this would work, if this was in person, these would have been different breakout rooms to go to, but this is the virtual world, and it's actually cool because that means you don't have to miss anybody. Tommy was born in Chicago Heights, Illinois, raised in University Park. Straight out of high school, he enlisted in the United States Air Force as a parachute packing specialist. I don't know, do you have a passion? Be like, I want to pack parachutes. Decided to make it a career. He retired from the United States Air Force while serving 20 amazing years on September 1st of 2021. While serving, Tommy found his passion in fitness through seeing how much influence he's had on bettering the lives of others through training and encouragement. Tommy is a certified personal trainer and nutritionist with Master Life Coaching certification. He's participated in 6 fitness competitions, which culminated in him winning the Men's Physique Overall Award at the NPC Midwest Naturals August 2020 bodybuilding competition. Playing a bunch of sports from football, baseball, basketball, etc., and all of his past experiences prove that he has an unmatched talent in leadership and helping out bring the best in people. Truly believes that we're all unique and that we each have unique talent inside of us. He stands firm in knowing that each experience we encounter, good or bad, can help us identify, activate, and tap into those talents. So that's Tommy and that's Dean Storer. Those are the breakouts that were part of Breakout 1, which you'll be able to get later at comechangeyourlife.com. But now it is time for our second live breakout of the day. I know you're going to enjoy this one as well. He's Australian, so I'm hoping for a good accent on this one. Everybody loves a good, solid Australian accent, unless he's an expat, and then it's just going to sound just. Dean King is an Australian author who has written a best-selling book called King Hit. Dean's talk is about change and how he's capitalized on that experience to create his successful life. Dean will talk about how negative and struggle in life is an opportunity. If you can see pain as your own pain, then you can climb out. Dean will show you how he did this, how he capitalized his insightful wisdom in his personal life and in the business world. His happy and optimistic outlook will have any audience he speaks to engage from the moments he starts to speak, and I guarantee you this is going to be a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing to the virtual floor, Dean King.
How are you, Anthony?
Yes, Australian accent. That's what I'm talking about. I'm doing good. What part of Australia are you in?
I'm from the Gold Coast in Queensland.
Oh wow! So you're still out there right now, correct?
Yeah, I'm still here right now. I was born and raised in New South Wales, and I moved here 30 years ago. It's a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, and what time? Before I let you get started, what time is it by you?
It's 6 a.m. in the morning, Sunday the 7th.
Nice. Well,
yeah.
Good morning.
Good evening to you.
Good. The floor is yours, Dean. Thank you for being here with us.
Okay, my man. You take care, Anthony. So, okay, I'm going to talk about how negative so-called pain drove me out of holes that most people don't come out of. I once upon a time, pain for me was a normal part of everyday existence. I thought pain, emotional pain was very normal. I didn't know any better. I'll go back to how that started when I ended up in boys' homes as a child, and coming from a family of neglect, emotional neglect. I ended up going down the wrong roads in life and ending up in these boys' homes through antisocial behaviour and criminality. But I didn't look at that criminality and antisocial behaviour at the time as anything other than just having fun. But looking back now in retrospect, I can see now a lot of it was from attention and not being acknowledged as a human being. And because I wasn't acknowledged, I seek that attention in other areas of my life with my peers. And any attention was good attention. So, I acted pretty crazy, and it was fun. It was fun to get up to mischief. It was fun to steal the cars. It was fun to stir other people up. It was fun to have a laugh. Where I come from and the people that I was associated with. But what wasn't fun was the consequences for those actions. And those consequences led me into homes at a very early age. And in these homes, I had to develop survival skills. I had to develop skills of being aggressive, knowing how to fight, intimidation, lying, manipulation, being conniving. And these skills didn't bode too well in normal society. So these survival skills that I adapted in these homes at an early age, I would come back out onto the streets, and I would keep being like this. I would keep being aggressive, and I'd keep being threatening, and I would still be in survival mode. I could not get in touch with my heart, but that stemmed a little bit before that. I was really scared in my home life, so I wasn't really in touch with my heart because my father was a really aggressive person and really intimidating, and he used to bash the crap out of me. So I never ever knew what my heart was. So I'd get out of these places and I'd come back onto the streets, and I was worse from being in these places. These homes made me more in survival mode and aggressive, and you know, like that wasn't good what I had become. And I kept getting in trouble and going back into these places, and I couldn't get in touch with who I truly was. I didn't know who I was. The only person that I knew I was a person that you know, was a good thief and was, you know, like, could do crazy things, and was just madness. I was just a lunatic as a child, and so, you know, I was running with all the bad kids because, you know, all my association was pretty much the same, you know, and that went to, you know, drugs and smoking a lot of pot and into the acid and into speed at, you know, 12 years of age. And one night we used to steal marijuana plants from people's backyards, and we jumped over this fence one night, and we were knocking off the marijuana plants, and we got into an altercation with the guy that owned the marijuana plants who lived there. And unfortunately, there was a knife we took there to cut the marijuana plants because they were so big. Unfortunately, he died. He got stabbed to death. And we ran out of there. And the next morning, I got taken into custody over that, and I ended up getting charged for it. I didn't kill him. I was only there when he got killed. My co-accused, he stabbed him. I ran out of the yard when those two were having a fight, and yeah, from that, I was charged with murder. I was only 13. I was a child pretty much killer. I was labelled as, and I went to trial, and through that trial, my charge got downgraded to manslaughter because I wasn't there when he got killed, but I had to go to a men's prison. So by the time I was 14, I was in a maximum security prison. And from there, I went to a juvenile centre called Mount Penang, and I got 5 years for that manslaughter. And I did 3 years of that sentence. And I was worse when I got out. I was just more angry, more resentful. I didn't think that I should have got that time. I didn't think that I was good for that consequence for my actions going there, and you know, that guy dying. And looking back in retrospect, I probably wasn't, but the reality was they were the people that I was running with. So, you know, that's a byproduct of it, and that's the responsibility of it in there, that irrespectively of, you know, what happens there, I was still there. And, you know, I feel bad these days that somebody lost their life. And So, I've got to wear that. So I get out of there, and I jumped straight back on the wagon, where I left it, and back into the drugs, and this time full on into the heroin, back into prison. By this time I was 18 years of age. It wasn't long before I was back in jail, out of jail again, around 2021, then leaving the state. That was in New South Wales in Australia. Then I went to another state called Victoria. Then I ended up in prison down there in a place called Pentridge. And again, heroin, stealing, thieving, no concept of responsibility or accountability for what I was doing. It was everybody else's fault or reason why I was the way I was. If it wasn't the person that told the police on me, it was the police that arrested me. If it wasn't the police that arrested me, it was the judge that put me in prison. If it wasn't that judge that put me in prison, who was to blame for what I was doing? It was the prison officers that was turning the keys on me and locking me into the cells every night. And it just kept going and going and going. And a lot of this stuff also was in my family environment, like the way I was brought up. I could do no wrong in my mother's eyes. My father used to tell me it was everybody else's fault why I was the way I was. And, so my home environment didn't support me at all also, as far as accountability and what I was doing. So I decided to leave Victoria after being released from prison down there, and I come to the Sunshine State in a place called Brisbane, and up here in Brisbane, I again in and out of prison, heroin, drugs, craziness, car chases, robberies, and I spent about 5 years in and out of jail up here, and I just finished a 3-year prison sentence, and it was just before 1989, and I wanted to get out on bail. And what happened was that I had about 100 charges that the Director of Public Prosecutions was having difficulties finding where these charges needed to be heard. In Australia, you've got the Supreme Court and you've got the District Court. And these 100 charges were fluctuating in the Supreme Court, then they put them down to the District Court, back up to the Supreme Court. And that went on for 3 years, and I'd finished a prison sentence, and these charges hadn't been dealt with or resolved. So what happened? Well, I was going to go back on to remand, and I had no money. I had nothing, and I went up and seen a jail lawyer in prison and said, "Mate, I don't want to go back under remand. I want to get out on bail." And he said, "Well, Dean, bring me your prison record up, and let me have a look at your prison history, and let me have a look at your criminal history also, and we'll see what we can do as far as trying to get you bail." And I did this, and the next day he called me back to the fence and he said, "Mate, look how many times you failed to appear. Like, have you got any money? Because there's not a court in this land based on your behaviour in prison and your criminal history that's going to give you bail." I said, "Mate, I got no money. I got 20 cents in my property." He said, "Well, mate, I don't know what to do." He said, I can do a bail application for you to the Supreme Court. He said, but I don't like your chances of getting bail. I said, well, you keep working on it. Well, he said, well, you're making it pretty hard on me, Dean, because you're not giving me much to work with. He said, okay, leave it with me. I'll keep working on it. So the next day he's called me back to the fence. He said, mate, geez, you've had all these drug charges and robberies and, like you're a full-on drug addict. He said, there's a new rehabilitation centre that's opened on the outskirts of Brisbane in a place called Browns Plains. What about if we get you to go there on bail? And I heard about these rehabilitation centres and I said, mate, don't swear at me, because I heard that these centres, that they went against everything that my principles were at that stage of my life. You don't tell on your mates. You're tough. You don't show your emotions. You stick staunch. You do the right thing. You don't tell other people secrets. You do the right thing by other people. And I knew that these rehabs, they didn't act like a prison environment. So that's all I knew. And I said, nah, I don't want to go. I don't want to go there. So I went back to my yard and I was pulling marijuana bongs in the yard. And I was with a group of prisoners and I was looking around the jail, and it's a maximum security prison. And they said, well, how's this bail going for you, Dean? Are you gonna go to court for a bail application? I said, I spoke to him a little while ago, and he said, what about going to a rehabilitation centre? And they all laughed. And I said, yeah, nah. And then I just had this epiphany that if I went to this rehabilitation centre, I could run away. Like being in a maximum security jail, there's not much chance of running away. So I went back up to the fence the next day of his yard and I called him over to the fence and I said, mate, do that bail application for me. And he done that bail application. And the judge who I fronted up in front of, I remember him saying, well, nothing else has worked for your son, has it, up until now, about my behaviour and my criminal record? I said, no, Your Honour. He said, all right, I'll give you bail to this rehab and let's hope something can change here for you. And I said, yep, thank you. So I got bail there, and my intentions was I was just going to run away. I was going to go. So I arrived at this rehabilitation centre, and it was the worst feeling I have ever had in my life. People were being obedient. They were doing as they were told. They were working, cleaning. When a supervisor said do something, people would jump, and I was looking at these people going, what is wrong with you people? Why are you accepting these rules and this discipline? Well, you people must be sick. And I got given a rag, and the supervisor said, clean the bathroom. I said, you clean the bath. I'm not cleaning the bath. I said, I heard there's a gymnasium here. I said, where's the gym? I want to go and do some weights. He said, you won't be going doing any weights at all. You'll be cleaning this. I said, I'm not cleaning, mate. He said, if you don't clean, you'll get a consequence. I laughed at him. I said, a consequence? Oh my God! You think I'm worried about consequences? I've spent nearly 14 years locked up in jails and homes. You think a consequence for not cleaning a bath is going to bother me? So the other residents were there saying, "Oh, just clean it. If you don't clean it, we'll all get into trouble." And I felt guilty, and I couldn't have really acknowledge that fully about feeling anything, but I did feel bad for these people that if I was responsible, that they would have to keep clean. I said, give me the rag. And I started cleaning. And anyway, the next day we had these groups and people were talking about their feelings and they were expressing their thoughts and emotions and then they were finishing these groups and they're all hugging each other. And I'm thinking, oh, no way, don't touch me, don't hug me, whatever you do, don't get that close to me. And I was thinking, what are these people on? They're not normal. And they're going, oh, Dean, how are you feeling? I'm going, I'm good. I'm feeling all right. And they're asking me, what do I think of the program? And I'm going, you aren't right. I said, this isn't normal. And they're saying, it is normal. You're not normal, Dean. Anyway, it was just all about confrontation and accountability and talking about your feelings. And I was just like, I just couldn't comprehend how people could act this way. And I was laughing, and then I would get these consequences for laughing. But you know, this went on for weeks and weeks and weeks about this confrontation, and didn't they get into me about my behaviours and my attitude? Oh my God! Oh, I'm angry. I'm threatening. I'm intimidating. I'm aggressive. I'm friggin' insensitive. I'm scary. I'm threatening. I'm insecure. I'm inadequate, and this just kept going and going and going. And they used to have in these confrontations, you weren't allowed to respond in these confrontations. You would have to accept everything that these people were saying to you. And they were trying to teach people to be accountable for their behaviour and their thoughts and their actions and their decisions. And they were doing this in the community by how the residents interacted with each other. And they used to do this with if somebody had an issue with me or with somebody else, you would stand there and the person that had the issue with somebody, that they would have to listen to how they felt, and somebody wasn't allowed to respond to it. And this went on from sun up to sundown, and the only break was through this confrontation on your behaviour and your attitudes within the community and with each other. Was group therapy, like men's groups and women's groups and gold groups, and yeah, lots of groups. And one day we were working on this this water, putting water pipes in this big ditch, and they used to also give you these notes, and these notes would have questions about, you know, your behaviour. And I got this note this day, and it said, Dean, where do you get off on intimidating other residents with your jail behaviour? And this was after about 3 or 4 months there, and by this time I'd had enough, and all the tension was building up within my soul because I couldn't deal with it. Like how I used to deal with stuff prior to this was just fight, and that's how I used to cope. If I had a problem with somebody, there was no talking. The fist would go up and be straight into a fight. And if you did that in this rehabilitation centre, you'd be discharged. You weren't allowed to act and to be aggressive or to be physical with anyone. So there was a lot of times that I wanted to act aggressive in there, but I couldn't do it. I was banking on escaping, and I was positioning myself to escape. And I know it took me a little while, but I had this plan. I eventually was going to knock off their 12-seater Toyota bus that they used to take their residents out on day trips and stuff like that. And I knew where the keys were, and I was going to knock this bus off and drive that to Melbourne with another resident. But that all come undone. Anyway, after getting this note, I lost it. And I started throwing the picks that we were digging the ditches with, and people had shovels, and everybody just ran away from this ditch when I started screaming and going off my head and going. I went up to a big tree and started punching the tree and started throwing all the tools into the next farm, and I just kept screaming about I was sick to death of being institutionalised. As I said, this was about 13 or 14 years of just continuous in and out of institutions, and I'd had enough, and I broke down. I was broken like a horse, and I was crying and crying and crying, and I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop crying, and I cried for about 4 hours, and I went back to the villa where I lived, and I went to sleep, and all my hands were busted up, and I was a wreck. And the next morning I woke up, and when I awoke, I had this epiphany that that everything that these people were saying to me over the last 3 or 4 months was true. I was responsible for everything, for all my actions, for all my behaviour, and they also was teaching people there how to deal with their feelings and talk about their feelings. It was based a lot on their feelings, and I started, and after I realised that I was accountable for all this, I really started to get into my pain and started to talk about all the pain and all the struggle that I'd had all my life. All the feelings of hating myself, all the feelings of not feeling good enough, feeling unloved, feeling ugly, feeling less, feeling embarrassed about myself, feeling not good enough, feeling like an alien, feeling really different in this world, feeling not like a normal person. Also thinking what people thought of me all the time. It was horrifying. I couldn't even talk to people properly because I used to think what people thought of me all the time. I used to think that other people thought that I was ugly. I used to think that other people thought that I was uncomfortable in social situations, and I was. And the more that I would do other people's thinking, the more uncomfortable I would become. And I started going into all this pain, all this low self-worth. And I started talking about it and not blaming people for it. That was the other great thing that that I learned. I started saying things like, I feel embarrassed, I feel hurt, I feel inadequate, I feel scared, I feel angry, I feel sad, I feel unhappy, I feel unloved. And I started using these I messages, and all this pain that I had up over the years, and all this fear of living in these prisons, man. It was like somebody just took a big wet coat off me. And I started feeling good. I started feeling good when I started getting in touch with this stuff and talking about all this stuff. And when I started feeling good, that was it. I was done. I related it to why I was taking drugs, and I related it to why I seeked attention, the way I seeked attention, and I related it to all the identity that I had prior to this rehab in prison, and with the people that I was associating with. And I could see why I kept going back to it, because that's all I knew. I didn't know any better. Nobody had ever shown me that I was accountable for it all. And nobody had ever shown me that I could talk about and identify my feelings without blaming people for it all. You know, I used to blame people for everything. And once I learned that, I started becoming free. But I had to go back to court for all those charges. And I got a court date. And when I went to court, I spoke to my barrister the morning before we went into court. And I told him I'd changed. I said, mate, that's it. I said, I've had the biggest change in my life. I said, I've realised it all. I've realised that I've been responsible for all of it. I've blamed everybody for it, all my pain, all my struggle, everything that I've done. I've just blamed everybody, but I've been responsible for my thoughts, my behaviour, my feelings, everything. It's been me. Everything. It's been me. And I'm responsible for what I'm going into court for today. And I sat with him for probably about an hour, and I told him about how I realised that it's me and I've got to wear the consequences of it all. I'm good for the consequences, because for whatever action that I was going to do from here on in, there's going to be a reaction. I knew that through my past life. You know, and the reactions I was getting, I deserved everything prior to this. But that also gave me power, because I realised that I could do good actions and I'd get better reactions in the future. So anyway, I'm digressing a bit there. But so I go into court, and this barrister, he gets up and he gives one of the best cameos I've ever seen in my life. You know, one of your proteges from over there we used to have here on TV, Ironside. I don't know if any people remembers it, but we used to have him here on TV, old Ironside. It was better than one of his performances. And the judge pulled him up halfway through his summing up, and the judge said, surely you're not asking for a non-custodial sentence for this man. Look at his criminal history. And the barrister said, yes, I am, Judge. I am asking for a non-custodial sentence. There's no need to send him back to jail. He has changed. He's a changed man. So the judge wouldn't accept it. And the judge said, well, if he has changed as much as you have pleaded to me in your summing up and your observation of him for all his for all these charges and for what he's done, he'll realise now that there's consequences for his actions, and he'll serve the consequences for his actions, and then he will come out of jail, and then continue on this so-called change. But he's not walking away from this court. I couldn't do it. He has to go back to jail. So he gave me another 3 years. So I've got to go back into jail now with all this change and this new man I am. And I'm going to go back around the old prisoners and everybody that knew me prior to this, and, you know, the crazy guy and the guy that hated prison officers and the guy that was rebellious and the guy that shot up heroin and robbed people and friggin' had a fight with anybody at any time. And so I go back into jail. And I run into the same guys prior to going to the rehab. And they're saying, oh, how was that shit rehab, Dean? I said, mate, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. They said, really? I said, yeah. They said, Dean, you're not going for bail now. Your parole isn't coming up yet. You can be honest to us, you know. You don't have to pretend, Dean. I said, I'm not pretending. And if you don't change yourselves, you guys are going to spend the rest of your life in this place. So they ended up calling me the compound counsellor in prison, because I was preaching to them all about what I'd learned in the rehab. And I got through, but it was the hardest jail that I'd ever done in my life, because I knew something different from all those negative experiences that I had prior to it, and all the pain and all the struggle. Now I was conscious of what I was doing. I was conscious of my behavior. I was conscious of when I was lying. I used to lie at a drop of a hat. I didn't think there was anything wrong with lying, but there was something wrong with lying. So I got offered so much heroin during that prison sentence because I didn't want it also. So many crims were coming after me going, oh, mate, here, have a shot. Come on. They were trying to break me. But I did break. I did have a shot of heroin during that sentence, and that was after I had a fight with some Aborigine kids. And I was intimidated because they were going to attack me. And I felt scared. And I remember having a shot of heroin. A mate of mine come up to me and said, "Here, get that into you. That'll help you out." And I had it, and it was the worst thing that I'd ever done. But you know, I didn't think that was going to, you know, cruel my recovery. I just knew it was going to be a little gits in the road, little turn. You know, it wasn't going to wreck me. And and I finally got out of jail, and I started having these dreams when just before I got out of jail. I started having these dreams, and I was starting to, because I was dealing with everything, and I was clear in everything by taking accountability for myself, accountability for my thoughts, accountability for my actions, accountability for what I was doing, my choices, my behavior, complete accountability for everything, not blaming anybody for anything anymore. I was solely responsible for Dean completely. Nobody was ever going to take that power away from me like I used to give it away. And I was having these, and because I've released so much and dealt with so much, and I was clearing so much back stuff of how I was feeling, and I was going to see counsellors in jail, and I was always talking about my feelings with people. I was clearing a lot of stuff because that was my motive, to keep talking about what was going on within me. I was able to let new stuff come in. Once I started getting rid of all the old stuff, all the negative stuff, I opened myself up. I started clearing it all. And I started thinking about, I don't know, I started becoming a millionaire. And I didn't have a clue how this was going to happen. And I started visualizing I was going to have a family. I started visualizing having good friends that hadn't never ever been in prison or never been in trouble. And I started visualizing having beautiful cars, and I started visualizing having nice clothes or living in nice homes. Started visualizing eating at nice restaurants. And I didn't know how I was going to create this, but it felt good to visualize this and being the better me, what this is about. And but I don't think I'd be able to do that if I didn't deal with my internal stuff and talk about that and make that effort and take that responsibility for my feelings, my thoughts and my actions and my behaviors. I don't think I could have cleared it to get to this stuff, because once all that stuff started getting outside of myself and I was dealing with it and coping with it, as I said, all this other stuff started coming to me. So I had all these dreams, and I just knew I was going to create it all, because I become a good person, and I become a genuine person, and I become an honest person, and I become sincere, and I become trustworthy, and I become somebody who had dignity, somebody people could rely on, somebody who would stick to their word, somebody that would do what they said they were going to do. You know, people could trust me. I wasn't going to do the wrong thing by you. I wasn't going to steal off you. When I talk about change, I'm talking about true change within my soul. And so I thought that I had to complete something when I started it. So the first thing I did was I went back to that rehabilitation centre and I finished the program. And only 2% ever finished that program. It was a really tough program to finish, and I completed it and I graduated. And I left the program, and I walked out of there with a little football bag, a carry bag, and 2 sets of clothes. In the carry bag, I had nothing, and I got a job, and I didn't get a job straight away. I got knocked back, but I just don't give up. I don't know what giving up means. No way, you know. If somebody says no, you keep backing up. If somebody tries to close the door on you, you keep going for it, you know. And I learned that from my past. You know, I wouldn't stop, and I finally got a job. And you know, you can make all the excuses you want about, you know, oh, I can't do this because of this, or I'm not good enough to do this, or I'm an ex-drug addict, or I've never had a job before. Well, friggin' get out and friggin' get into it and keep trying and keep trying and keep trying until you strike it. So I got a job, and I got a job as a telemarketer. And because I took complete responsibility for what I was doing, I never blamed the client because I didn't get sales. I looked at myself. I looked at my approach, and I just kept looking at myself in everything I was doing. Work and relationships, friendships, interactions with normal people. it was all about what I was doing, how I was coping. If I wasn't getting things right, it was what was in me that I'm not mastering. I'm not doing something right within myself. And having that attitude allowed me to develop myself, because I wasn't giving it over to other people. I wasn't going, oh, it's because of this, I wasn't going to be a good telemarketer. It's because I didn't have the leads. It's because this person said, nah, that's all bullshit. It was where I need to be. And I would look at good telemarketers in that office and people getting sales, and I would observe how they approach these people. And there was a way. Good telemarketers presented a way, and I knew that I could master what this person next to me who was making sales every day was doing by duplicating that person, by that person's approach. So I started getting sales because I took responsibility for why I wasn't getting sales. I didn't blame anybody. And I became his best telemarketer, and I started making massive amounts of money. And I started having great friendships with people. I started having friendships with and people who've never been to prison and never got into trouble. So, yeah, I become his best telemarketer. I was making massive amounts of money each week. And then I couldn't go any further. So the next step was I got to get my own company. I'd never run a company before, and everything fell into place, or everything just fell perfectly around me because of my good deeds. And I went into business with my brother. He had a lot to offer. And we become hugely financially successful. Turn over millions and millions and millions of dollars. And then I come to the edge of the cliff with him, and then I went out on my own, and then I become really financially successful again. And, I become a multi-millionaire. And that's only one aspect to it, I've developed great friendships over the years. I've had children. I've become a father. I've wanted love in my life. I like myself today. I've got good self-esteem. I've worked on all that stuff. I don't think the way I used to think anymore. But I had to put a lot of work in, and I had a lot of negative stuff that I had to overcome. And anybody can do it. I wrote a book. It's called King Hit, and it's a bestseller here in Australia. It's a fantastic read. It's 500 pages, and it details everything about my life. And I'm in the process of doing a mini series for Netflix at the moment. That's another goal. So about my life, and there's a show in the States. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. It's called Animal Kingdom. It's on Netflix. Well, this thing will be bigger than that. This story that I'm doing is huge, and there's a lot in it. But my goals and what I've achieved, again, it's all about responsibility, not making any excuses, and not giving it away to other people. Not going, oh, well, the reason I couldn't do that is because of this, or because of this person, or the reason why this didn't happen is because of this, and I was stuck in this situation. So, no excuses. Get through your pain. Talk about your feelings. Own everything. Own every inch of your soul. Own all your thoughts. Own it all. Yeah, we've all come through tough times. Yeah, I went through a tough time. I've been through full-on tough time. Yeah, I had a shit upbringing, man. But you know what? It was the best thing that ever happened to me. Best thing that ever happened to me. And I've had many challenges, over the last 30 years. out here. Like that all turned around in 1990 for me. I've had a fantastic life. And, you know, oh my God, Jesus, you know, I could talk about all the challenges out here over the last 30 years, but, you know, anything negative and anything that's a struggle to become a better you need it. You need all your challenges. All your struggles is yours and you need it. The trick is you've got to untangle it. It's got nothing to do with other people. It's got nothing to do. All your struggles come to you so you can unwind it, so you can get through it. And you can get through it by taking accountability for it and not blaming anybody for it. It's yours. It's your gift. So use it wisely. So that's my story. And yeah, for whatever, if that's worth anything to anybody, it's worked for me. And as I said, I've had an absolutely sensational life.
Gotta love a good storyteller. Thank you, Dean, and a great story on top of it.
Thanks.
You've been through a lot. And just throughout the different addictions and everything you've gone through in your life, I'm gonna actually bring a question specifically because I know you're in Australia. With what's gone on in 2020 and 2021, how has that affected your mental state?
It's had an effect on my mental state, but fortunately for me, Anthony, because I spent years and years locked up in prisons, I'm okay with it. You know, it's affected people more so, people that are around me, people that are close to me, people that I see on a day-to-day basis. It's really affected them. But for me, mate, I can sit in my house. I've got a beautiful TV. I've got food in the fridge, bro. You know, I can go out for a walk. I can go for the gym. Mate, life's good for me, you know.
Yeah. So you're able to go to the gym out there right now? Is that the role, or do you have your own personal gym?
No, I go to the gym down the road. Yeah, I can go to the gym. Things are good here. You know, but I think we've been pretty full on down here and dealing with it. You know,
yeah.
We've had lockdown for a long time. Well, not in my states, but in Victoria and New South Wales. And, you know, we've had to wear masks and we've had to do a lot of things. And I know there's been a lot of resistance in the States with a lot of that stuff. Yeah. And we've had resistance here, but people have adapted to it a little bit better here. Plus our population is smaller.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and Queensland's also a little bit different than the rest of Australia as well. But again, great story. Always interesting. You never understand. Looking at you, I would have never thought that background. So to know that's your story. So last thing, Dean, how can people find you? Where do you want people to find you? What's your action item for everybody?
Yeah, all the W's, www.kinghitbook.com. King Hit Book on Facebook, you can find me. Google me. Like the last speaker. It's Oriana. You can find me there on Google. I'm easy to find, you know.
Excellent. Dean, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Great breakout. And again, have a great rest of your day. It's early. It's like 7 a.m. now. 6:45, 6:50. So thanks for doing this for us.
Yeah, no problem, my man. I'm going to have some breakfast.
Love it. All right, Dean. Take it easy.
You too, bro.
Later, bro. All right, guys. Sorry. Let's see.
All right.
What do you want to drum down? I'll let you do it. There you go. All right. I know I take control. It's a trait. What is that called? Negative, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know how to talk smack about myself, even though I'm great at self-deprecating humor. Anyways, we've got a lot coming up. Still, what time are we at right now? We are 10 minutes to 4 Central Time, which means we have we've got a short break, and then we have Morgan Grote that we have a musical performance that she sent in for us. We've got some extra time to play games. We've got Brenda, who is going to come out talking about who's ruling your kingdom. And then we've got a comedic performance by Mac Daddio, which is going to be really fun. I think Terence and I are both going to be on stage with her for that. So that should be a lot of fun. Let's see what we got. Let's go to break. Let's go to break right after I give the explanation of the breakouts, and then once we come back, we will go ahead and go right into maybe some giveaways. We've got books from Brenda to give away. I think I'll give out another hour coaching session as well. That'll all be after the break. So what you guys didn't get on the breakouts, you got you of course just had Dean speak. We also have recorded breakouts as part of the breakout 2 session that you'll be able to get. Go to comechangeyourlife.com and you'll be able to find where that is. Terence, as you've seen speak today, and I'm sure you've seen speak before, the unstoppable coach, Mr. Unstoppable himself, he actually had a full breakout as well. You're going to like that. Certified life accountability coach, everything that he talked about. He's going to really help you focus on what you're able to do and less on what's stopping you. And then the other breakout is Simone Rowe. She is also known as Miss Unstoppable. She was born and raised in Montego, Jamaica, now resides in Toronto, Canada. She's an author, humanitarian, entrepreneur, and empowerment advocateur. She was born and raised in Montego, Jamaica, as I said, but she has a passion for helping others. And over the years, she has dedicated her life to meeting the needs of all the others in the world. She created the Unstoppable movement because she was inspired by many struggles as a single mother with depression, also the death of her son, Gabriel. She wants to use her platform to help others fight through the dark moments and find their true purpose in life. And that's how Unstoppable was born. Her favorite quote is that we can all be unstoppable if we dare to believe in ourselves and work hard to never give up no matter what. Again, that's Simone. If either of these resonate with you, make sure you are on comechangeyourlife.com. That's also where you're going to buy tickets to the event in February if you can make it, which I would absolutely love for you to be a part of. So again, we're going to go on break. Watch the screen. It will say when we are coming back. So stick around for about 1 minute when we make that decision. I'm going to assume it'll be about 10 minutes, maybe 15. So you're going to see that on there. We'll, of course, do some games as we bring people back in. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes for any of those breakouts. Again, comechangeyourlife.com.
You know, many times in life, we think it may be too late for us to do more, to have more, or to be more. But I want to ask you a question. What if you could find out that it's never too late for you to change your life? Hi, my name is Terence Lefters, and I want to invite you to purchase the book, You Are Unstoppable. It's Never Too Late. Now, the world is a big place, and some of you might find yourself feeling like you're stuck in life, feeling like the next obstacle that comes into your life is going to be that thing that's going to take you out. It's going to be that thing that's going to make it too late for you to have more, do more, or be all those things in yourself being and that you've always dreamed of. Well, we've got the solution for you because in the book series, You Are Unstoppable, It's Never Too Late, you're going to be able to take the first step to creating your story by hearing the stories of other people. We recognize that this book can help anyone create the next chapter of their success by providing them an opportunity that will never come again. And what's that opportunity? Well, it's the opportunity to have a fresh look into someone else's never too late story. For if you can see that someone else can create their never too late story, maybe, just maybe, you'll see that it's possible for you to do the same. So let us help you begin the journey towards your never too late story. Click the link below and go out and find out more about the book and how you can pre-order the book for yourself. Because remember, it's never too late for you to be unstoppable.
I am honored to have been part of a phenomenal book of stories called It's Never Too Late. I've been asked to co-author this book because my story itself is unstoppable. It is a success story, along with many other people who have overcome challenges in their life. They too have unstoppable stories. This book will motivate you, inspire you, and help you move forward past any obstacle that is holding you back, because you too are unstoppable if you choose to be. It's never too late to change. You're never too old. You're never too young. You're never too broke. You're never too rich. If you want true change, it is possible. It's never too late to get educated. It's never too late to get the experience you want. It's never too late to become a better you. Get this book. Go get it. It's never too late.
You have to act as if you're already in possession of what you want before you can get it. You have to see yourself already successful before you're successful.
Toriana Porter's words changed my life.
I always like to tell people to do the work, trust the process. No one owes you anything. We in America, well, let me take that back. We in this world are responsible for our own dreams and goals. We have to chase them with all our heart. So I would tell anybody, do the work, trust the process, and remember, no one owes you anything. You have to work for everything that you want.
Can't wait to hear more from Toriano on Everytale. Join in. Link is in the bio.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're going to let some viewers start coming back again. Break will be over in approximately a minute, but we're going to start out by drumming up some business by giving away some free stuff. So I'm going to have Brenda hop on the screen when she is ready. She's also going to be part of the next hour as well. Brenda, are you ready to come up and give away some ebooks? Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Thumbs up. What's up, B? Go ahead and unmute. Oh, you got to unmute this microphone. B, you got to unmute your microphone. B. Psst.
Duh. Okay, there we
go.
go.
I can hear you. All right, let's. So what are we giving out on this one? We are giving away one of your ebooks, correct?
Yep, the ebook of restitution, and I'll tell you where that book was written tomorrow.
Sounds good. And you, what time do you speak tomorrow?
I don't even remember. Let me see. What time do I speak? 9:05, 9:10.
9:10. There we go. All right. Okay, B. Go ahead and let's go ahead and. Ooh, that's a good one. No.
We can give away two. We can read two.
Okay, let's go with. I like the saddest fruit one. It's so good.
We did that one.
Let's go at number 4. Let's go at number 4. Go for number 4 for the riddles. This is a riddle. First person to put it in the comment box is going to get a free ebook. Go ahead.
What is black when you buy it, red when you use it, and gray when you throw it away?
What is black?
Yep.
When you buy it, right?
Yep.
Red. Go. You were reading it at the same time. Red when you use it and gray when you throw it away, right?
Yep.
All right. We're welcoming people back. We took about a 15-minute break, and which is the exact amount of time apparently it takes to make a phone call with American Airlines. So kudos on that timing. Let's see. So first person to get this, what is black when you buy it, red when you use it, and gray when you throw it away?
And it can't be reused.
Cannot be reused. That is a true story. See if anybody puts that in the comment box. You can cheat. Feel free to cheat. Totally up to you. We'll be looking for that one. That is for an ebook from Brenda. You can look it up. Go ahead, Google it. Google it. Let's see what else we got. I got that one. I think number 9 will be the next one.
Number 9. Okay, let's see what number 9 is. Oh, this one's hard.
You think it's too hard?
It's pretty hard. But We can go for it. Where does today come before yesterday? Where does today come before yesterday?
So there's two different versions of this answer. Is that what it's saying?
Well, it depends on what day of the week it is. So I'm going to give an example. If the day after tomorrow is Saturday, then today is Thursday. Therefore, the day before yesterday was Tuesday. So where does today come before yesterday?
Yeah, that is hard. That's a tough one. I don't know if we're going to get somebody on that one. Anyways, whoever answers these, no matter when, we'll look for them. You guys will get a free ebook from Brenda. What else are we gonna? We were gonna do something else. Are we gonna have some poetry? Are we gonna do some poetry
We do,
now?
and you know what? She is right here. You want to hear some?
Let's hear some more poetry before we
Yeah.
go on to our musical performance from Morgan Grote.
And here she comes. Welcome back, Shauna Collins, with the poetry session. She's
Come
also
on,
going to
Shauna.
speak again later tonight.
Yes. Hey, Shauna.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Hope everybody's been having a great day so far. I'm just excited about this whole event. So I will be starting with a poetry piece. It's called Cycles of Life, Daily Conflicts Between the Heart and the Mind. We all go through things in life, different periods, different time frames of things we go through in life. So I wrote this piece based off that. It's called Cycles of Life, Daily Conflicts Between the Heart and the Mind. A constant longing to be free. I speak freedom, but am I really free? My mind says no. While in my heart, I am truly free. They say the mind plays tricks on us. Well, for once, I'm bold enough to trick the mind back. I've lost and I've gained. I have also died, but this time I come to live again. Life cycles, which one are you in? Are you in the beginning of a storm, in a storm, or seeing the sunshine at the end? Wherever you are in your season and whatever journey you are on, don't let the conflict become bigger than the lesson, because you are an overcomer in the end. Seasons change as well as people. In life, there's a choice to live or to die. I chose to be alive and be free. And I speak freedom and peace to you that feel like giving up. In your cycle of life, keep the faith. You will see the sunshine again. Life is meant to be lived and to inspire. Your mind and your heart can easily get hurt and wounded, but keep your eyes on the prize and press forward towards greatness. Look up. The cycle is soon to end. Hold on, my dear listeners, because you have already been set up to win. Also, I have another really quick one. We talked about the cycles of life, right? So you have a cycle that you go through in life. But how many know that we are cycle breakers? Generational curse breakers. So that's when I came up with this second piece. It's called Cycle Breaker. Generations have come before me, but I came to change the world. The chains that have been made to hold me captive, I have broken from them. The sacrifices that have been made, I am wiser than them. I am not God, but in Him, and in me He resides. It's raining defeat many times in life, yet still I rise. It's snowing heavy with hatred in this world, but I am warm in knowing my heart was not meant to freeze, but to overcome hate. It's windy and cool, like it's fall weather in life and in between seasons, but I will not give up. For there is a time, a season, and a place for everything and everyone. It is hot like summer, but I have not burned through my trials in life. Instead, I have shined bright as the sun. I have broken through many tough seasons in life and still have many more to overcome. Though through adversity, there is growth on the other side, waiting for me to let it in. I am a cycle breaker, smashing through the darkness in life because greatness lies deep within. And you too, my friend, are a cycle breaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shauna. All right, we actually just realized that apparently Facebook still has their 8-hour requirement, even though StreamYard doesn't. So that's got nothing to do with you, Shauna. We are going to make sure we get this fixed so that we can be back up on all the platforms. We're still running on YouTube right now, and on Everytail. So we are going to resend a stream. So I'm going to go ahead and drop us back for a split second, and we are going to reconvene with Morgan coming up right after this. So thank you very much, Shauna, and
You're welcome.
we'll stay in the chat. All right.
Okay. Guess we'll have to know where to reshare it.
All right, guys. I'm gonna stay up while we're doing this. I know that we've got a couple people watching still on Everytail or on YouTube. Let's see. Actually, it really doesn't matter too much. Bum, bum, bum. Actually, we're gonna end this broadcast and start a new one right back up on all of the same pages. So yeah. Thank you guys for joining at this point. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gents, that's right. We are at the Becoming the Best You conference. ComeChangeYourLife.com if you want to learn more about the in-person event in Kansas City, February 11th through the 13th. Again, that $239 this weekend is the price for those watching right now. $399 is what the tickets are going to be, and it does include meals. It's going to be a really fun event, and it's always fun to do something in person. I said it last night. I was supposed to be going to Tony Robbins this next week and in Florida, and I decided to cancel because of things that change, and hopefully everything will be locked and loaded by February, and we'll be able to have a great event where we can see each other's faces and enjoy each other's company and all that good stuff. But without further ado, I want to introduce our first speaker. I'm very excited about this gentleman. I got to meet a lot